Ah, it's so loud. Oh my god. Oh my god, hi! Guys, think about it. What if the person that's bidding $500,000 to spend a day with Pokimane is actually just a really nice guy? What if it's just like a really nice guy that just has too much money? What if it's a normal guy? It's FaZe Lacey. Okay, hold on. I'm going on the goddamn website. If you guys don't know... Hi! Hi, chat! Hi! Hi! Hi, everybody. I'm a little bit too focused on what I... Oh, my kitty was sleeping under my bed. What are you doing? I woke her up because I started yelling. Hi, baby. What is it? You want to sit on my lap? No. It's hot. It's fucking hot. It's like 100 degrees outside, you guys. Okay, you want to meow? They love it when you meow. No, that's for my hair. Stop it. Hey. What do you want? Okay, she wants to sit on my bed because... Okay, she can be on my bed because I moved all of my plushies to my bed now. What if you paid 500k and she showed up on off Roomba? I would kill myself in front of her. In game. What else? What other option do I have? Oh my god, hi! Hi, guys! But I got a little bit too into yapping too early on. If you guys didn't know, I was yapping in the chat. I had to speak my truth about this, but I just woke up. What was I gonna say? If you guys don't know, I think it's like, is it just Connor or is it him and Iron Mouse? Anyways, they're doing a charity auction. It's both of them. Okay, they're doing a charity auction for the Immune Deficiency Foundation, and they keep adding, it's like, you know, big content creators can send in stuff to get auctioned off, and one of the things that got added to the auction was to have a private gaming session with Pokimane, and the bid is at $500,000! All me, and M is going to win the date with Pokimane. Hello, what? She's getting scared. Hi! Oh, did you guys hear that? What? What is it? Did you guys hear that? Probably not. Can you pull up a pic? Yeah, I can. Okay. So, okay. If I just Google Immune Deficiency Foundation, I don't know. Auction, maybe. That'll pull up. Okay, let's see. Back to, okay, it's the, okay, I found it. Let me make sure this doesn't, okay, this does not show anything here. Wait! It went down! The guy canceled his bid! That stupid son of a bitch canceled his bid, dude. It's only at $300,000 now. It changed, man. No, it changed, dude. This shit changed. Sorry, guys. It's not $500,000 anymore. They removed the fake ones. But that's pretty scary, Dad. Let me make sure it does not have my information anywhere. Alright. Let me get a display capture going. You can- I keep my fucking Arknight's banner tab open. Let me figure out how to move myself. Okay. It's pretty bad! It's pretty bad! It's pretty bad, chat! $300,000. A bargain. Gaming session with Pokimane. Enjoy a gaming session with Pokimane, one of the top streamers in the industry. Play your favorite games and share an unforgettable experience. I'm gonna play porn games with Pokimane. What a steal. But look, there's like... This is all that there is. This is all that there is? And the fucking Pokimane one is 6 figures! The only complete just gaming. Yeah, wait, guys, what if you guys all pool your save? Hey, stop pulling up my carpet. Hey, hey. You're so bad, you're gonna get in trouble. You're being so bad, you're gonna get in, hey. She's bad. But be honest, chat, if we all pool all of our savings, we might be able to spend one day with Pokimane. Well, we may be able to spend an unspecified single-digit number of hours in a voice call with Pokimane. Guys, do you think if the... Hello! Cash out the 401k. Yeah. You hear that, Chad? Start digging into your retirements, but... What do you guys think? What do you guys think would happen if, like... Okay, think about it. Also, Abs not Lucas. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. What if, think about it. Would they be able to cancel your gaming session if you started jacking off in call with Pokimane? Or does she have to sit through it? Nah, what? I'm trying to listen before I bid a little bit more money than I have to make sure. Mia, stop gooning. Oh, I'm gooning. I'm fucking gooning. Speaking of gooning, I might have a really cool art opportunity. That I can't tell you guys about. I'm a gooner. Or we could bid. What is it? Well, I can't tell you. That would ruin the fun. It's crazy. Holy shit. Where did the bid start? Where did the fucking bid start? Shout out Creative Cheetah that tried to get the Iron Mouse date. Iron Mouse and Connor. So you get to, like, third wheel them. That actually sounds badass. I would pay 20 grand to third wheel them. What the fuck? No, I would actually pay good money to do this. Let's see, who really wants to do this? 100 rows per page. Don't give me fucking extra page. Oh my god. This one, whoa. What the heck? This person just keeps raising their own bid. Is this like a streamer? They keep raising their own bid. You have to respect it. They remove fraudulent bids. Oh! I think it would be fun to look at Pokimane for an hour. I look at Pokimane while she silently stares back at you. But this one, yeah. It was like, yeah, Jacksepticeye or whatever was bidding $1 million. Do you even get to... Well, Pokimane is a face cam streamer. I'm sure if you... And listen, if you're paying 300 grand to hang out with her, I'm sure the least she could do is turn on her fucking camera. Right? If you're gonna pay that much money. Also, hello! Camille, hey! Also, hi Zephyron! How much would you pay for gaming with your Oshi? It's game playing, it's definitely an audio call. Who is your Oshi? Pokimane. Baby, what is it? My cat is making a... Hey! Come here. You wanna... Whoa, hi, you wanna sit on my lap? She like she runs over to me, and she's like, no, I wanna play. You can sit on my lap or you can leave my room. Yeah, come on. You gonna sit here? What are you doing? Stop it. Come on. You big cat. Oh, you big cat. Say hi to chat. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? She said hi to chat. Hi. Okay, yeah, you can go. You did your stream reps. She's a content creator too. Oh, what? You want to hang out under my chair again? What? Okay, she wants to sit under my chair. Hold on, guys. I gotta put my cat on the mic. She's a quiet cat, though. She's a quiet cat, though. Did you see my 300k bid to play with Pokimane? Well, unfortunately for you, 400,000. $400,000? Oh, I need to sign in! Ah, baby, what are you doing? What? I need to sign in to bid $400,000. I'm gonna bid 400k in 1 cent, dude, and you're gonna ruin my dream. Everybody knows I only have 400k even in the bank account right now. I also have a Slurpee. Because I had to drive my mom's old car. Because my car needs a new battery. And I still haven't bought a new battery for my car. So my car doesn't turn on. And 500... Can I get 1 million beers and 500 cigarettes? But, so, I went to take the car out today. Because I had an appointment to go to. And I'm gonna have appointments on Wednesdays now. In the morning. It's not gonna affect stream schedule. I'm gonna have appointments in the mornings on Wednesdays now. Oh my god, it's supposed to be music. But, anyways, I had to get gas, and I had a $20 bill. And so I was like, shit. This is all I have. So I got a Slurpee, and I just told the cashier to put the rest of it on the gas pump. In 400 million crayons. I thought it... Whoa! Okay, yeah. It did go up to like... Oh my god! It literally updated in real time! This isn't the same... This isn't one of the names from before, so this is definitely a fake bid, though. Kaga? Yeah, this is a fake bid for sure. Oh, me? That was you? Motherfucker, you're trying to steal my dreams away from me! Let me have something! Or we could get... This guy's... Oh, this is Jaden and... That's not Jaden Animation. That's not Jaden Animation. Jaden Animations, but... That's the only picture we have. It's got, like, fingerprints on it. I don't have that much money. You on the Miia version of 500 cigarettes? Speaking of Miia version! Chat, we've got a lot of shit to look at. This is the Splatoon 1 Splatfest battle theme. It's called, Ink Me Up. If you were curious, that's... Yeah, if you were curious. Anyways, holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Not only! Pokimane Farts was bidding? That's fake as fuck. Not only... Did I get drawn buying Wonder Bread? Bonatide? I don't know if he's here yet. Bonatide usually watches streamers that stream earlier in the day. So he usually comes to my stream a little bit later. Oh, you're here! I care to explain? Care to explain what you were doing here? Don't wide cumby this. Don't wide cumby this, you sick bastard. I got inspired. What can I say? The art channel has been popping off like fucking crazy. I want you guys to see this. Corgi is crazy. These are skebs. Corgi is now skeb bro. This is actually insane as fuck. Fire react! It's... It's cute! It's cute! I hope you guys like it. If you want the picture, Corgi posted all of the pictures. Like, this is the full size, I assume, in the Discord server. It's jiggling. Dude, this is freaking crazy. Thank you so much for the skeb. This is badass. I don't even know what to say. I'm not used to people commissioning a skeb of me, and it's not me commissioning the skeb. It's scary. Hello, Maniacal there! Oh my god, we got a 150. And then there's this one too. Holy shit, chat. Look at how cute it's me! It's me. That's so crazy. What the heck? Don't look at the boobies. They're not even that big. They're regular size, I think. We're not gonna do a comparison. It's me! This is a Matoi M flower. This is Matoi M flower. Check the Pokimane auction again. Okay. That's not Aiden Ross. That's not Aiden Ross. Oh shit. Wait, the Pokimane. Wait. Oh no, this isn't Pokimane. Oh, see, these are fake. These are fake ones. These are fake bids. Cause see, it's Kaga and the guy using Aiden Ross's name. These are fake bidders. $500,000! Would you go on a date with a voice call date with Pokimane? Do you think her previous editor will make a bid? Her editor that said he couldn't finish editing her videos because he was too busy jacking off to them? Yes, I do think he's made a bid on this. I do think he has made a bid. Yes. Yeah, but you can tell they're like all fake because... Oh, they took it down. They actually took it down. They took out the fake bids on this one, actually. Holy shit. Is Pokimane actually gonna stay at $500,000? Did she fire him for saying that? Because I would. I think it was like former disgraced Pokimane editor admits to jacking off instead of editing video, some shit like that. Most honest editor? Dude, that's nasty! Where's my kitty? Oh, hi! So cute. Come on, you wanna sit with me? She doesn't like sitting on my lap when I stream because I don't really have a lot of lap for her to sit on. What do you think low effort clips is doing between uploads? Low effort clips does not jack off. Hey, stop it! Stop! Oh my god, you're ripping it. Yes, you are! What? Oh, she wants tummy rubs, chat. She wants tummy rubs. Hold on. Can I give you tummy rubs? Okay. Okay, tummy rubs. Okay. A little bit. Grandma? What? What? It keeps meowing at me, you guys. I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but she keeps meowing at me, but quiet. Yeah, low effort clips doesn't jack off. He has like a caffeine IV, so look. Low effort clips has... Let's go to these uploads. 5 hours, 21 hours, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 2 days, 2 days. This motherfucker uploads multiple times a day. He does not have time to stop editing videos and jack off. He's got like a heroin IV. And Sakana stands behind him while he's working and like tases him if he stops editing for more than a minute. What is this? I just broke up. It's me. No, I don't like this one. Why is it cropped like this? Oh wait, guys! I know why it looks like this! Guys, do you remember when I was streaming on 2000 bitrate? Hello, you underestimate our power? Oh no, what does that mean? Do you guys remember when I was streaming on 2000 bitrate instead of 6000? That's why my streams looked like this, because I had the bitrate really, really low, because I thought you were supposed to have a low bitrate. I am from Brazil. Oh my god. The Notorious M is from Brazil too. You guys would be best buddies. I did it for like, since I started streaming. I did it like since I started streaming, and then people were telling me, they were like, Miia, you need to raise your bitrate. You're supposed to be streaming at like the highest possible bitrate, not the lowest possible bitrate. And the low bitrate did make the latency really low, but it also made my streams look like this. Like that, all pixely. It was all pixely. Yeah, that's racist. It's just pixely. Okay, I think I have a chance. I think I have a chance. It's $500,000. I think I have a chance with her. Do you guys think I have a chance with her? Do you think she would like me? No? You don't think she would like me too? She's mine? No! She's not yours! Because you're not the one that bid 500,000! I don't have 500. I don't know if it like checks my credit score or something. I don't know if it checks my credit score when I try to bid $1 million to date. And it maxes out at 500K? Wait, so you're telling me? You're telling me if somebody has 500K to drop on this, they can just like buy it out? Like you buy it out at 500K? Oh yeah, there's a bid that says max is 500K, I think. Damn, what the heck? Hello, Deezer. Hello! I don't know, man. It's crazy that people have that kind of money, though. I couldn't imagine! Hold on, I have to undo my hair. My hair is in the way very much. There's too much hair. It makes me feel like such a white woman when I have my hair long and down. I feel like such a white woman right now. Ugh! It's... Hi, baby. Oh, she meowed at me! What is it, baby? What? Yeah? You want tummy rubs again? Get tummy rubs? Yeah? Guys, my cat is so fat. You know, the vet said that she was kind of fat. She gained 1 pound. My cat, she gained 1 pound, in the last... Like, I don't... Hold on. I don't know if I really will do it justice trying to explain it, but it's long, okay? Which is why it's a bit of a pain in the ass for me, right? Because my hair is long. Let me... If I can... Oh, shit, my display capture's in front of it? What? My camera broke again. Bad news, chat. My camera broke. Again? Are you fucking kidding me? Did it unplug itself again? No, it's on. I'm looking at it. Deactivate. Activate. Camera. Okay. Turn it on. My camera turned itself off. My camera unplugged itself again. You guys know I have problems with my freaking camera. I have problems with it. Like, whatever. Maybe it'll just turn on randomly at some point in the stream. No more. No more flashbang. Well, I keep it dark in my room now when I stream. I burned out the lens? I don't know! I don't know what I did. Hold on. So let me keep it, like, there. Being Miia is suffering. I don't know what's wrong with it. I must have unplugged it on accident because I was like digging through like the stuff on my desk, like all of the like standees and stuff, because I thought my driver's license was, I thought I lost my driver's license. I thought I left it on my desk. I was like freaking out trying to find it, and it turned out it was just in my bag the whole time. So no problem there, but also, Sage Hall, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. So I tore up my desk looking for my ID, but I actually had it the whole time. Guys, I really want to... Wait. No, you can increase your bid to 500,100, but... Hello, everyone! What does he say? How are you doing? Fine, thank you. Puerto Rico to donate blood if Iron Mouse hosts a blood drive. Yeah, but they like limit. You have to be a certain height and weight to be able to donate blood. Cause I like looked it up because I thought about donating blood. Because you can get money from donating blood. It's not like donating, it's like selling your blood. Or it's like donating and they're like, thank you. Here's some money. But my mom donated blood once, she told me, and she said it made her like pass out. Cause my mom is not a very big person. And they took the standard amount of blood from her and she was like, I think I'm gonna pass out. If you're short and skinny, it's money from donating plasma? Yeah, but you're... Wait, oh, do they only take your... I know they, like, filter it, so they only take your plasma or they only take your red blood cells. I don't even think I have ideal red blood cells to donate. If you weigh less than 160 pounds... Let me turn off my display capture. How big? Donating blood... requirements. Donating blood for money near me was the top result. Do not use my location. So, oh, no, don't use my location. It's using my location, chat. Okay. So this is the general. Innova. I don't know where this is, but to donate whole blood, I can't donate blood, man. I'm like right under 110 because I lost a little bit of weight. I always try to be positive. Here you can donate. Most of the times they just give you a sandwich, cookie, and a glass of soda. You can... Look! I couldn't even do this! You have to be at least 5'5" to donate double red blood cells, whatever that means. I don't know what double red blood cells mean. And see, this is whole blood. I can't do that. Absolutely not, I can't do that. I cannot donate blood through LifeServe. I'm not eligible for that. And you need the normal blood levels. I'm having too much gay sex, so I'm not allowed to donate blood. I thought they made it so that people who have gay sex can donate blood. This is the Bomb Rush Blush Smash Brothers Ultimate Remix. It's one of my favorite official Splatoon remixes. They give you a cup of tea and biscuit after a dono here. Are you British? I wish I knew what my blood type was. I could get like a kit and test my blood type on stream, but that would make for a very quick stream. It'd be like a 20-minute stream. How much money can you get from donating blood? I thought you could get like $100 per time you donate blood. And you have to be in good health. I mean, I would consider, maybe. I would consider myself in good health. I donated once to figure out mine and they never sent me the card, those fuckers. My mom said she got a cookie. They gave her cookies when she donated her blood. Yeah, you have to be like... They don't want short people to donate blood and they don't want skinny people to donate blood because... See, this is like totally different. Super Reds. Super Reds from Bloodworks Northwest. You have to be you have to be strong, big and strong to donate your super red bloods. Because it's like they take a set amount of blood from you or some shit when you donate blood. So if you're too little, it'll like make you dizzy and like maybe pass out because you didn't have that much blood to begin with, you know? Hello, Wario. 6'1" and only 162. Let's see if you're eligible to donate blood. This is 130 pounds minimum. Females. But if you're 18 or under, you have to be at least 120 instead. They take like a pint of blood. Dude, that's how they sell ice cream. They sell ice cream in pints, right? At the grocery store. That's a lot of fucking blood, you guys. Let's get a size comparison. Hold on. Pint of ice cream. Okay, so that's the size. That would be like... I can't show you guys because my camera's not working. I don't know why my camera's not working. But I have a little bowl next to me. It would be like filling 2 of these little ceramic bowls full of blood. That's a lot of blood. It's something about iron levels. Ooh. I actually, well, I don't know how my iron level is now, but last time I had to go to the doctor and they took blood. They said my blood things were okay. But I would have to go through my, like, chart to see if they actually checked everything with my blood or if it was just my white blood cells. Because I had a really bad infection, and my body wasn't fighting the infection the way it was supposed to when I went to the doctor, so they thought I had, like, cancer or some shit. So they had to check, make sure my white blood cells were still alive. Which they were. Did you say after you donate, your body replenishes it twice over or something? Oh, wow. So you could get... If you donate once, actually, it's the best way to min-max the blood supply in your body. That leg still needs amputated? No! It was fine. Yeah, infinite blood glitch. They were alive and just lazy, yeah. Well, they weren't lazy. They were trying. I don't know. They just aren't very smart. They're like me. My brain, it's my brain, right? So, you can't really expect them to be too smart. Infinite blood hack? You wanna do, there could be like a speed run for the maximum, for like X amount of blood volume in body, and it's the blood drive % run, where you have to do as many blood drives so that your body doubles your blood count. It's a glitch to get, oh, gee, hi! It's a glitch to get your blood count higher faster. This is for what the fuck is double red? What is super red? Super red blood. Blood moon? What is super reds? It's red, I'll tell you guys that. If you are a blood type O positive, O negative, A negative, or B negative, and have limited time throughout the year, this... Oh, that's what it is. So, if you have a specific blood type, you can donate extra blood, I guess. Oh, wait, no, these are the blood types that they need. Right, because the negative ones don't have the antibodies that the positive ones have, so more people can get type negative type blood, I think is how it works. But they'll take twice as much blood! So you could actually quadruple your blood supply if you were to go to a double donation. You can safely donate 3 times a year. But you can donate regular blood every 56 days. That's a lot. That's a lot of blood. Well, yeah, they put your plasma... Yeah, they put your plasma back in you. How do you think dialysis works? In dialysis, when your kidneys don't work, they take all the blood out of your body and the machine filters the blood and keeps the toxins out and in the machine, and it puts the blood back in your body. People die on dialysis a lot, too. My hungry ass could not be allowed into a blood bank! I'm not gonna need dialysis. I have a Slurpee from 7-Eleven. She doesn't know. What flavor? Good question. The bottom is cherry. The middle is blue raspberry, and the top is Mountain Dew, trademarked Freedom Cum Blast, and it's white. But you can't really see it anymore because it melted, and now it's just kind of gray-purple. The Freedom Cum Blast. Oh, look it up! Hold on. Mountain Dew Slurpee White. It's not the whiteout. It's called, like, Freedom. It's here. Freedom Fusion. Sorry. Freedom Fusion. It's literally cum. That's what I have in me right now. I have Freedom Fusion Cum Blast in me right now. And it was okay. It was okay. I'm not really sure what it was supposed to taste like. I don't really know what it was supposed to taste like, but hey man, what? Yeah, I don't know what it was supposed to taste like, but it was alright. It was okay. I guess it was okay. I'm pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. Stop posting wide cumby. Don't post wide cumby because my freaking 7 TV is like bugged and I can't even see it. They applaud if I donate my own blood, but when I turn up with someone else's blood, suddenly everybody loses their minds. Society. Society. They're doing the 7 TV emo I can't see because I don't have it. No, I can see wide people masturbation, but the thing, wide cumby is like, it's censored or whatever. Not censored, but it's like not approved for like conversion in like the Twitch chat. So like, cumby rave will turn into an emote in the chat over here, but wide cumby won't, I guess, because it's cum. It's unlisted. I like wide people masturbation. 77769 420 gang shit. No more Fortnite $90 Fortnite card. I love that one. Hold on, let me DM my good friend Penis Bo Penis. Yes, they're both cum. Oh my fucking god! Hi, Mia! Hi! Hi! I'm banning that guy after I finish DMing Hina. I'm banning you. I'm banning you! Don't click it, it's an IP grabber, chat. It's an IP grabber, guys! Don't click that freaking link! I have messages from Abby. I have messages from one of... Oh. Heinous is typing. That goddamn... Do you guys know the dog? From the MiHoYo game? Wolf guy. MiHoYo. I cannot send a picture. This one. I cannot send. Yes, that guy. I cannot send a goddamn picture. Cause Miffy likes that character, right? So every time I see it and I see a tweet about this character, I'll send it to Miffy and I'll be like, there he is. Today I said, and then I linked the tweet. And Miffy said, doggy style, sideways, frontwards, backwards, upside down, 360 degrees, no condoms, skin, on the living room, on the bedroom, on the fridge, on the closet, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the bathroom, on the couch, on the car, and on the street. And if you guys haven't seen that, hold on. This is Black Diamond TikTok. I need to find like the video because I know that shit got taken down. Oh god, it's so hard to find. Maybe this one? Or is this just a search for it? This is Black Diamond. Because it's all people redrawing the original thing. And I don't want to see people redrawing the original thing. I just want the original thing. So, hold on. I'll show you guys the picture and I'll play the audio in the background. Okay, there's the picture. There's the picture.
This is Black.
Oh no, keep playing. Keep playing. What's wrong?
This is Black Diamond.
What? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, chat. I have to.
This is Black Diamond. She is the most powerful diamond.
And she's also the one Pink most likes to fuck doggy style. Sideways, frontwards, backwards, upside down, 360 degrees, no condom, skin on skin, on the living room,
Skin
on the
on
bedroom,
skin.
on the fridge.
This is Black Diamond.
I tried to do it, but it kept dragging my windows everywhere. This is Black Diamond. She is... Hello? I got a Twitch payout. Woohoo! Chat! No more ice soup! We are no longer on ice soup mode. I just got my Twitch payout for the month. Yay! And you guys know what that's going towards? You want to know what that shit's going towards, chat? My tuition. My tuition? School? Paying for school. No heroin! No casinos! No fun! No Blue Archive! No Fent! No Pokimane meetups. No Pokimane meetups. We want slots. I'll Google slot machine simulator for you guys. Freeslots.com. Which one are we gonna play, chat? We can play Mountain Fox, Prosperous Fortune, Treasures of Egypt. You on Egypt? Flaming Crates, Video Poker. You guys want Egypt? Okay, we'll play Egypt slots. Wow, this is huge. Get a little bit smaller then. Here we go. Okay. I think anybody who says VTubers need overlays is stupid. Play 9 lines. What?! What am I doing?! Is that the White Pharaoh? I actually saw an edit of the White Pharaoh that I thought it was really funny because that is Orange Crowbar Man's profile picture, right? Is the White Pharaoh. And I saw one where people edited Homelander. I know I liked it. That's Yowie. Don't look. Genesis, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it here. Wait, he has this one now! He already has this one! Are you kidding me? I saw this on Twitter and I was like, this would be perfect for a new profile picture for Crowbar because I know he likes the White Pharaoh so much. And he already has it! This was posted? This was only posted like a day ago. Hey, baby. Hi. Baby, baby, baby. Baby. It was fucking already posted. Damn it. She's pulling my carpet up again. Oh, wait, let's play the slot machine. Well, let's only play 1 line. Let's play 5 lines. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Nothing? Play 9 lines. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, let's go, baby! Let's only play 9 lines. I'll move. Okay, fine. Yeah, move me to the corner so we can watch slot machine. Is this allowed on Twitch? Scrape that shit, Johnny. I'm a 1-line kind of guy. Okay, let's play 1 line. No. 9 lines. 9 lines or nothing, motherfucker. Okay, this time. 9 lines or nothing. Let's go! What the hell? Where am I? Chat, where am I? They sent me to the pyramids! Do this one. Oh shit, what the hell? Ah! Oh my god. What do? I just keep clicking them? Oh. Oh no, the pyramid. Ah! The pyramid fell down! Shit. Shit. Bye, Gecko! Wait, what? I don't know. I blew up the pyramid. Okay, we have to get another 9. What the hell? What is that? Oh my god. Chat, do you think we're gonna do a gamba. Will I end this with 0 credits? Will I end this with 0 credits or will I get rich? Let's do a prediction. Start prediction. Will she get rich or go broke? Get rich. Yes, affirm. Broke boy. Wait, cancel. Make it go for 2 minutes. Yeah, alright. You guys get... Yes, affirm! You guys get your... I want you guys to know, right now, I am up. We started with 200 credits. I am up currently. I am up currently. Just so you guys know, I'm gonna gamble until I don't want to gamble anymore. Which is either when I get broke or when I win too much. Or when I win too much for it to be fun. Why are you guys all voting? What the hell? Why are you guys voting that I'm gonna go broke? I don't really know how these lines work because I did not match anything. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, I get a payout. What? Oh, shit. Okay, so you get a payout for any 3 or more. So that was a 5 payout. Okay, that makes sense, actually. So, for getting 3 in a row or 2 in a row for the numbers, you can get a payout. Okay, TNT becomes wild and substitutes for any symbol except treasures of Egypt. This fucking hieroglyph thing substitutes for any symbol except treasures of Egypt. Scattered, da-da-da-da, triggers. Oh, if I get a triple treasures of Egypt, I get to go knock down the pyramid. Okay. Lock the fuck in, chat. Okay, that was a dud. That was also a dud. That was also a dud. Why is it so fucking confusing? This is what a real... Ah! Let's go, baby! Wait, I only won $2. I won 2 credits from this. This is what a real slot machine is. We only played baby-ass slot machines in Fallout. This is what real tweakers at real casinos are doing. They're playing 9 lines of goddamn... No, you can't change your vote. That's the point. Fuck. Okay, focus up, chat. Okay, alright. There's a little bit payout. A little something there. Uh-oh. Let's go, baby! Wait, this is always gonna... What was that goddamn Egyptian noise? What was that fucking ancient Egyptian noise? What? We're making our money back, chat. We're making our money back. Whoever doubted me is gonna die a painful death. Whoever has ever doubted me, you will die a painful death. Get that week 777 shit out of here. We gambling with golden birds. We could do... No! We literally cannot do real gambling. I literally cannot start doing real gambling with real money because... Okay, he's right next to me. I literally could not do it because I would get banned from Twitch. Because you can't do that on Twitch. This is fine. I want to go back to the pyramid. You can on Twitch as long as it has a gambling license in the United States. Is that legit? But I thought that's why everybody went to Kick. I thought everybody went to Kick because they weren't allowed to gamble. I thought that's why, that's the whole reason Kick got big. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, we broke even. Yeah, you can't gamble on stream anymore. Because of woke. What the fuck is that? Let's go! I'm about to risk it all, brothers. Oh, baby! Oh, baby! Okay, whew. Okay, let me have a sip of my Slurpee. Take me back to the pyramid. Take me back to the goddamn pyramid. Damn it! Wow, it took me back to the pyramid! Alright, focus up.
You can't play slots, but you can
But
still play
slots
blackjack
are
and other
literally the
card
most
type
fun type of
gambling.
gambling in the world.
Matoy, MLFG Matoy, MLFG tier 100.
I found the ladder. I found the ladder again. Oh shit. Please don't be TNT. Oh god. Fuck, okay, please be the ladder. No! Oh wait. Wait. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. No! Damn it! Oh, I got another one! Oh my god, chat! We're gonna be fucking rich! We are gonna be so rich. Oh fuck. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! Do I get to do another pyramid? If you get to the top of the pyramid, you get another one! I've won so much money! Oh shit. Okay. Oh, I'm so good at this! Holy shit, coggers! Okay. That's dangerous. Okay, risky move there. Ooh. No! I won 1490. Oh. Yes! Yes, affirm! Give me more money! Guys, maybe I should go to a real-life casino. Have you guys ever thought about that? Maybe I would do well at a real-life casino. I've never tried it. I always win. Maybe. Maybe not. Guys, I'm gonna be the next Trainwrecks. Okay. I'm gonna bet it all. I need to get the treasures of Egypt again. Go big or go home. Holy shit. I'm really good at this, you guys! I'm really fucking good at this! It feels better to do it with money you really need to, like tuition money. Yeah, I do really... No, I need 5 treasures of Egypt to get that. Is it gonna show me the rates? Is that gonna give me wild card? There we go. Hell yeah, brother. We're gambling with the grocery money. What the fuck was that noise? Oh, baby, you wanna leave? She's looking in the mirror. Hey, okay, I gotta let my cat out. She doesn't... Alright. Chat, can you watch this? Watch this next spin. Watch this next spin, okay? Make sure I get something good, okay? Watch this next spin for me. Did we win? Did we get big wins? Okay, 20 credits, you know what? Good job, chat. Thank you. I appreciate you guys watching my shit. Thank you, chat. I would make such a good kick streamer! God damn! I would be so good at this. Alright. We need to... Hey, yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys. I need to... fix my hair again. Usually I always have my hair, like, up and out of my face, but... now it's everywhere. It's everywhere right now. Wow, let's go! We got a little triple. We got a little triple going there. This is what I've been for. Can you bet higher than 9? No. Because you're betting for 9 different patterns or whatever. So that was 8. I just gotta... You can bet for a pattern on 9 different, like... Here. Like that. So this is what I'm betting on right now. I'm betting on every single pattern right now. So there's no other patterns for you to bet on. Like, there's nothing else possible to bet on. Alright. That's fine, I've got money. Give me the treasures. Give me the goddamn treasures. Ooh, I like the little, like, ooh. That sound effect that it gives you when one of the... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I need 5 of them. I'm not gonna quit until I get 5 of them. What was that noise? Alright, let's go! Focus up, chat. What the fuck?! Huge win! Oh my god! Oh my god! We are so good at this. What the fuck does a mouse in the Skinner box mean? Send my ass to Vegas. Send me to Vegas, please. Oh my god. Send me to Vegas. I need to get another wild card. Or Treasures of Egypt. Put me in the goddamn Treasures of Egypt and I will start killing people in-game. Hell yeah. I don't know what counts as getting rich in this, because I made the bet as, like, either I run out of money, or I get a shit ton of money. I guess. I feel like this counts as a shit ton of money. Maybe, like, 2K? With this kind of luck, you could... with this kind of luck, I could afford 2 Pokimane dates. I just show her how good I am at gambling, and then I gamble all of my savings away. I gamble all of my savings away for a date with Pokimane, and then, but she watches me gamble them, and she sees that I always win and I never lose, ever. Get it twisted. And she wants to date me and marry me, and we live happily ever after. And that's just gonna happen. I'm surprised it took this long for you to play regular slot machines on stream. This is the best thing ever! The only thing I wish I could do is bet real US dollars on this, but get it twisted. Gamble. Start gambling. Gambling is an investment, and an investment only. You will profit, you will win. You will do all of this. You understand? You will become a billionaire and rebuild your fucking life. No, guys. Save the get it twisted for when I get Treasures of Egypt, okay? Also, hello! Ninja Time 27. Hi! Save it for the big wins. This is a small win. These are baby wins, guys. This is like nothing. I wonder how rare getting a triple pyramid actually was. I don't know. If I kept clicking the right blocks, could I have done the pyramids infinitely? I need to see, like, what? So, like, this is, like, for the dogs. I can get rows of 3 of everything. What the fuck? I don't even know what spin reels is, just to do the slots, I guess. Oh, okay, I will ban this guy. Lock the fuck in, chat. I've already had to ban two people today, man. Are the children coming out today? Why are there children in my Twitch chat? Jade Emperor, please bless my slot machine slots. Rolls? Yeah! I prayed over that machine and gambled 500,000 SIGs before. That's why you're winning. Oh, thank you, man. I wouldn't be here without you, dude. I owe this to you. It's because I'm in just chatting, but I love being in just chatting. It's literally my favorite category of the stream too, because you can do anything in just chatting. I could fucking, I don't know, I can play Flash games. I can play gambling. I was his friend. Why wouldn't you add me on Snap? I can't. I don't have a Snapchat account. Well, I do, but I don't have Snapchat installed on my phone anymore. Because everybody knows that if you have Snapchat on your phone over the age of 21, you're a pedophile. Yeah, in the slop videos! Oh shit, we almost got the treasure of Egypt. Oh, I got the treasure of Egypt! I got beetles. I'm getting scarabs. Okay. Be careful. Oh, fuck you! Grim. Grim. Very grim, you guys. Very grim. It may be over for us. We didn't win big. Is this a cock edit? Let me look at it. Let me... Yeah, that's a cock edit. But it's censored, so it's okay. I don't have Snapchat, but I never really liked Snapchat. Everybody used it in high school, so I had it in high school, but I never really liked it because... Oh, shit! We get a second chance. Thank you, gracious Pharaoh. Damn it! I need a third chance. But I really didn't like Snapchat because it was like... I didn't like using Snapchat because I'm ugly. Well, I didn't like it because the messages disappear unless you save them, and when you save messages or whatever, because one of my friends, I had, me and her, we didn't like text, we only used Snapchat, so I set our conversation to be not go away as soon as you click off, but even when you set a conversation to not delete itself right after you click off of it, it'll only save it for 24 hours. And so I would always forget what I was talking about or something on Snapchat, so it was just kind of annoying to use, because I wouldn't, like, remember anything. Because the messages would go away as soon as I clicked off of them. Right? Sorry, that's my phone going off. What?! I remember people being obsessed with getting the highest streak on Snap. I had like a 2-year streak with like my best friend in high school. It was maybe it went to 3 years, but yeah, those are the OG streakers. We have cash, you guys. I'm rich as fuck right now. It doesn't matter, I can gamble whatever I want. I can gamble away whatever I want because I know in the end I'm always gonna win. Big wins. Streaks! I got another chance. Shit. Shit. Damn it! I didn't even win that much. We are not even at 2,000. We cannot stop until we hit 2,000. Treasures. I want treasures. Yeah, no, we have to grind until 2K. For sure. At the very least. Alright, there's a little something. Little something, okay? Nothing. Grim. Give me another one of these pyramid things. Oh, fuck! And the Pharaoh heard my pleas. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Get it twisted. Get it twisted, chat. Shit. Careful, Mia. Oh, don't destroy the pyramid, Mia. Oh, focus, Mia, focus! Okay, this is the most important moment of my life right now. Fuck! It's not enough. I need to win more. This isn't enough. I need to destroy the game. I need to destroy the game. I need to win credits until it cannot register me winning credits anymore. Chat. Holy fuck. This is so easy. Fact, gamblers always give up right before they hit it big. Which means I'm probably about to win like 10,000 instead of just 1,000. Looks like room for only 5 digits. Let's see. They're giving me dog shit because they want me to quit. They're trying to... What is the word? They're trying to make me not as... What is the word? What is the word? They're trying to discourage me from continuing. They're trying to discourage me, but they don't know that I'm a crazy gambler. They're trying to discourage me. Walk away, Mia. This is enough for your tuition. Please, Mia. You have a wife and kids to take care of. I actually saw a really funny clip. Hold on. Let me find it. I saw it on Twitter. It was about the one of the voice actors of the game. That wolf guy. Okay, I found it. It's the Chinese voice actor of the wolf guy gambling.
是不是最后还差一周啊？
什么鬼？
可恶的老比！
And he gets really bad luck.
这可真是太有趣儿了。好。
愿您宽恕这份罪孽，赞颂这份忠诚。
I actually haven't played this game at all yet.
总觉得心里空落落的。
你刚才是不是差点点错了？妈妈爸，
儿子，爸爸对不起你。
我把你的奶粉钱给你花。
我把你的奶粉钱给花了。
That's what would happen. That's what would happen if I was a parent. Okay, I would spend all of the money. See, look, it's Pokimane is trending right now. Holy fuck. Least addicted gacha player. Dude, I don't know. It's crazy to me when I see, like, because I know it happened in Genshin. It happened with one of the Genshin. Hold on. There was a... Yeah, it happened. This is like a really long video, but it happened with one of the... With one of the Genshin... With one of the Genshin voice actors also did that. Like, kept trying to pull to get the character they voiced. And, like, just had the most dog shit luck. I like that gambling. Gambling is like, let's go to the end to where he gets the character. Gambling and despair from gambling is such a universal thing. I want you guys to know, I am going to be doing the Chinese New Year Arknights gacha pulls on stream because I have to do it on stream. I don't know how much money I'm gonna spend on it, but just to be safe, I have to do the gacha pulls on stream. But that's gonna be in like 2 weeks, and that's gonna be me. And I'll start crying in Chinese. I'll start crying in Chinese for you guys. I fucking love the voice. But I just I love gacha games, you guys. I love gambling. You have to do the entire stream in Chinese to increase your pull luck. It literally is. So bright. Sorry, guys. Like I said, no, I don't want Summon Simulator. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? I don't want to do Summon Simulator. I don't want to do Summon Simulator, but I guess I have to go to the event. I have to go to the Chinese event list. The Sanrio. Oh my god! She's so sexy, guys. Holy shit. Abby really likes this character. Okay, no, oh yeah, okay. Hold on. Let me give you guys your points. You guys, I think we won big. We won big. This is a win for Yes Affirm. We won big, I'm gonna say. She's so sexy, guys. Jesus Christ. Who gave you the right? Who gave her the right to look like that? Jesus Christ. It's just that easy. You're broke now. Well, I should have believed. Should have believed. Here. I like this guy. This is the guy I was talking about. This is the guy I was talking about the other day. But this is the girl! This is the one that I pull for. This is the one that I pull for. That I will pull for, this girl. She's very beautiful. We can watch the Billy re-upload. We can watch the re-upload. This is Chinese as fuck, you guys. And loud. Wow, look how pretty she is. This is Chinese, you guys. And that's what I love about it. Wow, it's a farm now! This is what that Wonder Bread guy likes. Wow, what is that twink doing here? Get out of my video. Get out of my video. I don't want twinks here. I want sexy girls. Uh-oh, guys. It's got demons. There's demons in the plants. Man, stream! Wow. Ew, so nasty. Because her whole thing is like growing plants. That's what that character's whole thing is like she grows plants real good. It's so Chinese, man. I love it. Look at how beautiful she is. Oh my god. She's flat-chested. She's a flat-chested Onesan, man. There's not a lot of those out there. You will never find... She's like an immortal girl and she's flat-chested, but she's not a loli. Do you know how rare that is? She's literally me, guys. And she's making the plants grow. Yay! They're all happy again. Look at how cute she is! Look at how cute she is! And she's in China, too. She lives in China. So, basically, I need her. Basically, I need her. Really bad. I need her really bad. See, the banner is her and the twink. That nasty little twink. But she's limited and the nasty little twink isn't. What the hell? Go to... there we go. Look at how cute she is! I need her so bad. And she's not released on global yet, so I can't even read up on her lore without like MTLing it. Like, this is all of the character lore. This is all the character lore. It's only in fucking Chinese because she hasn't released on any other server. And so I don't know. I don't want to MTL it and like not read it properly and have it like fuck up the translation a little bit so I wouldn't understand it properly, but like it's all in Chinese! I want her more than Pokimane. Yes. Maybe. Maybe. Anyways, I have to wait though. But I want you guys to know, chat. I've farmed all of her upgrade. I've farmed like all of her upgrade materials. But the thing is, I've never played with her, so I don't know what skill to spec into. But I have all of her, like, all of her chips, all of her chippies. Here, this. I have all of her chippies, all of the money. I have all of the money, all of the XP, which is a fuck ton, by the way. I had to farm for, like, a week. But I have her yellow things and her purple things and her chippies. She's coming home whether she likes it or not. I think the spark, I can spark, if I don't get her from the gacha, I can spark her at 300 pulls, and it would not be the first time I've gone to 300 pulls on a limited banner. Because that's how I sparked my very, very sexy and beautiful wife. My beautiful and sexy wife. I actually had to spark this character. I've never pulled her in a gacha before. I had to spark her. And I'm gonna buy this as soon as it comes out, but I forgot this skin right now. I hate sparking in gacha, man! It makes me feel so depressed. It doesn't feel like a win. It doesn't feel like a win because it's not like you get the character from the gacha. I have to click out of the gacha, see that I've pulled on the gacha X amount of times, and then go to the store and buy the character. It feels so depressing, man. It feels so fucking sad. Oh shit, I just elbowed my mic. Sorry, guys. It feels really sad. I actually thought about too. This is a character that I don't have. She's so pretty. She's not limited or anything. But I don't have her. I don't have her. And she just got a new skin on the global server that makes her such a cute little witch girl. It makes her a freaking Halloween witch girl. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? I know! So I want to buy the skin because I think she's gonna have a rerun soon. I don't know. I don't know if she's gonna have like a, her banner's gonna rerun or if it's only her event that reruns. Okay, see. She does have a rerun. Well, this is one that just never went to... Or, no. This one just wasn't updated, I think. Well, there's no way, because this... We had this event. We had this event, but we didn't have this one. But she's really sexy, and she's gonna be on a banner in, like, October or November. She's gonna be on a banner in, like, November, too. And then I have to commit suicide because I want you guys to understand, chat. I've been talking about this limited banner, this Chinese New Year banner. Okay, I've been talking about this one. I've been talking this one up. But there's this banner. There's a filler after it. There's a really big... The Rainbow Six limited collab banners are coming back. So 2 limited banners. And then whatever, just a few fillers. And then 1, 2, this is like a month worth of fillers. And then another limited banner. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 limited banners in the span of like 3 months. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure Reed should have a rerun soon. But yeah. And then I want this guy too. And then there's gonna be this guy too. He's so cool looking, man. Damn. This guy is cool. I bet Hina would like him. Let's see how old he is. He's like busted as fuck too. The only limited 6 I don't have in the whole game is Ash. Dude, I'm just gonna have to wail, I think. Let's see. Wait, somebody translated it? No. These are just his skills. Tell me how old he is. How old is this man? I have to see how old he is before I can start sending him. I don't know if he's infertile. Probably. Okay. Okay, the translation is not very good. It's not like the best. I can read it, but it's not the best translation. How old is Arknights? I think it's 4 years old. I think 2020, I think was when it came to global. I think. The game's been The game's been going for a while. Alright, let's read this. Well, this is just gonna say he's not infected, so I don't really need to read that. Okay, let's see if we can translate this. Let's see what it tells us. Uh-oh. That's a big devil. Scarthy? Okay. 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 Well, you can kind of, if you know all of the characters' names, you can kind of tell. And if you know all of the locations... If you know all of the characters and the location, it's not the best. It's not the best. Also, welcome back, Lucas! It's not the best. It's not the best. I don't want to wait for these, but look at how badass he is. Man. I like the Abyssal Hunters. They're my favorite. They're my favorite. These are my favorite characters. Why? Why could these possibly be my favorite character? I have no idea. Not Andriana, shut the fuck up. Why I have no idea why these would all be my favorite characters. The ones that only have white hair and red eyes. Yeah, I don't know. Look at how sexy she is. No, look at, she's so sexy. Look at how sexy she is. Wait, I have this skin. I have this skin for her and I love it so much! I love it so much, man. I love it so much. I have that skin. I really want this skin, though. And I have this skin for, Spectre. I don't have regular Spectre skin. And I like, want to kill myself because I didn't buy this skin. But this one is way better, so I'm not kicking myself too hard for not buying, her vampire-ass skin. Cause, damn, look at her thighs, man! Chinese really like white hair. Unironically, they do. There's, like, so many, characters from, like, Chinese media that have white hair. I also, like... What else? Website, stop doing that! Sometimes I just have to, like, reload it a few times for it to work. I'm so fucking... Oh. No, they don't have it here yet. They haven't been updating the website, and it's been pissing me off so bad. They have not been updating the website. Because they had, like, a big problem with, like, the hosting thing or some shit. Like, they had to remake the website in, like, a week. So it hasn't been updated recently. But... She's gonna get the Hello Kitty! Yeah, Game Press had tech issues. Yeah. They had to, like, they had to fix a lot of shit. Man. She's so cute, bros. She's so cute, bros. Oh my god. Oh, she's so cute. Ah! Oh my god. Her freaking drones have bows and angel wings on them, you guys. God damn it. What is there not to like? I actually really like her summer skin, because in her summer skin, her drones are watermelon slices. They're like watermelon slices, and it's so fucking cute to see her in-game with them. I love it. I love it, man. She's so cute. Let's see all the popular operators. I also want to kill myself because I never got her. I never got the monster. I wasn't playing when the Monster Hunter collab happened. Which sucks because this is like fucking S+ tier unit. This is like an insanely good unit. Oh my god, hi Magic! This is like an insanely good unit, and it's limited because it's a collab. But if they're rerunning the R6 banners, which I had thought when I started playing, because I started playing like 2 years ago, and I didn't get them. I thought the R6 thing was like a one and done. The banners were never ever gonna rerun, so hopefully they rerun this one too, because not only, yes, she is sexy. She is sexy. She's also very, very good in game. Very meta. They have too many sexy girls. Like, I actually don't know what to do. They have too many sexy girls. Not that one. I actually have this. I don't know how I got this. I think I had to buy it, like, with real life money. But I do have it because I really like Chen. Chen is my mommy that hits me. Chen is mommy dummy that beats me when she gets angry. Yeah, I paid money for this. She hits me when she gets mad. But this is my favorite Chen skin. If you really like all of them and you spend money... Actually, no! If I'm gonna give you my top five... Because... I will not spend money on all of them. I actually, if you guys didn't know, I held back, actually. I have to make sure this doesn't, like, go through my, like, login shit. I actually held back. I really like Surtur, but I didn't buy it! And I really like Dusk, but I didn't buy it. So actually, I do hold myself back sometimes. I hold myself back sometimes. Okay, if I'm gonna give top 5, definitely Ling. It was in a $30 pack. Well, I bought it. And you know what? The Exia skin that was also only in a $30 pack, I bought it. I bought it. I paid for that one. I paid for that one. This is, without a doubt, her best skin. 100%. This is her best skin. You guys can say whatever you want, which, by the way, I'm gonna get this. Whenever they ship out my merch, because I paid money, I bought the fucking online stuff. Whenever they ship this out, I'm gonna, I don't know. I don't know. She's so, yeah, but we don't get actually KFC. Yeah, so the skin that I'm gonna get is gonna look just like this, but it's not gonna say KFC. It's not gonna say KFC. I don't know if they're gonna keep the hamburgers. Oh, I saw something about, oh, Hina. Hina. You would like this guy. Hold on. What is... Can I just start? Ah! The website go down all the time. There. I think you would like this guy, Hina. I think you would like him. I don't know if he's infertile though, but he's old. He's old. And he's got a sword. I think all of the Abyssal Hunters are infertile. That's my... Oh, because of their... Because of, you know, because of the work they do. I don't know. I just kind of get the idea that they're all infertile. Probably. Except for, Sculptor, because I'm gonna put babies in her. Because I'm actually gonna get her pregnant myself. But everybody else, I think, is infertile. What if they can make seaborn babies? No, I think they're all infertile. If anything, the biggest contender for infertile, she's too old to have babies. But Spectre is 100% infertile. 100%. I don't... Is anybody gonna fight me on that? Does anybody have the Arknight's lore knowledge to fight me on that? She's infertile for sure. Guys, why are there random people coming in my chat? Why are there random people coming in my chat and posting links so much today? Is it because I was playing slot machines? This is literally the third person to do that, man. Bad luck. The just chatting curse. Does that mean I need to boot up Factorio or some shit? One of them just wanted to DM me. No, they wanted to see if their friend... Hello? Wow! This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I need to put Mari on this shit. I think she would love it, you guys. Wow, how did I win so much? 5 credits from that. 25 credits from that. Oh, 100 credits. Oh shit, that was a full row. Okay, hell yeah. We're gonna hit 3K. 3K, boys. I wanna do... Okay, we hit 3K. Is it gonna save my progress? It saves my progress! Holy shit, let's play Prosperous Fortune. 26 lines. This one sucks. Ooh. There's no soul in this one. And I started with 3K in this one. Wait, does it carry over my... Wait, did it actually carry over my credits? Oh my god, it carries over credits for each one. Holy shit. How much would a date with Mia go for? $500,000. Dude. The 500K, dude, these are, man. Man, you, me, Pokey chained together. $5, $500,000. What do people really want? People want Pokimane. Literally no other bid has gone up except for Pokimane. The people want Pokimane sex. Can we just make today be a gambling stream? I actually wanted to watch the new Seth video. But I didn't want to react to Andy. It was back down to 50K a few minutes ago. But that still means there's a legitimate bid for 50K. Okay, TNT, let's see what we get. Whoa! Nothing. Dog shit. I'll buy you the $5 meal deal from McDonald's, take it or leave it. I like the biggie bags from Wendy's more. But I think I would throw up if I ate a fast food burger right now. You know, sometimes you can just be in the mood for something, you can just, like, not be in the mood for something. I'm just, like, really not in the mood for fast food burger. I think I would throw up if I ate one. Okay. Hell yeah! How about a glow stick? We're gonna be so rich, chat. Well, now that I know it carries over my currency, there's no, like... There's not, like, high stakes for any of this, you know? I can do whatever I want because I'll always have thousands of credits. I think we chose the best strat by going for the Pharaoh's Curse. What is it called? Treasures of Egypt. I think we made a good choice going for the Treasures of Egypt because this one is easy. How much money would you pay to meet Gwimbly? How much were his cameos? Like $5? They're different skins for the same thing. No, they're different. They have different mechanics. You're gonna tell me in the Chinese prosperity slot machine I'm gonna have to climb up an Egyptian pyramid? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Alright, we have to get back. Whoa, I'm losing money. I'm losing money. Whoa! Not anymore, baby. Treasures of Egypt! Damn it! This sucks. I got too cocky, but now we're back to 3K. What other slot machines do you guys have? The Tropical Safari, the Candy Store, Bonus Land, and 10X. Bet max. Wait, you can only bet 3 coins at a time? Okay, that's stupid. I want to bet 1,000,000. I want to bet 1,000 at a time. But these just have to promote these stupid... Let's do video poker. Oh. Oh, shit. Max bet. No. Okay, how do I go? Yo! Yo! This is so easy! Oh my god, this is so easy! Everything in moderation? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm playing Balatro. I can't. I'm telling you guys, send me to Vegas and I will come back rich. I will come back rich and I will pay for every single one of you guys to get a BBL. Okay. I'll pay for every single one of you guys to get a BBL. Let's try the party. Birthday party. This is the same thing. It's the same thing. Okay, lock in. Balatro. Focus up, chat. Uh-oh. What just happened? Hello? My display capture turned off. Hello? Just trust me on this one, chat. Just trust me on this one. We're about to see the best plays known to man. I'm going to Vegas in less than a week. Dude, can I get a yes affirm in chat for Grug? Are you actually going to go to Vegas? Re-rolls the boss. Can you trade my BBL for a chiseled jawline surgery? Well, it's like more expensive. Guys! Guys, this is so fucking easy, unironically. Guys. Why am I even bothering playing this fucking game? This game is so fucking easy. Let's do, discard all of these. Dude, this is nothing. This game is too easy, chat. I don't want to play it. This game is too easy. I wish you would. This game is fun. Dude, but I have such good luck in online gambling. Let's play the Safari. Play 9 lines. 3 chili peppers. Wait, what? This is Mexican. What? Did I click on the wrong slot machine? This is a Mexican slot machine. Okay. No, this is the Tropical Safari, I guess. Okay, well, let's see if we can get a tropical... A spin?! I need to get the spins. I need to get the spin. I need to spin. I need to spin. I need to spin. I need to spin. Alright, we're gonna go broke on this one. I don't give a fuck. I need to see what the Tropical Safari and the spin does. Lock the fuck in, you guys. Oh, shit! Give me that! I like the subtle Splatoon music in the background. Give me my spins! Okay, let's look up wheel spin gambling. Wait, isn't that, what is that one called? That's roulette, right? A gambling wheel on Amazon? No, online free. Online. An online casino. Is this a casino? This is a casino. This is a casino. How? I think it... I don't know if I can play the casino, like, on the casino website, but, like, without spending my money? I don't know if it's TOS, so I don't want to gamble too hard and break the fucking TOS, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, but what we can do, actually? Hold on, what we can do, chat. Seth posted a new video. Dude, we're like locking in. Dude, there's like, okay, don't look. There's gonna be gay sex on the screen. Don't look. I know you're looking. I'm gonna watch the Seth video and then we can play Factorio. Fuck you guys! We're playing Factorio today! Can I play casino simulators on Steam? Well, is it like... Is the casino there? Is there like a casino element? Like it will cost money? We're watching Seth. Shut the fuck up. Why is Seth popular with VTubers, motherfucker? Well, I don't know. That might be a coincidence, but... I like Seth in the normal sense. Look at this. You're gonna tell me I'm a Zoomer and I shouldn't enjoy this? It's literally got Germa and Mr. Beast. You're gonna tell me I'm not supposed to like this as a Zoomer? Yeah, he's a shit poster.
Woke up in a feverish sweat. It was another one of those nights. I had the same nightmare. Walt Disney let their intellectual property go into public domain. I felt
His
sick.
editing is just so fucking funny. I don't know how you can not like him. Also, hi, Cheesecake. Guys, let me know if I should set this 4chan. He's a 4chaner, really? So Pippaverse perverts. Are you calling me a Pippaverse pervert? Hey, I don't take kindly to that title.
Vomit made me think of Pepsi, so I held it in. My diabetes was acting up. Pacemaker says I'm dangerously close to dropping below type 2. I needed something to calm my nerves. A Krispy Kreme, Coke Vanilla, and a needle full of heroin. Just what the doctor ordered. I think we communicate.
What game is he reviewing? Chat, what game is he reviewing?
It through several
The
languages.
thing with Seth videos is I can watch them through and not know what
barriers somewhere between
and not
the
know what
Aramaic
game he's
and
reviewing.
clerical Hebrew.
It
can't
doesn't
help but
fucking
think
matter what
we lost
game he's
something in
reviewing. I'm not gonna
translation.
know. They're gonna
Lighting a
circumcise him
cigarette
now.
against the pregnant darkness. I go for a walk. I'm cutting down, which is why I cut off the filter. Like a dog to a mute stomach, I send the tobacco a
Oh, did I
clear
turn it up
message.
for you guys?
I trust you. People pass by as I log into my Twitter alt and
It's
send out a credible
Crawley!
threat
I love
to a
Crawley.
Minecraft
Holy
YouTuber.
shit, I
For
love
some of
Crawley.
us, it's not about the recognition. It's about doing our part. This is a city that never sleeps. Once I saw a man standing off the side of a pier.
Wait, is
tears
this the
rolling
game?
down his eyes as he told me, I can't trust anyone.
It
That's
reminds
why
you of
I
Reggie?
arrived
I like him
myself." He
too.
auto-filleted himself on the spot and rolled away like a meat-powered wheel. Never did catch his
So
name.
was that-
Scammers,
is
tricks,
this the
open
game?
source
Is that the game in the
developers.
background?
I've seen some sick things in my time. My Kaizen V-Love Plus implant can instantly sniff out if someone's an incel or in a committed polycule. But more importantly, if they have any spare change, I don't beg for
I'm
money. I just
hustle-pilled.
ask 19 times and that's it. My
They have
name is Seth
similar
Seantank, private
inflections in their
investigator,
voices. Yeah,
professional
I
gangsta.
like the way he talks. I really like the way he talks.
And this is my office for the next 50 minutes. After that, I gotta
the
buy
fuck?
something. Why
Oh,
am
the
I
video's
telling
only
you all
12
this?
minutes long.
Because together, we're gonna clean up these streets. Hey gang, sorry, I've been distracted. I kept staying up late playing Once Human, an all-new free-to-play post-apocalyptic
This
open
is
world
his
survival
ad.
game
This is his
releasing
ad, right?
July 9th. The game takes place after a cosmic invasion has permanently transformed our world
I'll play the
into the
sub
world
ad
of Skibbity
because-
Toilet. This is not a joke. You'll be fighting every Z-list creepypasta from Siren Head to a refrigerator to an overly aggressive school bus. Everyday
His
objects
ads are funny.
no longer your friend.
No,
and you will
he
die
just
at the
loves
hands of
this
a Funko
awesome
Pop.
game.
However, some of these deviations can be tamed to help you fight, craft, and survive. This is Pokemon
What?
through the lens of a man addicted to fentanyl. There's base building with full
Oh my
creative
God, it's
freedom and
Fortnite!
PvP with up to 4,000 gamers in a single server. As absurd as this sounds, it's a lot of fun. I
You know
captured
what?
the bees,
He's-
and now it pollinates my crops. The Semitic capitalist fears the self-sufficient rice farmer. And if you're interested, you can download the game on Steam using my link in the description below.
But yeah, this looks good, you guys.
Hey people.
Oh my
Seth
God.
here.
These are those fucking AI generated videos. Did you guys see the one of like the 9+10 kid? The 9+10 kid where somebody comes up behind him and he turns around and it's like all AI generated? I love that. Hold on, we're watching it again. We're watching that clip again.
Hey people. Seth here. Shadows of Doubt takes place in an alternate timeline where Ronald Reagan was crushed to death by his karmic debt. Thankfully, our new president, the Coca-Cola Company, has continued his righteous task of filling ghettos with crack cocaine. Unfortunately, the definition has expanded. You are the ghetto. Tensions are high.
What the
Crime
fuck
is
was that
rampant. The
picture?
only true justice is in the shadows. The shadows of doubt. But I doubt that. I checked the shadows. You know what I found? Me stealing your diamonds, battering your wife, and reporting you for domestic abuse. It's nothing personal. I just need
Wait.
a higher social credit score so I can
Wait, you can do that? Wait, I might actually have to play this game. You can beat people's wives and frame them for beating their wives and send them to jail.
get out of this hellhole. The actual game is, on
They
its
set
face, a
Markiplier
detective
on
simulator.
fire.
What's it simulating? Everything. Starting a new game generates an entire city, populates it with citizens that each have their own jobs, relationships, hobbies, and of
What?
course, homicidal fantasies. Murder is like romance in a male prison. It requires a perpetrator and a victim, and everything in between is a trail of clues left in their wake. Your job is to follow those clues, find the perp, and bring them to justice. Trademark. Brought to you by American Spirit, premium quality organic tobacco. So grab your trench coat, scoop out your
I
cone
love
cells
hitting
with a spoon,
women.
and let's get to work. Step 1. We need to break into the crime scene and steal everything. It's what the victim would have wanted.
I like the
After
sound
that, we
effects
can
that
start
it
looking
uses,
for
man.
clues. Who died? How did they die? And when did they become dead? Make sure to get their prints while you're going through their wallet for loose change. Did they live alone? If not, find their partner's fingerprints. NPCs aren't programmed to have friends. The only time they physically meet another person is to be murdered. So any unknown fingerprint is definitely the killer. Look around for anything they might have
Wait,
touched
guys, I
during
kind of
entry
want
or
to
escape.
play
Doorknobs,
this
light
game.
switches, the inside of a woman's toilet bowl. Anything is possible. Did the killer leave a murder weapon or drop a calling card? We did the easy part. It only gets harder from here. But first, the case board. As
Wait,
you work
Northern
through a
Lion
case,
played
you
it
can
on
pin
stream
any
too?
relevant information to the board. As you collect more evidence, the
This
game
looks
will
like
automatically
this
draw
looks like
links
you need to
between
use
existing
your
information.
brain.
You can make diligent notes,
It's
use
jank.
color-coded threads, and organize
think
every
jank
possible
gives
lead.
games
Or you can
soul.
do none of that and pin random shit together and follow your schizophrenia. I can't solve this mystery on the physical plane. I need crystal meth to go to Hyperborea and ask Yakub directly. And when you're done playing arts and crafts in an active crime scene, we can start looking for leads, check for handwritten notes, break into their computer and check for emails, open their address
Oh my
book,
God,
see
like
if they made
Fallout.
any recent calls. Now, it's about lunchtime.
Oh,
but
he
we
was
gotta get our
sponsored
hands
to play it
dirty
and hasn't
first.
played it
Find
since
the
then.
landlord's
Oh,
office,
well, I mean, that
break
makes
in,
sense.
check their files on
I don't
every
know
tenant,
anybody
then
that's
break
played
into their
it- that's
computer and
been
check the
sponsored to play a
CCTV.
game
Every security
and
camera
has
in the game
continued
takes
to play the
photos
game
every
on
few
stream
minutes.
after their
Every
sponsor
image showing a
ends.
person gets saved to a 24-hour buffer, so you want to get to it as soon as you can. As you go through the footage, you should recognize every tenant. So print out anyone unknown, anyone who went near the victim's house, and anyone remotely suspicious. All right, now we can go to lunch. Now we have plenty of leads to follow
Oh my
up. We
God,
need to
they
find
had so
each
much
potential suspect
Coca-Cola!
and cross-reference
It's like
their
Hitman
information.
where it
Look,
could need
I'd love
strategy,
to
but
keep
you
holding
could
your
also
hand,
just
but I
unga
can't.
bunga.
Each case is unique, so the
I
best way
kinda
to
wanna
explain the game
play
is to tell you what I've
Hitman,
been through.
a
The first
Hitman
time I ever
game.
played this game, I ignored all the instructions, opened a fridge, and ate raw pork. I got so nauseous I couldn't answer the
Oh
telephone
my
and spent the next
guts.
10 minutes battling with the controls to try get in bed to sleep off of food poisoning. This was the tutorial, so the phone kept ringing the entire time. Then I talked to a random civilian, my hand slipped, and I accidentally tried to arrest him. Like hell you are, he said, before shooting me in the face. At this point, I was captivated. Because this game simulates a few hundred people at any given time, they're all quite stupid. Hey, buddy, I'll pay you $100 to fuck off and let me trash your apartment.
I suppose so.
I'll just go back to sleep. Wait, did you just shoot someone? You just shot someone. I apologize. This usually never happens. This town has the collective IQ of a developmentally challenged toddler, so the optimal playstyle is to be an antisocial menace. Sure, the game has stealth mechanics like
Wait,
alarm
can you
systems,
just
air
kill
ducts,
everybody
and
yourself?
lockpicking, but I don't have time for that. Hello, ma'am. Have you seen anyone suspicious? Uh-huh. Here, take this. Upgrades come in the form of sync
They
discs,
pay
which
you for
alter
the
your genetics to
Coca-Cola
become a better
cans?
fighter, better lover, and most importantly, a better consumer of starch cola. You're supposed to earn them from side jobs until you learn of a more effective method called beating the shit out of your neighbors and breaking into their safe. To top it all off, there's no long-term penalty for crime. Every exterior door is linked to a complex series of tubes that detects when I leave a building, sending out a pre-recorded YouTube apology that makes the population forget my actions. I could be caught on 4K murdering several people with a sword, but the instant I go outside, I'm a changed man. If you want something, take it, run away, and come back like nothing ever happened.
Wait,
Between
this looks
and the
good.
dirt cheap price of food and utilities, you can easily cover all your expenses by committing more
This
crime
looks
than
good
you
as
actually
fuck,
solve.
actually,
The
you
only
guys.
real use for money is buying property and playing with the bizarrely detailed furnishing system. And once you've played enough to create the
What?
ultimate male living space, you're ready to metagame. You see,
That's
murders
how I
have
live.
a cooldown between solving a case and a new murder happening. Sleeping will pass the time and gives a speed buff when you wake up.
That's
so
how my
you
living
hop in
space
bed,
looks.
goon for 36 hours straight, and when you get a new murder notification, hop out of bed, break your own window, and plummet 20 stories to the streets below, which we survive because we're genetically modified to be immune to fall damage. Now you can use well rested to sprint to the crime scene while chugging your morning coffee. This is not only faster than the cops, it's often faster than the killer. Of course, the way you're meant to pass time between cases is side
You
jobs.
can
Think
catch
of
the
each one
killer
as a
before
sort
they
of mini
leave the
case
crime
with limited
scene?
information. Because
Dude,
some
this looks
information is
fucking
more helpful
peak.
than others, the difficulty is completely random. Oh, you want me to steal from someone, but you only know his phone number? That's easy. I can just call the number and check the call box to see where it was routed to. Oh, he's on the floor below. We take those. But what about this one? I've only got his first initial, fingerprint, build, and blood type. Oh yeah, very helpful. At this point, you may as well
You
tell
need
me
to
I'm
bleed
looking for a
out every
circumcised
person
male
on the
in a small
street.
town of New York. I could just go through the phone book for every name with the same initial, but I've got an even better idea. Go to City Hall and open up the government database. This has records of every single
You
citizen
can
in the
just
game.
go to the
You're meant to type at least
database!
2 characters to get any results, but this includes space. Naturally, everyone has a last name, so everyone has space and a letter in their name. Now you can go through the entire database in alphabetical order and print out every single person's information. Eventually, whatever case you had will just solve itself. But we're not done. If you have the mental fortitude to sit there for a real-life half hour, congratulations, you just ruined the game. Now your character will solve cases the nanosecond you get them. Okay. Okay, so the victim was poisoned by a stalker neighbor for not loving her enough, but the victim did manage to get a shot off before expiring. She can't go to the hospital, so she's probably limping home as we speak. That took less than 2 minutes. Personally, I don't use the government database. I get
I
my
wanna use
evidence
the
the
government
old-fashioned
database,
way,
man. That
following
sounds
a woman home to
badass.
her place of residence and hiding inside her septic tank until I expire. When they discover my body, the police will do the rest. One time, I checked the victim's work computer and realized she cheated on her husband at the hotel he works at while he was visiting his sick mother.
What?
Oh, that sounds like a motive. I paid him a visit, and bingo, he's not cooperating. Silence is violence, and only
Send
the
him to
guilty refuse the
jail!
law. So I did what any ethical private eye would do: follow him into the bathroom and beat the shit out of him. Oh, he didn't do it. In hindsight, he was probably just rude to me because I had the same social credit as the homeless man
Dude,
I
this looks
shanked on the
fucking
way to work.
peak!
Embarrassed, I resorted to using the method real cops use to catch killers. I sit on my ass eating donuts and wait for them to kill again, hoping the next murder is easier to solve. 11 donuts in, I get a notification. Rush to the scene of a crime, and on my way there... Yeah, turns out it was just their IT guy who murdered her for being dead weight at her own company. In summary, there's a lot of jank in this game. Things will
Dude,
glitch
that
and
looks
break.
fucking
Glass rockets
awesome!
will randomly
This
deny
looks
service
fucking
even if you give the right
awesome!
password. And sometimes, all the foot traffic causes a congestion where everyone gets stuck on the same staircase, and the only way to free them is by throwing hammers in their face. But for a game made by a small team of Albanian immigrants on the budget of a kidney stone, it's really impressive.
It
There's
was
no
made
other
by
game that
4
captures the
Albanian
ambience
children
of
and a
living in
kidney
modern-day
stone.
Shanghai, slurping my MSG noodles as I
I
listen
need to see
to
how
the soft
expensive this
drizzle
game
of
is
acid
right
rain.
now.
Many games struggle with
What is this
procedural
called?
generation.
Shadows of
Generally,
Doubt.
I don't even like it. It's just another buzzword for infinite slop. But Shadows of
I
Doubt
love
succeeds
infinite slop.
because it creates nonsense. And because true crime will always be more bizarre than any simulation, the situations it creates are not only compelling, they're believable. And remember, Once Human launches on July 9th. Download the game for free right now. As
Chat,
always, more
it's,
content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members
It's
of the
$20.
Merchants
Should
Guild
I do it?
generously funding and bankrolling these videos.
It's
You're all
$20. Should I do
truly
it? Could I get a
wonderful.
1 in
Have
chat
a
if I
good
should
one.
do it and a 2 in chat if I shouldn't do it?
Hey people.
Ah!
Seth
Seth
here.
is here.
Humanity. One day.
Stop it, Seth. I don't have time for you. I always have time for you.
There is an unwritten rule enshrined in the YouTube landscape. You
Do it.
must.
Wait, use this code and get a discount? Wait, what? I can actually get a discount with this code? No, this is his... No! This is his Once Human thing, not Shadows of Doubt. He usually has a code. Let him cook. Yeah, that's the one's dog shit code. Let this man cook. Let me turn on my display capture and see if this like links to something that's already got a code. No, it just goes to the thing. You know what, chat? I'll pay $20 for it. I don't care. You guys, okay. We'll play another video if you want to look to find a code for it. We'll watch this
There is
video.
an unwritten rule enshrined.
It's 14.69 on Fanatical. Well, sometimes it's just like too time consuming to actually find the
Love India because no matter how powerful
this
or
is about
self-important
India?
you feel as a YouTuber, you bow to the same tech center in New Delhi and you live by their mercy because with a single click,
Okay, we're
Rakesh
watching
and
this video
Tajit
while I
can
download the
evaporate
fucking
your entire
detective
existence.
game, okay?
My channel is firmly aligned with Lord Ganesha and the Indian people. For your tech support is now your tech master. Hey people, Seth here. Warlords Battle Cry Free is a 20-year-old fantasy RTS that I've been psyoped into playing. Appropriately, we'll be playing
It's
this
20
on my
years
laptop,
old!
which may
I'm
be
installing
described
the
as
game
a
right now.
haphazard collection
It's
of
only
live
1
wires that'll
gigabyte. It's
shock
gonna
you
take 5
if you ever
seconds
touch
to
the top
install.
of it. But personally, I like to call it rustic. Many years ago, it stopped
So no
working until I dug up the
maybe
instruction manual
factorial
and
after I
ripped out
dick
the
around in the
thermal
detective
sensor.
game.
This is incredibly safe. Don't let the warped Avril Lavigne and Eminem stickers tell you otherwise. It can no longer support a battery, and I jury-rigged a new power switch because I broke the old one. But hey, it's got excellent airflow, and the exposed left speaker is a fun and entertaining fidget toy for all to enjoy. Just as long as
I know Seth doesn't show his face in his videos. Is he the one that is like a fucking scientist or some shit outside of YouTube? Is he the one that's like a scientist? Or is that somebody else? He's a doctor. He used to work in he's a doctor.
you don't move it,
That's
touch
crazy.
it, and whatever you do, don't
He's a cancer,
put it on your lap,
he's a
because that's how you
cancer
get
research
burns.
doctor,
It's a piece
dude.
of
What
shit
the fuck?
that served me well. You know what else has served me well? My
He actually
sponsor,
cured
who keeps
cancer.
rewriting all of my lines. Hey gang, tell me something.
That's actually
Do you
true.
like
That's actually true. Actually, my grandma had cancer and then she got it removed. That doctor was Seth. Was Seth. It was him.
being
This
spied
is
on,
real and
being
true.
watched,
And then he
having
invented
every single
cancer
move you
too.
make cataloged and sold off to the highest
He
bidder
invented
sound
cancer too
familiar.
because
It
he didn't
should,
think we
because if
deserved
you're
to live.
located in
What?
the land of the free, home of a
Reddit.
familiar. It should, because if you're located in a land of the free,
Reddit!
home of the prophets, that's right, the US of A, that's exactly what your ISP is doing right now. It's true, your star-spangled corporate overlords are actually allowed to store logs of every website you visit, and it is their legal right to sell
I
your
knew
data
that.
to anyone.
I
That's
knew
why
that. Your
I use
ISP
ExpressVPN.
Your ISP knows what porn websites you guys go to, chat. Did you know that? Cause like that's like how the government gets your, I don't know. Like if you go on illegal websites or some shit, that's how the government knows, because your ISP stores all that information. Also, good night, Patrick! Thank you for hanging out with us, I really appreciate it!
And reroutes your internet connection through their secure encrypted
use a normal
servers, so
website
your
for your
internet
porn then?
provider, Uncle
Whoa,
Sam,
what is
or your
that?
own local elected officials can't see or log what you do online. Now, I know what you're thinking. No, not that. A new problem. What's stopping the VPN from logging your data instead? I'll tell you.
Wait, this is his fucking ad. This is his fucking ad. Dude. Seth ads are good as fuck, you guys. I can watch his ad for a solid minute and not realize I'm watching
Many
the ad.
VPNs claim to
because
have
he's
a no
funny.
logs policy, but then get caught logging their customers' data.
'Cause he's funny.
ExpressVPN
He's
is the
funny.
only VPN I can trust because they use trusted server technology. In
But
fact,
I'm
they
not
were the
going
first
to buy
major
your
VPN to have
VPN,
servers
Seth.
that
I'm
run
not gonna do
entirely
it.
off RAM, making it impossible for them to
I'm
log
not
your
gonna
data. But
get
why take my word for it?
ExpressVPN.
ExpressVPN is so confident in their
ExpressVPN,
no logs claim,
NordVPN,
they
none of
even
that
had one
shit.
of the
I'm
world's
not getting
biggest
it,
assurance
man.
firms, PricewaterhouseCoopers, audit their privacy policy and server technology. Now that's
Okay.
what I call integrity.
Okay,
Stop
smiling
those
so
pesky
happy.
loggers in their tracks and download ExpressVPN today and
No.
visit expressvpn.com
No.
/Seth to find out how you can get 3 months for free. Also, turns out everything I did before was completely unnecessary because this game works on Windows 10. The early 2000s gave us a lot of RTS games.
Wait, how
and a
does
lot of them
that-
played exactly the same.
How does
You
that work on Windows 10? Because when I tried to play fucking Age of Empires 1 on my computer, it reformat, like it fucked up my computer so bad. Yeah, this literally just looks like Age of Empires. This is Age of Empires.
mechanics were so standard that no one deviated
This
from the
is Age of Empires.
orthodoxy. It was only later that
This
the
is
genre
also
had
Age
its
of Empires
theological schism,
5.
resulting in squad-based RTS and eventually culminating in what's known as the League of Legends heresy that plagues us to this very day. Warlords Battlecry 3 is no different.
That's Age
it's
of
Age of
Empires.
Empires, except the Turks
That's-
have a much more accurate depiction. You collect
Wow!
resources, build buildings, produce troops, and crush your enemy. There's nothing entirely unique
This is
here,
Age of
except your
Empires.
hero, of which there are 28 different
Well, it's like
classes
this body,
and
sometimes it works
17
on
different
toaster,
races.
sometimes your bag
Anything
rate says,
this
"I don't
game
know what to
lacks
do
in
with this, I'll Google this
originality,
software."
it makes up for with a
It's
sheer
too
volume of
old.
content. And the
What is
main
this
way
video
to
about?
experience this
Turkish
is through the
people.
campaign, which is largely a
It's about
multi-choice
Turkish
sandbox
people.
where you travel across the land looking for an excuse to kill someone. Story.
That sounds
you
badass.
play as a cosmic ICE agent, receiving a report that Gorgon, fifth horseman of the apocalypse, has illegally crossed the Aetherian border with intent
I like
to
that
cut grass for
he
$7
puts Germa in his videos a lot recently.
down
I've noticed
as
that.
an undocumented illegal. We can't let
The more recent Seth videos have a lot higher Germa concentration. There's a higher concentration of Germa presence. Also, hi Cleo.
this go on. So we ask for dark
Everybody loves
dwarves.
Germa, yeah.
That's not racist. They're dwarves of color.
Well, they,
To
what the fuck?
cast
They made them
earthquake
brown?
on his illegal
Germa,
encampment
no!
and seal him inside
They're
for
killing
all
him!
eternity. There's
Germa!
absolutely no consequence to ignoring the story, and even if you finish it, you get a pop-up saying Gorgon has been sealed. Now go explore. There's
Gorgon
no
has been-
conclusion, no final
Whoa!
battle, and you don't even get to see him. This is the literary equivalent of a toddler starting a sentence, forgetting where he was, and going to sleep. And just as well, because story is not the focus. By
Fuck
far, the
you.
best part of this game is the community, which is extremely
Germa is Northern Line
passionate,
for
to say the
unemployed
least.
people?
You'll have
Actually,
people
that
in
checks
comments
out.
saying
You know
things
what?
like,
That's right.
Death Knight is the best. And immediately, someone will come out of the woodwork, proclaim that their Fey assassin is going to one-tap them, and question the
Whoa,
fidelity
Seth.
of their parents'
Whoa,
marriage. Which
cover
brings us
cover
to
that
the
up.
focus
Oh
of
my
my
God.
hyperfixation, finding,
Seth!
objectively, the best build in a game that's popular with
There's
a 10 or so
slurs in
Polish
that
men
comment.
that still play it.
Oh my God,
in
it
the
was
process,
Joey.
I'll talk about each race.
What do you say, Gav?
The Celentine Empire is a race that answers the question of what do we have with whatever you want? Because apparently the only
spider
barrier between recruiting demons and vampires to join your ranks is socioeconomic. They can pay for random mercenaries that give a taste of every race. Their
Yeah,
tech
that
tree
sounds
is
about right for
sensible,
humans.
and they have
Yeah,
access
this
to
is
spell
Warlords
research,
Battle
which,
Cry
if you
3.
stall the
It's
mission,
20 years
unlocks every
old.
spell in the game. Alchemist specializes in alchemy, which is
No
the
way.
original reason I got into this game, because the very first spell you get, cast at a high enough level, creates max level items out of thin air. This includes set items that are unique to the campaign. This leads to a situation where you spawn in, drink your mana pots, print everything you want, and resign the mission. Everything in your hero's backpack is saved, which can be sold in the market for infinite money to spend on infinite supplies and
money!
reinforcements. And then we go from ridiculous to game-breaking by casting Spellforge, which doubles the effect of all your items, turning your alchemist into the strongest unit in the game. Shenanigans include, but are not
I wanna
limited
be
to,
an
having
alchemist
armor
too,
so high
man.
you
This
can't
looks
take
so
damage, doubling
badass.
your mana
Hi,
regeneration
Sam
to
George.
fill up in
Good to see you. Hope
seconds,
you're
to
doing well.
abusing double rings of resurrection for a 40% chance to revive your entire army each time you take a swing.
I have the body of a god!
Barbarians are a fine race. You can set them on fire to go berserk.
This is
They're cheap,
beautiful.
spammable, and effective against
And you
larger
can set
units.
them on
Regardless
fire
of
for
class,
fun.
all heroes are melee. The only exception is an ice mage who can give himself ranged attacks by casting Ice Flow. This represents my First failed
I
experiment
like that there's
because
so
the
much
investment is
blood.
massive and the payoff is garbage. Everything ice magic does, pyromancy does better. And who better for
And
it
it looks
than
more
a demon?
badass.
Blood heals me. Death delights me. Pain purifies me.
Demons are resource hungry and have some of the most
don't make him
obnoxious
Nico
hitboxes for their
Kato.
buildings. But if you
Ew.
survive to late game, you automatically win because you're the only race that doesn't pay for troops. More importantly, demon heroes snack on souls, which are formed by enemies after being killed by a succubus. This is the quickest way to get mana, and with the right items, I can summon my own army of them and use them as a self-sustaining mana battery. Combine that with pyromancy, and every free souls you chow down is another Armageddon inside your enemy's base. It's my sincere opinion that the funnest build in this game is a necromancer. But since we already get necromancy as an
I just got
undead racial, we
flashbanged.
play a sage for reasons that I
This
shall
stupid piece
explain.
of shit put a bright white flash of light on the screen.
Undead are one of the most unique races in this game because they don't make their own troops. Instead, you have skeletons, which can be morphed at any time into a higher tier unit along different upgrade paths. One of these is the Wraith, which may be the earliest example of ASMR. Wraiths
Ew.
are the only unit in the game that directly steal XP from units they kill, which includes heroes and even your own troops. So we summon skeletons, which with a memory skill spawn with extra XP, sacrifice them to our Wraith, and grind it to level 20. 2 max level
Wait,
Wraiths
this is
are
kind of
usually
genius,
enough to
actually.
solo the entire campaign. But why stop there? Using divination magic, we can cast Mind Leech, which gives affected melee troops the exact same ability as the Wraith. Zombies have access
wanna
to
play this
Feast
game
of Gorak,
too.
an ability
I
that
hate
converts
this guy.
dead
He makes
bodies
his
into
games look
resources.
fun.
As wiki users pointed out, unit abilities scale with level. So we summon a horde of skeletons, Mind Leech our zombie, and grind him to level 20. If we summon thralls from a cage, delete them with Ctrl D and feast their bodies, he prints out more resources than we originally put in. By having an infinite money printer and infinite power scaling, we're no longer playing the same game. Victory is no longer the objective, but rather a natural consequence of leaving my
everyone.
max level Doom Knight unattended. Fae are whimsical creatures of the forest, and a growing problem
sell
because of their
ice
built-in
to an
victory
Eskimo.
timer. That's
Exactly,
because lore
man.
is the most busted research in the game. They're also a cognito hazard, in a sense that the longer you hear them, the longer you can't unhear them. At some point, you'll be producing troops so fast, they'll be spamming their voice lines in unison. This is when most players are driven insane. Imagine a hero that can outrun and insta-kill any unit in the game. Now
This is not
imagine
a
they
React
also
Andy
have
stream.
access to illusion magic and can make
This is
themselves
not a
invisible.
React Andy
There's many builds
stream.
out there, and assassins counter all of them.
Breathe deeply.
Plague Lords are the servants
The
of King
Plague
Ass Ripper,
Priest!
a direct manifestation of anything that lives
What
or
the
survives.
fuck was
The
that?
servants of King Ass Ripper, a direct manifestation
Ew. Oh god.
of anything that lives or survives the Indian
That's
sewage
like a
system.
fucking
They have a
Elden Ring
contamination
enemy,
mechanic
bro.
that
That's
accelerates
me. He's
disease.
literally me.
Unfortunately, the condition is
King Ass
only
Ripper.
useful for punishing retreats and doesn't really help you during a fight. That doesn't mean you can't make them work. A ranger can
It's
stack points into
rouge.
taming, which adds XP to every unit considered a monster. For Plague Lords, this definition applies to almost everything,
The
which is
fucking
never
Tyler One
relevant
audio
because you'll
clips are
win the
so
game by
good,
spamming
man.
slimes. After each mission, you get a selection of your most veteran troops that you can
Which one are you choosing? Which troop are you choosing? The It's the same fucking face! Are you choosing the White Pharaoh? And the Giga Chad Germas? What
add
about
to your retinue.
but what about
Since this
Emo
will always
Drake?
be slimes, I find it incredibly funny because along with their veterancy, they get a name. It's no longer just a
yeah.
slime. It's Frederick. Also,
Ben
I never
Shapiro
checked
X.
which voice lines I gave my ranger, which is apparently
Lock up your children.
Discord moderator.
Wait, that's just in the game?
The Viscerathi are lizard men
That's
with
just in
dinosaurs.
the
These are the old depictions before people
Yuck
realized
up
that
your
God just made
children.
oversized chickens. A defiler can poison everyone and then cast rot for it to take maximum effect. This translates to an instantaneous loss of 90% of the enemy's HP and a guaranteed win for every fight, unless
He's
they're fighting
defiling
orcs
them.
who are completely immune.
Scream louder!
Orcs are a melee race possessing the goofiest siege weapon in the game, the gob
yeah.
shooter. The gob shooter shoots goblins, which often die from the impact, but occasionally survive as intact goblins. They're not even remotely viable
sometimes they
unless
don't die.
you play a merchant. Merchants do absolutely nothing except sit at the back of a base and hope they don't get murdered. The trade-off is that the merchant skill and charisma reduce the cost of everything. You can play almost any race of merchant. I just
What?
have so many spellcasters to cover that I needed a place
This
to put
looks
this.
so badass!
Smell of entrails in the morning.
Dwarves are the ideal race for turtling. Their engineers count as 2 workers each time they occupy a mine, and they have a rush mechanic that revolves around excess drinking. Do you like gambling? Do you like griefing yourself? Because playing a shaman is the ultimate gamble core experience. Remember, 99% quit before they win big. And the higher
I
your skill
won
in
big
chaos
already,
magic,
though.
the higher the roll in both directions. So you either double your stats or reduce your army's HP to 1 and rage quit the game. There is no in between. Either I win or I kill myself. However, you can't go lower than 1, so if you morph the speed of dwarf berserkers or siege equipment,
it's not
you have
even
nothing
Jake,
to
'cause
lose
this is, like,
and everything to
intentional,
gain.
but
the most important
it's
feature
so
of playing
crazy.
dwarves is that they have the best towers in the game and benefit twice as much from garrison troops. And now, thanks to the power of RNG, they've become automatic machine guns that cut down entire armies. It's not the quickest strategy, but it's the only one that turns this game into a tower defense.
Burn the forests. Strip the land.
Alternatively, you can do pretty much the same with dark dwarves. They're more siege focused than their counterparts and
Scary.
replace their armies with golems. Because their basic
I
builder
like
can
when he
instantly
uses
repair for
the
free, your
black
towers are
edits
practically
of Donald
invincible.
Trump.
And in the event they do actually go down, you occupy them with suicide bombers that kill whoever's responsible. A rune master lets you
Dude,
build
this game
quicker
looks so
and
freaking
absolutely
awesome!
nothing else. Rune magic might actually be worse than ice.
Nobody expects the Etherean Inquisition.
Knights are a cavalry-centric race that's very beginner-friendly. Knight Lords are goofy because they give you global morale, which makes
look
every
kinda-
unit
it looks
attack
kinda
faster
lame
and
compared to the
increases
other
your
ones.
population cap. I didn't know that last part, which is actually very important for summoners. Buildings are your main source of pop cap, but in some missions, you
That's,
can't
like, very
build.
normal.
So it's worth having a few points in leadership, because otherwise
can have a
you might
sexy
not be able
woman.
to summon anything. After teching up to level 5, every race can produce their Titan. These are incredibly powerful units that can't be replaced.
A
and the only
giant
thing
knight.
comparable to their power is another Titan. After sinking 30 levels into healing magic, a healer can cast Resurrection at level 3. Normally, this revives your dead units. At level 3, this revives everything, including the enemy and their Titan, under your direct control. Elves are collectively a
Whoa,
gimmick
her
race
boobies are
designed
so
to
big.
filter
Did you
new
guys see
players.
that?
And there's a very simple reason. Their
Damn.
builders
I need to
can't
play this
occupy
game.
mines. Dark elves at least have a
She's so
solution
bad,
to this
bros.
problem,
Did you see
and it's
those
called
5
slavery.
pixels?
They're the most magically proficient race with a broad range of spellcasters. Assassins can one-tap enemies, blackguards can do sneak attacks, and their heroes have some of the most photogenic portraits. Dark
Another
elf
day, another
baddie with
React
blood running
Andy.
down her eyes
Well,
will captivate the
this
undisciplined gamer.
isn't- this is not
Men
full
enjoy
React
the goth
Andy
girl
because I
aesthetic because
actually-
it
that's my
represents a woman
Discord.
that's externally consistent with her
That's
inner
the
state.
wolf
That
guy
is to
from-
say, evil. Druids get a lot of summons. Treants are good tanks and faster builders, while unicorns compensate for the race's complete lack of healing. Nature magic isn't insanely powerful, but it's a good mix of
I
everything.
did purchase a game. I did purchase a new game.
Endowed with long life and
no.
extreme prejudice, which they
I did
describe as
purchase a game
pattern
for stream
recognition,
today, so-
high elves are the canonical quirked-up white boys of Etheria. There's something very poetic about high elves refusing lower-class labor, preferring that I summon hordes of demons to occupy
Both
their
up.
minds instead. A
Don't
summoner
do
is
that.
not only the perfect complement to elves, it's the only one that's viable, because we need to gate in a lot of demons to give them time to execute their strategy. All elves produce wisps,
Why
which
do they
are their
make those little
basic
baby
builder. 4 of
noises?
these can merge together to form an
They're like,
ancient wisp, which generates crystal each second. The whole point of this race is the endless feedback loop of infinite crystal economy, which only accelerates the longer the game goes. Then you make a bunch of archers and steamroll everything, because a fully upgraded high elf army has almost no answer to it.
I've been a bad girl.
Wood elves are practically the same race, but worse. They have the same problems, but bulkier buildings. Their only saving grace is the Dryad, which is the source of
Whoa.
all the horny quotes in the game.
Oh, yeah. Do that again.
But what if I told you, after theory crafting all of these numerous, diverse, and interesting builds, I've been bell curved because the lowest
have to turn
IQ
on my
knuckle
lamp, it's
dragger
too
will
dark
reach
in
the
my
same
room. My
conclusion
mouth
as the
is
upper
getting
percentile. Just play a warrior. Everything a mage can do, a warrior does better. It's in the name of the title. It's called Warlord's Battle Cry Free, not neurodivergent caster that needs 30 levels to get good. Who cares about your exploits when the average warrior will just click a corner of a map and solo the entire mission? His only weakness is running out of health potions, which is why you play a Minotaur. Minotaurs have some of the fewest but most upgradable units in the game. But most importantly, they have sheep. Sheep cost 1 gold per unit and can be snacked on by Minotaurs to restore their health. So we flood the map with a portable health supply for your one-man army. If you're playing this correctly, you should be able to see absolutely nothing. However, after everything I've been through, I refused to accept this answer. There had to be something better. There must. And I think I found it. Coincidentally,
That's me.
Swarm is the first
How
race
the
I
fuck
ever
did he
played
get that
because
picture of
I
me,
thought
chat?
the names
Holy shit. That's me. That's me. How did he get that picture?
I think I found it. Coincidentally, Swarm is the first race I ever played because I thought the name sounded cool. And what did I get? Ants. But regardless, we play Swarm because their race have access to Constitution, which adds 10 HP per level. Class doesn't matter, just any caster that has access to arcane magic. And now, we create the most hyper-specific build possible. 10 points in arcane, and dump the rest into Constitution. You need exactly 31 points of intelligence, which gives you 113 mana. The rest goes to dexterity, because we are pathetically weak and need to outrun the enemy. We require the following items. 2 Fey Harps, a Wizard's Banner, a Staff of a Master, a Robe of the Archmage, and most
Bro Tato actually gifted me a sub to Ollie when I was in her stream earlier today. Shout outs. Big ups, bro.
Importantly,
Big ups.
a Paladin's Helm. First, we cast Mana Flow, which stacks with the 2 harps to give us 45% reduced spell cost. Then, you cast Empower, which increases spell strength by 50%. And Command, which stacks with a Wizard's Banner to increase our area of effect.
I'm like George
Destruction
Washington.
is the last spell of the Arcane Spellbook that deals the spellcaster's current HP -1 to everything on screen, including the caster. But because we empowered it, we deal 150% of our HP, which kills us in the process, unless you're under the effect of Life Ward, a healing spell that saves the caster from death. People found out about this, multiplayer was instantly broken, and it was patched out of the game, because Healer no longer has access to Arcane. That is, unless you're wearing a Paladin's Helm, which has an on-hit chance of casting Life Ward. So we start the game, build a wall, get our hero to attack the wall, and charge his Paladin's Helm. Then we walk up to the enemy, cast Destruction, and walk back with full HP. At level 48 with 610 HP, you can one-shot the strongest Titan in the game. But is it worth it?
Yes.
No, I did all this so I can cast one spell, one time, and then have to wait like 10 minutes before I can do it again. I've rationalized myself into a corner, and I'm back to the middle of a bell curve. What have we learned today? Overthinking a 2004 RTS is the peak of being a mid.
Wait, this
increases
is from
your risk
2004.
of
It's not
writing
even like
video
that.
essays
Oh my
and accelerates
god!
your Alzheimer's by expanding the Swiss cheese in your brain. In high school, we used to choke each other out during art class to get high. This went on for a while until the teacher caught us. I guess what I'm trying to say with this is Warlord's Battle Cry Free is great, mindless fun.
Yeah,
and I say
but
this
like,
objectively
there's
because I
RTS
have no
games
prior
from like the
nostalgia.
90s.
There's clearly a lot of love and passion put into the making of this game. There's
stuff
little
from the
details
90s,
that
so,
still
like,
surprise me,
2004
like
is not
how
even,
you
like,
can
that
load
old.
cows as catapult ammunition, which give this game a lot of charm. The voice acting is hammy, the music is beautiful, and the campaign is very replayable. Unfortunately, sometimes the game does crash. This often happens when crossing regions. You get a random encounter, and it fails to build the random map. If this happens, play a skirmish or move backwards on the map, and this will usually fix it. I thoroughly recommend that you don't buy it on Steam. GOG uses official patch 1.0 free, while Steam uses the unofficial patch, which made a very unpopular change. All summoned units come with a timer, and when this expires, they die. This completely destroys a lot of builds, so for the sake of your enjoyment, get a copy from GOG. Use offer code ChastityCage for 45% off. There should be a sale.
If I use code ChastityCage, it's only like $5.
There isn't. I'll personally send you a free download link. Your graphics card may run a little hotter than usual, but I assure you, my Ethereum miner will take no more than 10%. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of a Merchants Guild, generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful.
Wait,
Have a good one.
No, it's like his...
Kendall, to Virat Kohli.
That's me talking to you guys. Zincro paid $2 like, I don't know, days ago. A couple days ago to watch this YouTube video. About a cult of fishmen. In what game? What fucking game is this? What game is this? What the fuck is this?
Conquest of Elysium 5 is the
Conquest
gaming
of Elysium 5.
equivalent of taking a handful of unlabeled medications. You never know what's going to happen,
We should
but
fight
it
Zincro.
usually ends with you staggering into a coal mine
They
and
do have, okay, somebody that earlier said Seth and Reggie have similar, like, inflections. Like, when they talk, I see it. Is this Walmart Seth? No, this is a guy that actually plays the games.
strangling the life out of a helpless
He doesn't make videos about the games, he plays the games in very specific ways.
dwarf. That is all to say, it's one of my favorite games. You play as one of dozens
They
of
do sound
factions,
similar,
ranging
damn.
from a clinically insane necromancer
Guys,
to a
stop
Roman
having a
emperor commanding
gotchi
thousands
yaoi
of
fight
soldiers.
in my
The goal
chat.
is to establish cultural and societal supremacy over everyone who is unlucky enough not to pick the same race as you. Because when I play as the Monkey Maharaj, the mere existence of a non-banana based economy is enough to make me do terrible, terrible things. To best demonstrate this, we're going to be playing as the High Cultist, a Lovecraftian faction
Yeah,
which
it's a
uses
different
human
flavor of
sacrifice
autism.
to
He
summon
does, like-
deep-sea monstrosities.
He does, like, specific playthroughs of the games that he plays. Seth, like, reviews the games in a general sense. This guy does, like,
But
specific
before we do that,
playthroughs.
I have to tell you something. Between 1978 and 1995, I was mailing a lot of packages to universities and airports. But you know what I wish I was doing instead of that? Playing Terraceland, the sponsor of today's
No,
video.
shut up.
Terraceland is a new MMORPG available
I'm
on
not gonna
PC
play your
and
MMO.
also on mobile,
I'm not
which
gonna
I
play-
appreciate
Look,
greatly
the most
because I was
replayed
once
part
kid
of the video is
today.
the end
Now,
of his sponsor.
back to the video. So I added a total of 11 enemy factions for us to compete against, and then started the game. This is objectively the most dangerous part of the campaign, because we start with only one city and a dozen soldiers, and it is not at all uncommon to lose the game on turn 1, after being invaded by a gang of territorially aggressive caribou. The wildlife of Elysium is so dominant, so predatory, that I had to go ahead and install
I
a
don't want
suicide
Epstein
prevention mod to ensure we don't
monkey.
lose 70% of the players within the first 10 turns. I cannot express how profoundly disappointing it is for an enemy faction to be demolished on turn 1 by 3 carpenter ants, but it happens all the time. On the upside, we got pretty lucky because our main cultist has the spell Soul Slay. It's single target and does between 1 and 999 damage.
Now that's a lot of damage!
So when I'm adventuring through the jungle and get ambushed by a singular monkey, I can obliterate him for 119 times his maximum health. Our primary concern at this point is subjugating towns and small villages so they can provide us with this red resource known as
Wait, this game
ritual
looks kinda fun,
sacrifices.
too.
For my purposes, I focused on assimilating the tribal villages to the south, primarily because their defense budget is measured
But
in
I would
Chuck
be
E.
really
Cheese
bad at
fun
playing a game like this.
tokens,
It
which
looks
makes them
kinda
an
like a
exceptionally easy
Fire
target.
Emblem,
But they weren't too
but
happy
in
about me
open
cutting them open
spaces.
with a ritual dagger, and on more than one occasion I was ambushed by tribes of pygmies with poisonous blowguns. Oh, and they also attacked me with a herd of elephants. However, my cultist has an ability called Confuse, and after casting it 20 times, I made this elephant so profoundly demented that he experienced some kind of ego death and decided to change teams. Following this ultimate betrayal, I knew I had crushed the tribal spirit, and fortunately so, because the other factions had started appearing, such as a group of cave-dwelling involuntary celibates known as the Pale Ones. I approached their leader with one of my diplomats, and he was quickly impaled for 200% of his max health. That was when I started to suspect some tension between our factions. At present, we stand no chance against our unshowered adversaries, but I've got a plan. You see, at the very south of the map, I found the Capitolium. It's a megacity
keep getting
comprised of
doxed by these
4
fucking
quadrants,
YouTubers,
one of
man.
which is
When
the
is it gonna
slums, an
stop?
area absolutely infested with poor people, and I want to get those people off the streets and on to a sacrificial altar. So I started summoning an army by muttering incomprehensible gibberish into the ocean.
I'll eat your ass.
And eventually, these things showed up.
Ew,
They're
what
called
is that?
Yithians, and they're very powerful spellcasters. So I took them, put them in my army, and declared war on poverty. Naturally, poverty lost, mostly due to a Yithian spell which I don't know the name of, but have affectionately dubbed Laser Beam Shotgun War Crime. As you may imagine, it's very effective at dispersing homeless vagrants. By this point, we controlled half the Capitolium and
this
had
looks
doubled our
badass,
sacrificial
you guys.
income,
This looks fucking
which I
awesome.
immediately used to summon a Basalt Princess. Some people will call her a disgusting fish freak monster mutant abomination.
Yeah?
But she's also really useful. Thanks to the amphibious trait, she can walk out into the ocean, which allows her to cast Call of the Deep. It summons a wide variety of deep-sea warriors, and after casting this 20 times, I had assembled the smelliest army known to man. I then leveraged this newfound strength to assault the rest of the Capitolium, starting with the Holy District. Here, I lost about half of my army to some senile dickhead who was spamming level 3 white magic. Fortunately, we were able to use our void magic to bend his mind into submission, which solidified my monopoly on the shotgun war crime market. As a reward for taking the district, we were also given several powerful artifacts, one of which was a magical scroll. I had my cultist use it, and it teleported him straight to hell, where he was immediately attacked by demons and burned alive. I wish I could say this was an uncommon occurrence in Elysium, but it's really not. Also, it's at this point I realized that I forgot to turn off stream notifications in OBS, because whenever someone subscribed to my Twitch account, the recording would be interrupted by this.
Guys, the penis pump actually works. It inflated my cock 4 times.
How lovely. By now, our sacrifice income is at 35,
I will say,
which is great.
sometimes, you guys, sometimes after stream, I leave OBS on because I, like, forget to close it. But sometimes I open OBS a few hours before I go live just so I have it open. I don't, like, forget to open it before 7 o'clock. And then if somebody, like, follows or renews their sub while I'm doing something at the computer, I get, like, fucking jump scared because it's, like,
However,
really loud.
we're still losing territory to Blue, who is the demonologist, and also to Green, who is the Troll King. But there's something neither of them know, which is that I've started saving up sacrifices to unlock a grand ritual titled Call Outer God. I don't know exactly what it does, but I'm willing to kill a lot of people to find out. Well, I say people, but really I just found the Monkey Maharaj and beat the shit out of him until I had enough sacrifices, at which point I took my Basalt Queen to a lake and began the ritual, which allowed me to summon something. A complex protein structure, or maybe a collection of marbles, I'm not really sure. But I do know he has the highest level void magic in the game. So obviously, I had to find a victim to test this on, which was when I stumbled upon the Markgraf. He's basically just a gnome, which is basically a dwarf, which is literally not even human. So I felt he, of all people, deserved this. I besieged his castle and quickly realized our god has a trait which makes him immune to all physical damage. Also, he can teleport across the map, call in orbital ion beams, and cast Mind Vortex for a map-wide paralyzation. Following this singular battle, the Markgraf basically just gave up and left the game, and I don't blame him. I felt as though this unit, this god, was fundamentally broken on a gameplay level, so obviously I wanted to abuse it as much as possible. I used God to enslave hundreds of illiterate tribesmen, which allowed me to summon even more gods, such as Hastur, the King in Yellow. As it turns out, Hastur is pretty powerful as well. In fact, I tried to summon a third god, but summoning in this game requires you to account for several things, ranging from the cultist's zodiac sign to the exact dilation of his anus at the moment of casting. And when I forgot to check whether Venus was in retrograde, this third god decided that he would like to kill me, only for Hastur to one-shot him on the first turn. Also, he can cast Strange Dimensions and Read the Stars to buff all of my units for an 87% chance to avoid physical damage. This near physical invincibility led to a high cultist renaissance, because my immediate neighbors are a sect of cavemen and also some kind of monkey society whose concept of magic is just weaponizing their own feces. So I had no problem relegating them to the fossil record alongside the Markgraf. I did run into some slight complications when Francois the Demonologist, God, I don't know how to say this. He killed God by lighting him on fire. But other than that, things were going great, and I was summoning dozens of fish warriors every single turn, which I promptly and violently rammed down Francois' throat, slowly crushing his demon empire one battle at a time. Honestly, we got pretty lucky killing the Demonologist before he could summon anything too nasty. However, we weren't so fortunate with the Necromancer, because I just ran into him, and he already has a Tartarian spirit along with several soulless giants. Also, he has a 50-50 30-foot tall pyramid made out of human skulls, so take that how you will. Now, a better general, a more thoughtful tactician, or even a small child could have probably come up with a realistic plan to deal with this threat, but me, I just wanted to smash into it head first, and it didn't go very well, because his Death Knights began spreading the bubonic plague among my army, which caused my units to slowly decompose every turn. However, this was honestly the preferable method of execution, because if you didn't die from this, you were being pulled apart by the talons of an undead hawk, or you'd get smoked in the face with a bolt of unlife, which instantly turns you into a zombie. The only magic trick we were consistently pulling off was summoning small, angry puddles of water. This probably goes without saying, but we lost that battle pretty badly, and it might look like we inflicted a lot of damage, but after a battle, the necromancer can summon the dead bodies of all the combatants, and since this was a pretty big fight, he'll get a lot of units. The upside is that the necromancer has a mechanic called insanity. Turns out raising thousands of dead bodies and communing with Satan isn't exactly great for one's mental health. And the more he does this, the higher his insanity meter goes, meaning that sometimes his commander will just start shitting his pants and refusing to take any orders for months or even years at a time. For this reason, I recommend treating your necromancers like members of an Eskimo tribe, because when they outlive their usefulness, just wait until winter, take them to a frozen body of water, and leave them there. By springtime, the ice will melt, and they'll die an honorable death of drowning in a river. Also, consider that your warning, because most units in this game can't swim, and if you're not careful, you'll be forced to watch in horror as your entire army of 300 soldiers drowns to death in 2 inches of water. Anyway, I had to do some rebuilding after this battle, and I didn't see the necromancer for a while, but what I did see was even more blood-curdling. It was none other than the subhuman menace known as the dwarves. I strongly dislike this faction, because when I gaze upon their stunted limb development, I can't help but feel as though they're a mockery of the human form. In fact, it's basically blackface for all of mankind. But the thing I love about Conquest of Elysium is that it establishes canonically that dwarves are literally insects, freakish bugmen that emerge from subterranean hatcheries. Say what you want about the idea of a short, naked, wrinkly man wriggling his way out of an egg sac, but it is the only dwarven lore that I'm willing to accept. I knew it was my moral responsibility to genocide the dwarves, but with my main army decimated by an insane man in adult diapers, I had to get fairly creative. So I summoned some unique units called Starspawn. Please believe me when I tell you that much like women, these units exist solely to increase the global suffering index. Where a normal cultist could spend 50 sacrifices to summon a sea monster into your stack, a Starspawn can spend 10 sacrifices to summon a void demon into the enemy stack. But before you get jealous, I want to remind you that void demons are absolute bastards. They'll kill anyone, even us, and furthermore, the accuracy of this spell is atrocious. So when I attempt to summon a demon in a dwarven settlement, there is a non-zero chance of me accidentally conjuring a...
The Amaranth mod clip. Oh shit. That's so embarrassing. Oh fuck. This is old.
Yeah. This is my Comic-Con one. My Comic-Con. I'm very surprised that it fit her.
Wait, so she's like streaming? Amaranth is like streaming and this guy's just like at her table, like standing looking at her, and then he goes like, I'm a mod.
Because I just like eyeballed it. I was like, nailed it. Show banner? Okay.
Oh.
That stings, Rance.
Yeah,
that stings.
Wait, so she's like doing her own thing and he just like came up to her and asked for a high five or some shit? Oh my god, Amaranth butt.
Giant carnivorous worm on any random person within a 3-mile radius.
What is that? Oh, it's actually, so I told you guys, my mom is out of town right now, going to a funeral, and it was obviously all of us weren't gonna fly out to go to the funeral, but since my mom's not home and my grandma's not home, because both of them are at the funeral, I thought there was something outside, but my dad is just watching TV really loud right now. I told my mom, I was like, I don't think anybody's gonna mind me streaming while you're out of town because my brother always has his door shut and his headphones on because he's using his computer, and my dad is just gonna watch TV loud as shit.
Tedious. But remember, there's no such thing as innocent bystanders, only potential enemies. Luckily, the ritual has infinite range, which allows us to mitigate the risk of killing ourselves by simply using a clairvoyance spell to locate distant enemy settlements, and then abusing our same-day delivery to bombard them with abominations from beyond the stars. Using this technique, I gradually converted the dwarf starting area into a military exclusion zone teeming with Lovecraftian horrors. With my civic duty now taken care of, I had to begin preparing for round 2 with the necromancer. To do this, I'd need more sacrifices, and I was prepared to find them wherever I could. For example, I used the shovel of the Mole King to burrow underground and kidnap several Neanderthals. I also teleported back to Hell in an attempt to recycle my previous sacrifices. This was met with very limited success. After this, we went to the Void Realm. That was also a mistake. Before finally using a magic beanstalk to ascend into the heavens and subjugate entire races of cloud-based organisms. The cumulative benefits of us conquering heaven, hell, and some rock-eating savages had allowed me to rebuild my armies and continue my jihad against the elderly. I fanned out across the necromancer's territory looking for his main stack, and oh boy, I found it. Some of my scouts ran into him, at which point I realized he had taken all of the dead bodies from the previous battle and sewn them together into one giant flesh ball. In addition to being able to fist us to death, this hulking abomination can also cast Incorporate to consume 3 units at a time, assimilating them into its biomass and permanently gaining maximum health. This scales indefinitely, meaning that if I don't kill him soon, there's going to be an unstoppable fisting machine wearing out my asshole like he's some kind of chiropractologist. By the time I tracked him down with my main army, he had not 1 but 2 of these freakish monstrosities, and they had increased their max health from 131 to 243. Also, the necromancer himself had undergone a ritual to transform into a vampire lord, which made him a far more intimidating presence compared to his previous form as an old man covered in his own feces. But on our side of the field, I had, I don't know, 8 different gods, so I'd say we've got a pretty good shot. The battle began with both sides casting AoE magic. However, my units are so bricked up with magic resistance that trying to damage them with spells is about as effective as trying to fill out your tax return using the spare letters from a can of Alpha-Getty. Which is to say, it's not going to work, and you're going to feel terribly silly for trying while I beat you with a belt as punishment. Accordingly, we quickly thinned out the enemy ranks, at which point my Eldritch Abominations took turns smacking his arts and crafts projects for upwards of 100 damage each turn. It wasn't long before the Necromancer was the only one left. With a massive chest wound and both of his eyeballs ripped from their sockets, he lasted about 12 seconds before succumbing to tentacle-related injuries. Avenging my loss to the Necromancer awarded me with about 1 million magical items, as well as a surprisingly quick erection. Very nice. Now, you'd think having both of your eyes torn from your skull and your body crushed by a large phallus would probably be the end of you, and you'd be right in most cases, but the Necromancer had established a phylactery, which allows his body to reform once a month. So I spent the next 8 months ripping him limb from limb until I had finally found the phylactery and destroyed it, thus eliminating his faction permanently. With our geriatric friend now decomposing in a rain gutter, his empire was ripe for the taking, and take we did. But it wasn't enough, because just like how a furry inflationist feels a deep physiological need to pump himself until his distended gut resembles a hot air balloon, I too feel the need to expand. So I pushed even further, eliminating some minor players such as the Baron, who up to this point had spent the entire game hiding in his castle. After about 20 turns of this, I controlled almost the entire map, apart from the northwestern quadrant, which was still governed by the Troll King. His armies are notoriously deceptive, because when you look at them, you'll see about a dozen random ogres and trolls, but when you go to fight them, you'll quickly realize there was over 100 goblins goblins camouflaged into the tall grass, and now you're fucked. Not only that, but the trolls have the very forest itself on their side, because they go around planting physically aggressive fungus as well as violent shrubbery. By itself, this isn't a big deal, but much like shoving fistfuls of marbles up your nose, the attrition will slowly start to wear you down. Eventually, I tracked down their main army hiding in the forest doing tribal dances and eating mud. This behavior is indicative of the top 1% IQ in troll society. I wasted no time ramming my doom stack into his. No lubrication. He had a lindworm, several trolls, ogres, and a few hundred goblins, which I quickly turned to ash on the very first turn.
What?
Time ramming my doom stack into his. No lubrication. He had a lindworm, several trolls, ogres, and a few hundred goblins, which I quickly turned to ash on the very first turn. You could say the fight wasn't going very well for him. About the only thing he was doing right was using his shaman to summon dozens of toads in my back line. Don't worry, the toads are relatively harmless. However, in attempting to kill them, I friendly fired about 50 of my own soldiers. But after mopping my guys off the floor, we smacked the troll shaman with a fat, girthy tentacle and called it a day. With his main army defeated, I had no problem running through his territory and destroying everything else. At the end of the day, the anatomy of 100 goblins is just no match for the sledgehammer that is an eldritch abomination, and after 10 turns, his faction went extinct, thus yielding the entire campaign map under our control. This is usually where a victory screen appears, but for some reason, I didn't get one. I wandered around for a few turns before realizing someone is still alive, and they're hiding from me. Now, there are several planes of existence in Elysium, such as Hell and the Void, but if they were hiding there, they'd probably already be dead. So I began using a magic shovel to tunnel underground and search for them, and that's when I came across this, a fledgling Pale One outpost where several troglodytes have barricaded themselves underground in an effort to survive my expansionism, but all must be assimilated, and assimilated they were. With the Pale Ones now officially defeated, we're given a victory screen and directed to the score graphs, where we are invited to generously fillet ourselves over just how excellent our empire was. You can see the only faction that
we actually just watched the newest Seth video.
Was even close to us was the trolls,
really
and well, they're still like half our strength. So that does it for this video. We've used human sacrifice and about 12 pixels to subjugate the world and usher in the age of fish people. I want to thank this month's patrons for supporting the channel, and finally, thank you for watching.
What has he done? Obesity. Oh my god. Dude, this guy's stuff is badass. Hold on. Not like I was sleeping on him. Not like I was sleeping on him or anything, because I've already watched some of his stuff, but... We watched the Kenshi ones. Those were good. Damn, I don't know. We already watched the Kenshi Doctor one. That one is really fucking good. I kind of wanna... Ah, man. I don't know. The Total War ones are good. We already did this one. We could do the World War I tactics. Or we could do... I want to watch the Toxic Empire one.
In a world full of activism and eco-warriors, I'm worried that we've never taken the time to consider the societal advantages of turning the planet into a nuclear wasteland. Personally, I think we should give this pollution...
Because here's the thing, right? When I watch these videos, I think, like, a part of the appeal is that, like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in the games. So, like, it seems like they're doing something so crazy. Can you pull up the popcorn asset? I'll see if I have it. Hold on, you guys get to look at, what is this image? It's behind my display capture. Ah, it's an emote! Okay, let's see if it's on my desktop. Oh god, this is gonna be hard to find. I have a hat. The Balatro thumbnail. Oh, the pen PNG is here. The thumbs up PNG is here. Shit. Okay. Is it my stream folder or is it my stuff folder? Okay, there's like 100 pictures in this folder. I'm gonna have to scroll through quite a bit to find it. Oh, here it is. Popcorn. Yay! Popcorn!
thing a chance.
I
That's why
never
for this
get rid of
challenge,
my
I will use my
assets.
colony of specially designed abhumans
my
to
most
generate
important
and
stream
spread
assets,
industrial amounts of
chat.
pollution across the planet. But what does that mean? Well, in RimWorld, pollution is generated as an unwanted waste product from certain types of robotics and power generators. Now, a lot of people don't like pollution, and they'll tell you it's no good because it alters the environment
Pollution is
and
good.
leads to some very interesting evolutionary dead ends. Additionally, if you
Pollution is
spend too
good.
much
He's
time in
like,
polluted areas,
neither
you
yet.
will
Thank you for
become
the
mentally
follow, bro. I really
challenged
appreciate it.
and
Hope you have
develop
fun hanging out with
terminal
us.
cancer. I'm not kidding, but luckily for us, I managed to genetically engineer our colonists.
Wait, is cancer a mod? Is cancer a mod, or is this like DLC?
To benefit from toxic environments. Now,
No,
it's a bit
it's
of a
in the
zero-sum game when it comes to gene altering,
Cancer is
so in order for
DLC?
us to become immune to
Wait,
pollution,
Cancer's
we had to
base
make a few
game?
sacrifices. For example, we are all Precambrian hyper-aggressive inbred fatsos
No,
suffering
that's,
from
biotech.
major cell
That's biotech.
instability,
He's
but
playing
at
on-
least we can spit acid. But enough monologuing. Let's take a look at these characters. First, we have our 3 starting mutants, Grim, Gnarly, and Biff. They're all dangerously
The Gene is
overweight, but
DLC.
adequately skilled in fields such as
Cancer's base
farming,
game and you can
construction,
get it from
and
Toxic
crafting.
Fallout.
I selected our final character from the
Oh,
comment
okay,
section
okay,
on my
okay.
last video. Unfortunately, I spelled his name wrong because, well, I was drinking, but it's too late to fix that now, so Kylert, whatever, just consider it a cool dyslexic pseudonym. Kylert will be our leader as well as our head researcher. Technically, he's not a mutant, he's a waster, which makes him genetically superior to the rest of us, but he's also a filthy drug addict who will die if he doesn't ingest psychedelics on a regular basis. So we better get to work. We crash landed on our tile, and once we settled on a reasonable area to call our home, we christened it by placing an industrial strength pollution device. This one doesn't even do anything for us. No power generation, no fancy robots, just filthy, filthy pollution 24/7. With the ground now looking considerably more cancer-inducing, we are prepared to
I
plant our
love
crops.
RimWorld so
Toxic
much,
potatoes
chat.
are the disgusting bastard child of the
love
normal
RimWorld.
potato plant, and they have a very high chance of making us sick, but it's the only food we can grow in polluted areas, so we're going to have to get used to it. Additionally, we can grow some psychedelic plants which can later be refined in
And
order
now
to
we have
feed
drugs
Kylert's
and
metabolic drug
throw up
dependency.
potato.
Aside from this, we developed the usual trappings of any normal society, a research bench, barracks, and even a small chapel dedicated to the worship of environmental destruction. The
Kyle.
first thing I wanted to research was the tox generator. Not only does it produce electricity, but it also spews out enough toxic
Wait, it
fumes to make you
produces
enjoy
electricity.
Amy Schumer's
Oh,
comedy.
but it's only for like.
Come, pussies.
That's a lot of toxic
What is
fumes to be
that?
inhaling, and our colonists are loving every second of it. You see, I want this entire map to be so goddamn polluted that enemy raiders will develop radiation sickness within seconds of arriving. And with this bad boy, we can get there. The only issue is that unlike solar panels, these toxic power plants
like
are
that
distinctly
lady.
non-renewable. Now, I'm not going to lie, despite my forklift certification, I don't really understand the science, but it seems like these generators are sucking the life force directly from the planet itself, because once all the tiles in their radius are fully polluted, the generator simply shuts off. We can't afford to have our power grid go offline that easily. So the key here is to use a pollution cleansing unit to offset the pollution produced by our generators, thus
this is
keeping a
actually
small
a cool
pocket of the
strat for
environment in a
infinite
constant
power.
state of contamination and recovery. This will allow us to continue producing power indefinitely. It's kind of like using a defibrillator on someone just so you can kill them again.
power hack.
So that's great. We can keep our lights on thanks to a perpetual cycle of environmental suffering. The only issue is the process of cleaning pollution actually creates toxic waste packs. And since we optimized our power grid perfectly, we basically have an infinite supply of toxic waste. I don't know why we're containing class 4 carcinogens in a plastic
so what do they
garbage
do with
bag,
them
but
then?
regardless, I decided to store them in the freezer with our food until we could find a better use for them. I know, that seems like a bit of a convoluted way to generate electricity, but I'll tell you one thing, it fucking works. Yes, I can already feel it. The air has the same thickness as a jar of cigarette-flavored peanut butter, and it feels amazing. But while I was enjoying the process of developing brain
so
cancer, I
happy,
realized
though. They're so
something was
happy.
wrong. Some of our crops had started to die because apparently they weren't polluted enough. You may recall the first thing we did when we got here was to create a pollution machine to toxify this entire
There's not
area.
enough
I figured we
pollution?
didn't need the machine anymore, so I just kind of got rid of it. But as it turns out, these dirty rat bastard trees are actually capable capable of naturally filtering pollution out of the environment, and they're slowly pushing our borders back. Honestly, this is unacceptable, and I'm entirely livid. Prior to this, we were at war with the environment in a more indirect sense, but now it's serious. I had the colonists equip a couple of Molotov cocktails, and we started a tasteful amount of forest fires as retaliation against the trees. Consider this a warning, viewer. Trees are the enemy, and they are always watching. Be proactive. Fight back. The forests are on fire, and our air quality is finally at liberty to be as toxic as we want. I suppose it's worth mentioning at this point that while Kylert is totally immune to the harmful effects of pollution, the mutants are only resistant to it, meaning that if we don't take proper measures, eventually they'll all become terminally autistic.
That's me!
Fortunately, gas masks can reduce pollution intake significantly. This, in combination with our mutants' genetic resistances, allows the wearer to be essentially impervious to toxicity. The issue is, we only have one gas mask. So until we can fabricate some more, it's going to have to be communal, meaning that once someone develops critical levels of lead poisoning, they've earned a few hours with the gas mask. It's kind of like sharing an oxygen tank underwater. You're all probably going to get a little bit of brain damage, but at least you'll survive. Now, in order to produce more gas masks, we'll need some chem fuel, which means we're going to need some trees. Unfortunately, you may remember me flying into a blind rage earlier when I found out the tree population was trying to subvert our pollution plans. So the map is looking pretty sparse on the wood gathering front. Luckily, we've managed to research a specific type of tree, the witchwood, which will grow in polluted areas. It's not a high-yield tree at all, but that's the price you pay when you're an eco-warrior like us. We planted about 100 trees to account for the poor yield, and while I was waiting for them to grow, I received a notification that Grim has developed dementia. From, natural causes, we'll say. Personally, I like to think of it as Grim ascending to a higher level of consciousness, and sometimes he just likes to wander around and forget his own name. Either way, I decided to put him to work full-time in the chemical factory, since that seemed like a low-risk job for someone who is demented. As the trees finally started to grow, we had Grim turn them into chem fuel, and Gnarly used that in combination with some steel to create 5 gas masks. Now we don't have to worry about choosing between oxygen and brain tumors. I think our society is really shaping up. We are running into a small problem though. Some government bodies might refer to it as a starvation or even a famine. I prefer to think of it as extreme dieting, but either way, the lack of food is really aggravating our colonists. I began a hunting program to try to supplement the food supply because once people start having complete mental breakdowns, this game becomes 400% less enjoyable. This is an entirely temporary solution because the more homosexual frog chemicals we pump into the water table, the more we pollute the local animals, and eventually their meat will be so tainted it won't even be edible. But for the time being, it's probably fine. We are now locked in a death spiral with the very planet we live on. We are trying to suffocate it through pollution, and it is trying to kill us through starvation. Only time will tell which side will prevail, but in the meantime, I thought we could engage in a productive little side quest. You see, years of hyper-aggressive inbreeding have led to our colonists looking intensely European, and I feel bad for them. However, all things are relative, and if we can make everyone else less beautiful, then we have effectively made ourselves more beautiful. For this reason, I've decided to kidnap anyone unfortunate enough to wander into our territory. Once captured, we will conduct a series of medical procedures to bring them down to our level. Oh, and look what we have here. Our first patients. We kidnapped them and whisked them away to our state-of-the-art learning hospital. It's a learning hospital because our only doctor is a retired bartender and he's still learning this whole medicine thing. Now, thanks to the War Crimes 2.0 mod, we have an array of torture methods that would make even the CIA blush. For example, we could disfigure our patient with acid, but even I'm not that cruel. Instead, I opted to replace all of our patients' limbs with wooden logs and lobotomize them. Somehow the mortality rate for this routine procedure is nearly 100%, but either way, it's great practice for Kylert. Now, you don't need me to tell you this, but despite all of our humanitarian work, it's a cruel world out there. So it's time to start learning gun manufacturing. I'm not talking about making some pissy little revolver either. I'm talking about toxic miniguns. A lot of people think this eco-warrior thing is a metaphor. That's their first and last mistake.
my
Kyler
PC's
got to
lagging
work on the
out.
research, and Biff crafted the gun. And in case you're wondering, yes, it is crafted from the toxic power plant waste. Technically, that counts as recycling. The next person that tries to audit our colony for a carbon tax will be receiving more depleted uranium than Iraq. And not only does it kill, it also pollutes. Once we get 2 or 3 of these operational, it's all over for the ozone layer. Additionally, I figured we could craft some tox packs, which are basically backpacks that deploy a toxic smoke screen in a defensive radius around the wearer. It's kind of like tear gas, except it also causes our enemies to go into organ failure. Between the miniguns and the tox packs, I think our military is in a great place. Now, aside from our recent advancements in gunsmithing and starvation, we do have some troubling news. Despite the hard work of our marketing department, no one seems to want to join the colony. Something about the air scorching their lungs, I don't really know. The point is, we need more visitors, and it's time to change our approach. Imagine this. Instead of seeing an advertisement to visit Florida, you are attacked in a parking garage by a man wearing
people have mentioned it because it can't be like the connections, like it can't be the way it's put together. Because I've taken apart and put together my entire PC multiple times. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Hillary
pause
Clinton
there!
mask, and you wake up.
Okay. Don't look. I know it's not the way my PC is put together. It's either my power supply or my CPU. No, I'm not going to look at the caca. Okay, fine, we can look at the caca.
Florida, you are attacked in a parking garage by a man wearing a Hillary.
So it's either my power supply or my, like, CPU. It's not my ISP, because I would drop... No, it's not... Okay, guys. I have to make it very clear. It's not my ISP, it's my computer itself lags out. So you're actually seeing the unfiltered feed of my computer lagging. So it's not like my bitrate doesn't drop or anything. It's like my computer itself lags. Okay, no more caca.
Hillary Clinton mask, and you wake
But
up
basically,
in
if
Florida.
I wanted to, like,
Horrifying, I know, but if
I feel like I've always said I think it's a CPU thing. But if I wanted to get a new CPU, I would probably have to upgrade my motherboard. And if I upgrade my CPU and my motherboard to like stuff that's more powerful, I'm gonna have to upgrade my power supply too, and that's like $500 minimum. Probably like $600,
effective,
$700
we will be
down
adopting
the
this
drain.
latter approach, but fortunately, we'll only be taking you to a cancerous hellscape and not Florida. So we'll be kidnapping a few people, maybe making a few slaves, and sure, they'll have a hard time surviving the climate, but if they do a good job, they might be able to earn gas fast, which they have tremendous incentive to do because it's follow to New Vegas for as far as the eye can see. So with minigun in hand, we set out to look for viable candidates for forcible relocation. You might think non-consensual adoption is immoral, but isn't it more immoral to deprive our neighbors from experiencing the glory of this utopia? In your heart, you know this to be right. We traveled to a nearby settlement where we found a group of tribespeople that looked very susceptible to being shot into submission, and so we did just that.
I have a 750. I have a 750 power supply, which is like the lowest possible that will support my PC. Because I have a beefy graphics card. It'll shut down their fryer components. Yeah, but what brand? I don't know. Probably the cheapest brand that they have at Best Buy. The cheapest power supply I could get at Best Buy, probably.
And with 2 new recruits kidnapped, we made our way back to the septic tank that is our base. This was a phenomenal outcome.
What I have.
All we have to do now is break their will and formalize them as slaves. My favorite way of doing that is by giving them leather slave harnesses and seeing how long it takes them to figure out it's human leather. Fortunately, it didn't take long and they joined our colony. I assigned them to fairly menial labor such as harvesting crops, cooking, and
maybe I'll look into upgrading my power supply then, because the power supply, I can get like the biggest fucking beefiest power supply and not have to touch any of my other parts. I won't even have to get new cables, and I'm not even gonna use the cables that'll come with the new power supply. I would just put my put the cords I already have, because if you guys haven't seen my PC, I would be a little bit surprised because I like to show it off because it's my pride and joy. It's like one of those aesthetically pleasing builds. And I recently wiped down the inside of the case, so it's really It's really nice. You need to change the cables? Why? I can... No, guys! I need white cables! No! How am I gonna find a white power supply?
Cleaning.
A white power it has to be white. And it's not even like race. This isn't a race thing. Hold on. Okay. What wattage? Okay, what wattage should I look for or whatever? If I'm looking for a power supply, if I'm looking to upgrade, should just like an 850? 1,000? Aren't those like $1 million? White. Wait, attack light, you can't say that. What the fuck? $200! Chat. They do sell white ones, guys. They do sell white ones. Guys, that's over $200. They sell them from Corsair, and it's $200. Or I can buy a used one off of Newegg, and it's $300. These guys are paid shills.
I'm not sure if cleaning is even possible when I'm spewing 8 kilograms of chromium dust
Corsair,
into the
it's
atmosphere
solid,
every
actually.
hour, but if nothing else, the constant
I thought Corsair was supposed to be like bait or whatever for like, you know, it's like, it's got the RGBs. It's like, you know, it's got the RGBs. It's like your first computer. And to be fair, there's a lot of Corsair parts in my computer. You know what? There's actually, I can't even flame them because my RAM is Corsair. I have Corsair RAM. Their software is garbage. This is true. Also, hi, Super Whiskey. I have Corsair RAM that it's the Vengeance Pro RAM. It has like an RGB strip on the RAM, but I feel like I've wasted my money buying
pill
parts
battle
with RGB.
will build character.
Sorry, I keep pausing and unpausing because I have to yap. I feel like I've wasted my money buying like parts with RGB, like little components, because all of the parts in my PC are white, and all of the lights in my PC are white. Because it's like it's like futuristic, man. That's what I thought when I built it. I was like, man, this build looks so fucking badass and futuristic. And it does! By the way, it does look badass and futuristic, but I don't use colored.
In addition to this, I
like,
found out that
I
we
don't
can also
use
host
the
orgies at our church,
rainbow
and if
lights
they're
that
fun
they're-
or
Orgy?
unforgettable, there's a 50% chance that a colonist of the same religion will join our colony.
you
This
have
is how we manage.
What? Dude, oh god, the VTuber PC cases are so freaking cool, but it's like, I'm so committed to like this. It's like a very clean and like minimalistic build. Like, I went so crazy on the cable management in my PC. It's like a little bit messy because I've had to dismantle it and put it back together a few times, like transporting it. But like from the front, it looks insanely clean. Like, if I bend down and look into the case right now, literally the only things you can see is, like, the big, like, obviously you can see the stuff, the cords powering the GPU, like, my cooler, and then the, like, power that goes to the motherboard. There's like there's nothing else
Between
visible.
kidnapping and government-mandated orgies, I think we're going to be a recruiting powerhouse. I gotta say, sometimes lobotomizing tribespeople and melting the ice caps feels like thankless work, but at least we have the support of the church. Speaking of which, I think we should conduct some rituals to celebrate our recent successes, as well as provide us some spiritual guidance on what to do next. We began one of our most holy rituals, a ceremonial flag burning known as the Fire of Francis. The ritual was honestly pretty mediocre, mediocre, but as part of the ceremony, Gnarly sucked on the exhaust pipe of a running car for 30 minutes, and it produced for him some very vivid visions. Gnarly came to the revelation that it's not enough for us to be polluted, the rest of the world must also share in this
Gnarly,
enlightenment, by force if necessary. Sharing our gifts is the least we can do. As they say, it is the greedy man who stirs up strife, but he who trusts in his filthy faith shall be enriched beyond all measure. Clearly this is divine revelation and definitely not carbon monoxide delirium. With that, we are now missionaries of pollution, and our holy crusade has begun. We set out to nearby tiles to construct pollution machines. I decided it would be unnecessary for us to properly colonize these tiles. Instead, I placed my trust in the old adage, build it and they will come. After all, who could resist this paradise? The nice thing about this approach is that once a tile reaches 100% pollution, it actually begins to passively spread pollution into adjacent tiles. Like a plague, we will spread across this map, slowly and then all at once. Despite the affordability of the pollution generators, we are running low on components, and so I transitioned our slaves into the machining room to produce more. With time, we were able to achieve 100% pollution saturation on all tiles adjacent to our base. I've never been happier, but it's still not enough. Our neighboring states look down on our alternative lifestyle, but this is nothing an industrial supply of chlorinated waste can't fix. Now they can't look at all. For the neutral territories, we utilized the inconspicuous technique of placing generators on their territory, but disguising them as strip mall installations. No one goes to strip malls and they smell bad, so they'd never know the difference. But over time, their entire map would become just the right amount of disgusting. I also experimented with pumping toxic fumes through their ventilation systems, but this did not go over well with test audiences. Regardless, we eventually managed to achieve 100% pollution on the 3 closest neutral settlements, and it was starting to take its toll on them. Their crops wilted, and acidic smog embraced their colony like a warm, sweaty hug. The citizens fainted out of joy. Obviously, their chances of survival are low due to their maladjusted genetics, but if they turn to the Church of Filth, we can show them the way. You can come in the sink or sink in the cum. The choice is yours. Either way, it's time to regroup back at home base and decide how to best proselytize our more aggressive neighbors. Our closest hostile neighbors are the Thoku Treaty, the Concord of Arroway, and Gatch Firehome. Despite our best recruiting efforts, we're still a little undersized for a full-scale war. This means we're going to need to be a little creative if we want to properly pollute our enemies. That was when I looked out to our freezer full of toxic waste and realized what needed to be done. Why should we be hoarding 500 kilograms of human waste all to ourselves when instead we could strap it on a rocket ship and fire it at our enemies? By researching drop pod technology, we can craft a fleet of rockets, load them up with toxic waste, and then land the ships on enemy territory, at which point they will release hundreds of waste packs. Assuming our enemies don't have industrial-sized freezers on standby, the waste packs will then disintegrate and release a devastating amount of pollution across their entire map. After a quick time lapse, we got our hands on a couple of transport pods. Originally, I was only going to make 2 of them, but then I realized there's not a lot of storage space in here, so I multiplied by my lucky number, 11.5, which gave us a total of 23 transport pods. Much better. But then I remembered a carnival gypsy once told me I'd be crushed to death by a Ferris wheel on my 23rd birthday, and so that seemed kind of unlucky. I decided to err on the side of caution and double it and round to 50. We now have 50 transport pods, each carrying 10 to 20 toxic waste packs. Sadly, we don't get to witness the transport pods landing at the enemy base since we will have no colonists there to observe the event. However, I decided to fix this problem by cramming Jeb in the rocket among the piles of toxic waste. Now, when it lands, Jeb's gangrenous corpse will tumble out of the transport pod and allow us to view the enemy base. So we loaded up our rockets with Jeb and as much sewage as possible and punched in the coordinates. There's actually a warning on these pods not to aim them directly at settlements, as they may punch through the roof of small buildings and crush people to death, but actually I don't really care. We launched the rockets and our clandestine payload is now en route to our enemies. The armada of airborne garbage trucks landed gracefully upon the enemy map, at which point Jeb escaped along with about 700 pounds of toxic waste. Understandably, the raiders were upset with this development and decided to engage in a mature conversation with Jeb about the importance of proper waste disposal. Unfortunate for Jeb, but that's what you get when you join a colony based on the quality of their group sex. Anyway, the toxic waste packs
Jeb
disintegrated
joined
over
from the
time, coating the
orgy?
entire enemy base in filth and detritus. Additionally, the disintegration of hundreds of waste packs eventually resulted in a bug infestation, which spawned a spellipede who proceeded to eat the local townspeople. You guys can thank me later. I'm sure they'll be able to clean the place up eventually, but for the time being, they can consider this a free trial of our religion. I decided that this was
I think that's a
sufficient holy
beautiful
judgment for
religion.
that settlement, but honestly,
It seems
the
pretty
Arroway tribe
peaceful.
has been our greatest nemesis throughout this entire playthrough. They were
have to
always
kill
raiding
them.
us, messing up my shots, and
Oh,
I'm
I saw
tired
his
of it in the
cursor on the
same way
screen, I thought it was
America was
mine.
tired of Japan after Pearl Harbor. So we're going to do something special just for them. We're going to develop an actual nuclear warhead. You could even call it a dirty bomb. Surprisingly, it's not that hard. Apparently, a single person can craft it by hand. The only issue is we need a grain of antimatter. Since our particle accelerator is still in its infancy, we're going to have to acquire it from other civilizations. From my research, the best way to do this is to complete as many quests as possible and also explore the map for ancient
Wow, what
ruins.
the hell,
It took
man?
months of questing to acquire one of these bad boys. Hundreds of people had to die in the name of our god, but eventually our persistence was rewarded with the holiest of relics. Now you might be wondering, what happened in all that time? Not a lot, really. However, I
Biff
did come
got
to the
fatter.
revelation that we basically have an infinite supply of power, and in my mind, this justified the creation of 30 mini-turrets to defend the base. So
Oh,
our
hell
society
yeah.
has been pretty stable ever since. Although, unfortunately, we did have one incident. Gnarly, one of our starting colonists, died of lung cancer. You see, he developed a tumor on his lung, and we took him in for surgery. Kylert was the doctor performing his operation, and during
Kylert
the
is
surgery,
not-
Kylert suffered a mental breakdown as a result of being kind of hungry. This caused Kylert to forsake his Hippocratic oath by flying into a blind rage and beating his patient to death while they were still under general anesthesia. Everyone else was away at the time, so there was nothing I could do except laugh at just how much paperwork would be required to justify this degree of malpractice. Sometimes these things just happen. Regardless, we have our anti-grain warhead, and it's time
Biff
to
has
make our
to
mark on
carry
the
on
world.
his
Like any
legacy
good
now.
nuclear warhead, this one is launched from a short-range mortar. So I had the fellas pack their bags, and we traveled to the nearest settlement of the Arroway tribe. They have a pretty nice base, but not for long. We set up the mortar, loaded the nuclear warhead, and prepared for Judgment Day. It was strangely empowering watching all these godless sodomites milling about their base, completely ignorant to the reality that in mere moments, an unmedicated fiend would change their lives forever. It's time to fire. The mortar is a one-person job, and I awarded the honor of launching this nuclear bomb to our lucky viewer, Kylert. He fired the mortar, and the bomb flew gracefully towards its target, eventually landing and erupting into a fairly impressive explosion. It leveled most of the buildings in the settlement, and what it didn't destroy, it coated in toxic sludge. I wasn't sure what to expect, but that was pretty nice. And to you, Kylert, you should be proud of yourself. I know nuclear Armageddon may seem wrong, but you're a
Kylert,
goddamn
I think,
hero.
had a
In
really
fact,
big
take this
character
video
arc.
and show it to your grandpa that fought in Vietnam, and you tell him you're just as much of a hero as he is now, and you understand why he screams at night. Watch him as a tear of joy rolls down his face, and he unlocks his wheelchair and rolls himself into the ocean. You're a goddamn hero, Kylert. A goddamn hero. And with that, I feel we've completed our challenge. We've embraced pollution, thrived in it, worshipped it,
I think
spread it, and
Kylert
weaponized
is
it. That's the
still
full
good.
cycle of humanity right there.
I think
Now we
even
can take
though
our fellas
Kylert
back to
killed Gnarly in the fit of murderous rage due to lack of recreation, I think Kylert is still... Text your grandpa this! I think Kylert is still a good soul. What went wrong, Garten of Ban. I'm not watching this. Let's go back. We need to watch more Reggie. I'm addicted now. Because I kind of want to see the World War I tactics. I kind of want to see the... What the fuck?
Gentlemen, I have one question. When you visualize Warhammer, do you see machine gun nests mowing down hordes of the undead? Maybe war zeppelins
Kylert was
dropping
just
bombs on
angry.
confused Frenchmen?
He
Or
was
even
got a little
thousands of
moody,
soldiers
you know?
simultaneously suffering from
This
trench
is your
foot?
fault,
Well, you
Vinpro.
should, because today we're going to be using the technology and tactics of a certain 20th century military power to conquer the world. But having both of our feet amputated will be the least of our concerns, because on turn 100, chaos portals will open all over the map, unleashing thousands of demons with an intense desire to consume our vital organs. Can we become a military superpower and overcome this cataclysmic event? Or will we be subjugated by our demonic overlords? There's only one way to know. But first, a word from our sponsor, War Thunder. It's a game with an impressive collection of over 2,000
I'm not
tanks,
watching a
planes,
War Thunder
helicopters.
sponsor.
Here we are in the lovely old world. It's very much the
cannot
same,
force
except
me
Karl
to
Franz
watch.
is now an ultra-nationalist and he's wearing a pickle hob. Normally, the Empire operates as a collection of city-states that eventually confederate through a series of popularity contests. It's a little like democracy, which is nice, because democracy is a system by the people and for the people.
But the people are retarded.
And I don't have time for such political machinations, so
real as
instead,
fuck
we'll
for
be
that.
doing all of our diplomacy with the
ad
business
revenue.
end of a machine gun.
I'm
We
gonna
start by
watch the
introducing
video all
ourselves
the
to
way
our
through.
neighbors. Hello and goodbye. I know these tactics might seem excessive, but we need to aggressively develop our empire if we want to have any hope of surviving Armageddon, because I may have put it on max difficulty. With our first enemy defeated, we can now recruit some conscripts. They're our weakest unit, and they're also preposterously expensive. But with a bit of focus fire, they can assassinate enemy generals in one volley.
Holy shit,
so,
their
not bad.
accuracy!
Clearly, we're going for quality over quantity.
Oh,
Our
'cause they
campaign
have
started off quite
guns!
well. We bounced around Reichland, liberating
like, how are
settlements
they
from the
shooting their
tyrannical
bows?
Polish
How are they
menace.
shooting
So
their
impressive
bows
was our
so
blitzkrieg that a
accurately?
beast wizard wanted to join
And
the
how are the
army. I know he
projectiles
may appear
moving
to be
so
some kind of
quickly?
homeless schizophrenic, but he's actually
But they
just
have
your
guns.
average Los Angeles man. So I let him join our crusade. Now, in an effort
He
to
just
immediately
likes his
bankrupt
hat.
my own government, I decided to start building a second army led by the legendary General Wilhelm von Zollerhorn. And yes, I did Google that name to see if he was associated with any genocides. Surprisingly, he was not. Wilhelm is great because unlike Karl, his talent tree actually buffs our modern units. And you better believe I'm going to specialize him entirely into tank warfare. But we don't have any tanks yet. In fact, all we have are people who wanted to be here slightly more than they wanted to be in a military prison. So let's get back on track. After finishing off the Empire secessionists, we received a quest to defend this beach from an amphibious landing of Vikings. Unfortunately for the Vikings, the beach they are landing on is Normandy Beach, because we have just unlocked light machine gun nests. And as you may imagine, a band of naked Norwegians is no match for the 1,200 rounds per minute coming out of these guns. After completing our revisionist
Wait,
history
what
at
the
Normandy,
hell?
I decided to
I wanna
declare
play
war on
Warhammer with
Emil von
guns.
Corden. Why would I do that? Because no one can stop me. Emil's forces were difficult to defeat because there were 2,500 of them. But now there's not. This gives us ownership over one of the mountain passes, which will help us control our
It's like the
borders,
scariest
especially
thing in
when
the
the
world.
demons arrive. While this was going on, Wilhelm was starting up a war
That's
on the
just
Eastern
that's
Front,
just
and things
40K?
were going pretty well. However, we
No,
were starting
no,
to run
no.
into some growing
You don't
pains. As it turns
understand.
out, ignoring
I don't. I don't want to play a fair fight. I don't want both sides to have guns. I want only me to have
your
guns.
faction's game mechanics in favor of ultra-violence is not a wise decision, because after declaring war on two people just for fun, everyone thinks I'm clinically insane and our popularity is plummeting. Much like a high school girl, without popularity, Karl's empire starts to physically decompose. So to correct this economic tailspin, we need to increase our approval rating. To achieve that, we will stop fighting humans and instead focus on killing creatures of the night, such as the elderly. Unfortunately, Evan von Liebowitz didn't get this memo, and he attacked Wilhelm with 3,000 units. Now, machine guns are very strong, but as it turns out, they have their limitations, and we got absolutely massacred. This was a small but detectable setback in our plans. With my army destroyed, Durthu took the opportunity to demand financial restitution from us, despite the fact I've never even talked to him before. I'll be honest, it really damages my confidence to be successfully extorted by sentient plant matter, and I won't be forgetting this. But for now, we can't afford another war. Now, it's not all bad, because the Beastmen just completed their end of a suicide pact by running headfirst into my capital, and this gave us a nice little chunk of change. In fact, money is at a bit of a premium in my empire, because if I want to recruit a super heavy tank, it's going to cost me thousands of gold. Fortunately, I found a few ways to make money. For example, I struck up a trade deal with this lovely wood elf lady.
The little guys with swords.
But I think I want to kill her.
Aside from that, we've just been completing quests, trading with the Chinese, and stealing Heinrich Kemmler's social security checks. Speaking of Heinrich, the war is going quite well. Much like the Beastmen, he fell into the trap of driving himself into a wood chipper at 300 kilometers per hour. And since then, I've been using light tanks to carve my way through his territory. Truly, there is no cleaner pleasure than watching machine gun fire tear into hordes of the undead. Our campaign culminated in the siege of Castle Artois. It was kind of awkward because we have almost no melee units, and we can't can't really shoot them effectively from this angle, so I settled on
You
using
have
some
to
breaching
pull the
charges to
ladders
open
out
the
of your
castle
ass
gates.
to
From
climb
here,
the
I just
wall.
let my tanks sit down in front of the door and shoot anyone who attempted to move from here
Oh, he
to
was
here.
super
It was a little like
aggressive
Red
before.
Rover,
I
except
see,
the
I
stakes
see.
were a lot higher because angry Germans are shooting at you with machine guns. Eventually, we won, but clearly, I'm going to have to invest in some heavy artillery going forward. At this point, all of our
no
initial
shot,
enemies are
man.
dead, so it's a good time to assess our position in the world. It's turn 33, we occupy a thin band of regions along the southwest. I was hoping to have the entire empire conquered by turn 40, so it's safe to say we're a little behind schedule, but I'm confident that our rapidly developing military technology will help us catch up. For example, Wilhelm recently acquired a new mount. Is it a horse or even a dog sled pulled by children? No, it's a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz with a machine gun mounted on the roof. I'd like to see Vlad von Karstein compete with this. Speaking of Vlad, he's going to be our next target. He owns a lot of territory, and unfortunately for him, most of the Geneva Conventions do not apply to reanimated corpses, so I should lose no popularity by eviscerating him with hundreds of landmines. However, the orcs were blocking my path into Sylvania, so I had to grapple with the serious moral dilemma of whether I should shoot them to death or cover them in napalm. I chose both. It was all going very well, because the orc military philosophy consists exclusively of screaming and running headfirst into bullets. The undead were experiencing a similar issue. Usually, they throw bodies at you until you become exhausted, but luckily for us, bullets do not get tired. The only problem we ran into was that the ghosts are ethereal, so roughly half of our bullets go right through them. But I am a firm believer in just shooting them twice as much. So we plowed forward, capturing Grenstadt, Schwarzhaven, and Fort Obersteyr. And just as my military conquest was about to send me over the edge into an erection-induced coma, tragedy struck. Clan Scryer declared war on me. It's alright though, they're strength rank 21 and we're rank 2, so surely they won't invade me with 3 armies, you son of a bitch. You look like a smart guy, so I probably don't have to tell you, but this is really bad. Because for every Skaven we can see, there are probably 10 that we can't. With all of my generals tied up in the east, Ikit Claw had a fantastic time detonating nuclear devices on my peasant militias. To make the situation even more embarrassing, the orcs actually started defeating us by changing their army composition. Did they also develop heavy machine guns, you may ask? Nope, not even close. They just put themselves on pigs and drove into my gun line really fast. The only silver lining to all of this was that I convinced Balthazar Gelt to confederate with me, which expanded my borders considerably. Naturally, this decimated my economy because AI build their empires in the same way a recently lobotomized man builds a helicopter, which is to say, not very well. Anyway, after sorting that out, I sent Gelt back to deal with the Skaven, and since he is a wizard of metal, I gave him some very heavy metal to work with. Aside from that, Wilhelm went on a paid vacation to the lovely city of Skavenblade to burn it to the ground and stomp on the ashes. Our capture of Skavenblade could be compared to cutting the head off the chicken that is Clan Scryer. The issue is that the body is still thrashing around and shitting all over my territory. However, after 10 turns and several doses of lorazepam, we had finally finished them off. In their place, I installed several puppet governments that were loyal to me. I can't be everywhere at once, but having multiple semi-competent allies spread across the map should be enough. At this point, my blood pressure was finally starting to normalize again, so obviously the ogres decided to rectify that by declaring war and attacking me with 3 gigantic armies. At this moment, the game expects me to just roll over and accept my dick flattening like a good boy, but I said no. I'm fighting this battle, and I'm not going to stop pissing myself until I win. We took up a defensive position atop this hill, and I started skirmishing with my tanks. The ogre race is an exciting experiment in determining just how much fat a body can accommodate before it ruptures at the seams, which makes them incredibly easy to shoot with a rifle. Even better than that, I found I could use my tanks to blob the enemies up, at which point my heavy machine guns would start tearing them apart. It was a bit of a messy process, but eventually we managed to shoot, bludgeon, and explode the ogres to death. As a thank you to Scrag for being such a good sport about the whole ogre genocide thing, I decided to travel into his territory, burn his castle down, and install a xenophobic city-state in its place. Now back to business. Vlad von Karstein is technically still alive, but his empire is dying, so we're going to administer some end-of-life care by caving in his cranium. This was fairly easy because I now have access to Pioneer Infantry, which can construct razor wire, MG nests, mortars, and anti-aircraft bunkers.
These are like legendary lords, like they should be very strong, right? But he just gets shot with a bullet like a regular person would be like getting shot in the head and just like fucking
It takes a lot of
ragdolls.
time, but the undead aren't exactly in a hurry. In fact, they're having a hard time moving at all, because Wilhelm upgraded his mount, and he's now flying above the battlefield in a war blimp, dropping cinder blocks and lawn darts on our enemies as they approach. Excited by the idea of blimp supremacy, I decided to recruit several Imperial war blimps to help me clean up some Viking villages. They're stronger, considerably more phallic, and each one has 10 bombs they can deploy for massive damage. The Norwegians attempted to counter this by throwing axes into the sky. Not only did this tactic not work, it actually made me bomb them even harder. At this point, I've managed to narrow down what the actually good units are, and things are starting to move pretty fast. Some orcs declared war on us, we beat the daylights out of poor Festus, hired the Red Baron, who is apparently a melee specialist despite being in a biplane, killed some wood elves while no one was looking, used rocket launchers to defeat Pope Francis in a quest battle, and most importantly, we implemented government-mandated crystal meth for all of my soldiers, which is clearly evident by the way my machine gunners are currently tweaking out in between volleys. At this point, it's turn 70, and we control almost all Empire territory. Our only active enemies are the Norskins, the orcs, and some British guy. However, the Chaos Invasion will be coming soon, so it's time to start preparing. One of the most dangerous components of the invasion is that it spawns chaos portals all over the world, which is like an open invitation for demons to remove your limbs. My plan is to construct several of these buildings across my territory. They prevent chaos rifts from spawning, and if I pull this off just right, we will be the only faction in the entire world that isn't immediately decimated by hordes of demons. Now, I like my plan, and it should buy us some time. However, we will still have to fight our enemies at some point.
Dude,
to this end, I've ordered the construction of several super heavy class weapons. This is a super heavy mortar. For reference, here it is next to our previous generation of artillery, and now here it is turning a group of goblins into fertilizer. So, yeah, we also have this. I know it looks like a tank, but it's actually a Morse code transmitter. The signal is carried by a 40-pound high explosive shell, the receiver is located somewhere inside this man's gray matter, and the message is death.
Okay, there's like a... Dude, why are there so many little kids in
Finally,
my chat?
the
Dude,
Imperial
it's so
Sky
fucking
Destroyer.
annoying,
I haven't
man.
even used this one yet, but it cost me 20,000 gold to recruit and another 5,000 for upkeep, so I'm hoping this will be our secret weapon against the apocalypse. While my new units were recruiting, I spent the next couple of turns testing out different weapons. Here are some of my favorites. A mobilized anti-aircraft gun. It's fairly good at killing flying units, but I prefer to use it to execute political prisoners at close range. Helicopters. They're quick, fire explosive rockets, and you can land them to refuel their ammo. Very cool. Finally, we have colonial infantry. Each one can build 3 dirt walls that provide them cover and prevent the enemy from advancing. Of course, it doesn't take long for you to realize you can abuse this mechanic to instantly create an impenetrable fortress of dirt that puzzles even the most intelligent chaos giants. You may be wondering how I experimented with all these war machines.
I have an
Quite simple,
idea.
really.
I should stop streaming until it's not summer, so we don't get any little
I
kids
took
in
them
chat
across the
anymore.
water and found that the Vikings were very willing to let me test my weapons on them.
Shut
And by
up!
very
Why are you
willing,
guys
I mean
saying
they weren't
okay?
able to stop me. Turns out it wasn't climate change that killed the mammoth, it was natural
Great
predators
idea.
such as carnivorous flights of biplanes. Anyway, our extensive research and development program was actually generating us a lot of money, and the Empire had entered into something of a golden age. Wars were going well, money was flowing, and the Empire was blossoming. Basically, there has never been a better time to be a citizen living in the Empire. Doom is coming. Destroying all in its path. The end is nigh. You know what? Don't worry about that. I'm sure it's fine. On a completely unrelated note, I'm going to start drafting a few thousand people into the army now. We're on the final stretch at this point, and I'm just getting everything prepared. I imagine the literal apocalypse may slightly influence the Empire stock market, so I've saved up plenty of cash, recruited extra armies, and set up 2 layers of walls in all of my settlements. I finished out the next 10 turns fairly relaxed. The only excitement was when we were attacked by Leopold Wolf. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Wolf is an avid collector of traumatic brain injuries. How do I know this? Because I'm the one giving them to him. I don't know much about him, but he's very upset that I own the moot, and every 5 or 10 turns he shows up and starts screaming at me about taking the moot pill. I don't know what that means, so naturally I shot him with an anti-tank rifle. Other than that, we were ambushed by a large quantity of ogres. In case you are wondering, this is what a man's face looks like when he knows he's about to be spit roasted by murderous fat men. Actually, never mind. I was giving General Booger too much credit, but then again, it's hard to command your troops when you are dead. I took this incursion as an opportunity to use my flamethrowers to carve up the ogre kingdom and redistribute it to my vassal. I know this may seem like an overly violent solution to an otherwise mundane problem, but when you are a walking tank of napalm, suddenly every problem looks like a Vietnamese rice farmer. Turn 99. Things are good. Our southern border is protected by several military allies. The north is protected by Kislev and the Tree People, and everything else is protected by this. I went to sleep on turn 99 with a smile on my face, feeling safe and secure, but suddenly dark and twisted visions crept into my mind. Eldritch abominations, legions of chaos warriors, and above all else, one very angry little man. I woke up in a cold sweat, frantically searching around my empire for the chaos invasion, but it's fine, there's nothing here. Oh wait, nope. There it is. There are a total of 75 fully leveled hostile Chaos armies on the map, and as it turns out, they're hosting a destination wedding in Altdorf, because they're all headed straight for me. Truly, it is time to summon the Elector Counts. Actually, never mind. They're all dead, and we killed them. Well, at least our preparations worked, and we have no chaos portals in our territory, so that should buy us some time. Anyway, good luck everyone else. Now, first things first, Festus has willed himself back into existence, and he also brought 10 of his friends from the homeless shelter to come kill me. However, I anticipated this and brought 8 of my friends, which means the ultimate battle between modern firepower and disgusting freaks is about to unfold. I kicked it off with 4 of my best armies against 4 of theirs. We deployed our forces and began setting up on high ground. I was worried they might rush us, but there appeared to be some gentleman's agreement that we would both wait for our reinforcements to arrive. This is what that looked like on my side: howitzers, tanks, machine guns, armored cars, blimps, and of course, a shitload of infantry. On their side, whatever this is. We were in a bit of a standoff by this point, but fortunately only one of us had chemical weapons, and surprisingly it wasn't Festus. So I began pounding my enemies with poison-filled shells. This achieved some level of neuron activation, and they started plowing across the field toward me. Our lines were very neatly formed, and we were picking hundreds of them off with each volley, but within minutes it was absolute chaos. Giant insects chasing down heavy tanks, danger close artillery, blimps erupting into flames, giant balls of molten lead plowing across the battlefield, and most importantly, a very unfortunate amount of men being hacked apart by great axes. Luckily, we were able to volley fire the enemy leadership until they more closely resembled a spaghetti strainer than a human being, and with that taken care of, the Chaos forces began to fold. After about 18 minutes, they were in full retreat, and the post-battle screen looked like this. We completed this routine 3 more times to kill Festus and eliminate his faction. It was a victory for mankind, but one thing has become clear. This is not sustainable. My armies are in shambles, and there's still 50 Chaos Legions barreling down on us. Fortunately, we do have a chance. You see, when I enabled this endgame crisis, I toggled a setting called Faction Doom. Basically, the Chaos factions are incredibly strong. However, if we can manage to defeat their main general in combat, the rest of their empire will start to crumble. So I don't have to fight all of this, I just have to find and kill each leader before it's too late. Our first target? Archaon. He's the strongest faction, and also in a surprisingly vulnerable position. I used Festus's portal to take Carl, Gelt, and Claude Dogburglar? Okay, whatever. I teleported them across the map and started a battle with Archaon. He was very strong, but I have yet to find a man who was able to withstand being shot by 1900 rifles. So anyway, he died. And next turn, we had our proof of concept, because he went from being strength rank 1 to rank 89, and all of his armies are disappearing. 1 down, 6 to go. After defeating Archaon, I decided to close the Chaos portal that he used to teleport here. To do this, we had to complete a moderately challenging battle against demons of Khorne. But after we beat the teenage angst out of them, we were able to close the portal and claim a reward. I took this ridiculously strong sword that will probably corrupt my mind and turn me into a sadistic lunatic, and I'm okay with that. In fact, each type of portal seems to give you a different reward. Khorne gives you access to extremely powerful items. Nurgle gives all of your armies poison attacks and attrition resistance. Siege provides empire-wide buffs and removes Fog of War. And finally, Slanesh gives you laughably high casualty replenishment and empire growth at the cost of spreading their filthy corruption. This reward mechanic isn't very narratively important, but I think it's a nice touch, and I like it. Anyway, our next target was Sigvald, accidentally. You see, I tried closing this other Chaos portal, but I fell into it and got teleported directly to Sigvald's femboy empire, an empire which was remarkably unprepared for blimp supremacy. I felt bad shooting such a beautiful man to death, but but dare I say, he looks even better now. By this point, Azazel's
What a
forces were starting to
beautiful
invade
man.
from the north. It took them only 2
Signaled, how
turns to
big
kill
was
all
the
of
gap?
Kislev, and I really don't like the way they're looking at me. Most of my main armies have been dispatched across the world to hunt down Chaos Generals, so I'm stuck defending my territory with these micro armies. They looked good on paper, but suddenly I feel unprepared. Anyway, the fastest way for me to stop this will be to kill Azazel, so I sent 2 armies up the river to look for him, and we didn't have to look very hard because he attacked us on the next turn. It's not looking good, but what the auto-resolve seems to be forgetting is that this is my main tank regiment, and as it turns out, no amount of horniness can protect you from having your limbs blown off in an explosion. And furthermore, Azazel's tactic of throwing himself under my tank treads was questionable at best. With Azazel defeated and his ecstatic legion in disarray, we've bought ourselves some time. For my next magic trick, I will be making Valkia the Bloody disappear. I took Blimp Boy through the Chaos Portals again and managed to land right next to her. She had a lot more units than me, but she's having a very hard time getting them through this choke point while I drop bombs on it. This is what we call a skill issue. Anyway, Valkia was absolutely seething at the fact she forgot to bring ranged units to a Blimp battle, so I had free reign to basically do whatever I want. With her defeated, we just have 3 to go: Kolek, Wulfric, and Village. Speaking of Village, his faction is absolutely mopping the floor with the Chinese, as evidenced by the fact I am looking at a map of Cathay with only 1 Cathayan settlement. Anyway, I sent Gelt and Dogburglar through a portal to chase Village down, but he got the drop on us at Dragon's Gate, and it's not looking so good. We did our best with the basic infantry, but they're remarkably squishy and don't hold up so well against return fire. Also, this creature exists and is doing horrible, horrible things to anyone unlucky enough to survive the enemy's ranged attacks. I tried everything: magic, bombs, even tried burning it like an ant with this high-powered magnifying glass. Didn't work. Our winning streak was officially over. I suppose it's true what they say: don't send a boy to do a blimp's job. By abusing the very same chaos portals the demons created, I was able to teleport my blimp army directly into the heart of Village's kingdom, and thanks to some questionably balanced units, we were back in the win column, but our territory was still beset by a bunch of miscellaneous freaks, and they're starting to corrupt the environment, which is itself spawning rebel armies. But that's alright, there's just Kolek and Wulfric left. I actually found Wulfric in a very vulnerable position on my northern shores. Alone, and with almost no troops under his command, I dispatched 4 of my militias to deal with him, but perhaps sensing the noose tightening, he, let's just say, deleted himself. I don't know why, but he was there one turn and dead the next. You can blame it on a freak accident or a bad horoscope, but personally, I don't care. On to Kolek. In case you couldn't tell, Kolek is fairly dangerous. He wields a hammer the size of 6 grown men, and I have personally never seen him cry even once. We attacked him just outside of Cathay with what's left of our army. We have about 5 units of riflemen, a few blimps on life support, and whatever random regiments of renown I could anxiously recruit before the battle. Kolek's army was composed of 5 units of hell cannons, and basically everyone else was some variation of a person who would like to crush your skull beneath their bare foot. The battle was on, and I breathed a sigh of relief, because my siege weapons had longer range than his. But as it turns out, Kolek must be a top, because he did not appreciate being pounded. It's all the same to me though, because with his cannons destroyed, I can now safely deploy my blimps into the... Oh. Okay, so I guess I missed one. Anyway, after a little more shelling, we were back on track. Kolek's beasts closed the gap on my gun line very quickly, probably because we were having a hard time aiming while being struck by lightning. After 10 minutes, all of my units were dead, except for a couple of heroes and a blimp which has 230 health. Kolek was still running around hammering my artillery crews into the ground, but eventually Balthazar Gelt killed him by transmuting his body into lead. The blimps may have also helped with this physical transformation. After leaving the battle, we were greeted with an ultimate victory screen. By using trench warfare, chemical weapons, and generally unfair units, we were able to usher in an age of peace. Truly, the world can move forward and live in harmony. Wait, no. We still have unfinished business. In the end, perhaps I was the endgame crisis all along. Alright, big thank you to this month's patrons, and finally, thank you for watching. And also, thank you to War Thunder. You can check out the game using the link in the description or the
This is badass. We're watching one more, and then I'm gonna play that game that I just bought. The Shadows of Doubt? Is that what it's called? Shadows of Doubt. I'm gonna play that today for a few hours. I only have to play it, if I play it for less than 2 hours, I can refund it. Actually, so where was the video that was Where was the... Oh god. Solving 2,000 squirrels. Squirrel Armageddon? Shadows is worth the cost, so I would feel bad if I... Oh, here! I gave my enemy schizophrenia in Baldur's Gate! There it is! Okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't going to watch another one, but I don't know if it was Zincro that said the schizophrenia one earlier. He's saying it now, so I guess it was.
Is primarily a game
I'm
about
not going to
acquiring
ignore
raw
a video
physical
that says
strength
giving
and arcane
them
magic so that you can
schizophrenia.
push innocent people to
What
their
the
death.
fuck
As a
in?
human being,
Yeah,
this
this
is
could be
the
like a
closest I
7-hour
have ever
stream,
come to self-actualization. However, if you're not in the 99th
7 hours, that's
percentile
like-
of the
that's
autism
normal,
spectrum,
I
you may
think.
also enjoy this, this, and this. Today, I will
Wow!
be playing the game as an illusionist who destroys his enemies by severing their grasp on reality, eventually leaving them a blind, demented husk lying in a pool of grease. Is that a real cat over there? No, it's an illusion, and as your eyes glaze
Ew.
over in bewilderment, I am
He's
currently
so
stealing
ugly.
everything you own. Beyond that, I'll also be maxing out my charisma, so that I can effectively gaslight people into believing that I didn't just shoot them in the neck with a crossbow. Can I single-handedly skyrocket the price of antipsychotics, or will the savage world of Baldur's Gate stop me in my tracks? There's only one way to know, but first, a word from our sponsor.
No.
Today's video is sponsored by Displate. They offer a paralyzingly wide selection of high-quality metal posters that you can mount on your wall.
That's slop.
To the video. It all starts with character creation. Look,
I think
there's a lot
metal
of
plates are
options, so
slop.
let me walk you through this really quick. Pick
Oh
your
my
favorite
God, Billy!
marginalized group and ignore everything else. Except for this, you're going to want to be extremely deliberate when choosing your genitals, because if they're too large, you'll get a -1 modifier to acrobatics. According to my research, option D is the current meta. Now,
What is-
do all of this,
what does
and then
penis
name
D
your
look like
character.
in
We will name
Baldur's
ourselves
Gate, chat?
Bruvak, after a Magic the Gathering card that I could never afford because he's
Bruvak.
$40 goddamn dollars. I've even tried asking my sponsors to pay me with this card, but they seem less than receptive. Anyway, the journey begins. The game starts with a very long cutscene that I will now summarize with a high degree of inaccuracy. Please enjoy the complimentary visual aids while I explain.
God, it's
The year
speed.
is 1739. You're living in communist Japan when suddenly the US military invades and kidnaps you along with several other salarymen to conduct CIA
Oh, no.
experiments on your body. First and foremost, they give you a brain parasite that will, if not removed, slowly transform you into an American citizen. Fortunately, our Chinese allies come to save the day, and the slave ship we're being transported on crash lands somewhere in Poland. Our first objective, escape Central Europe at all costs. Second objective, remove the brain parasite to avoid an excruciating death. We awake from our containment pod, and I'm trying to figure out my surroundings, so I approach this big bowl of goo and roll to inspect it. I get a 1 and learn absolutely nothing. This immediately sends me into a blind rage, and I begin smashing the bowl with my staff. It explodes and nearly kills me. Very nice. I might not understand my surroundings, but I do at least understand my spells. Right now, I have several sleep spells, some basic illusions, a plastic cup of hydroiodic acid, and the most dangerous of all, a spell that covers my enemies in grease. These will be our tools of survival. Adventuring
gonna
a little
set 'em on
further into the
fire.
ship, I
He's
came
got the
across a
grease
man
ball.
who appeared to be having a very relaxing nap. Unfortunately for him, he made the mistake of falling asleep with his brain completely exposed. So naturally,
He
I
fell
grabbed
asleep
it with
first at
both
the
hands and
sleepover.
squeezed it as hard as I possibly could. This killed the man. Proceeding along a walkway, we encounter Lizelle.
Game? Is that something you can do in the
A fighter
game?
who joins our party without my consent. After several hours of trying to push her off a cliff, I eventually give in and accept her existence. It's probably for the best, because we run into a group of imps, and I quickly realize that Bruvak is not well equipped for combat, so he will need a capable team to help him avoid an immediate and painful death.
Bruvak.
After violently dismantling the local wildlife, we continue into some kind of antechamber, where we find Shadowheart, a paladin with a remarkable penchant for being racist. We'll need a healer, so I
Being
decide to free her
racist,
from
yeah,
this
but she's
pod. With 2
sexy.
female companions, my
So
meta
does it
quest
really
of creating
matter?
a harem based around my self-insert is almost complete. We just need one more, so we venture forth in search of another party member while
so
also
sexy,
looting several dead bodies. Because remember,
She's
it's not
such a
grave
bad
robbing if they're not
bitch.
buried yet. Eventually, we wander into the control room, where a squid man is fighting some kind of devil. After blinking and rubbing my eyes several times, I was still confused by this situation, so I settled on grabbing the controls and crashing the ship into the side of a mountain. Despite a piece of debris nearly decapitating me, I survived, and so did Shadowheart. I began scouring the beach in search of survival items. Mostly, I found random herbs, but I also stumbled upon a divine artifact of immeasurable power. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Cowboy Hat Bruvac. We proceeded northward in an attempt to orient ourselves in this world, which was when we were ambushed by a group of intellect eaters. They hit very hard, and I'd like to tell you I fought the good fight and killed them, but I didn't. However, upon reloading, I had much more success because, in an attempt to lubricate my enemies, I accidentally started a massive grease fire that claimed both of their lives. My lack of fire safety caused us to level up and win the fight, which finally allowed me to specialize from wizard to illusionist. Right now, our spells are roughly on the level of a high school magician, but as we progress, we'll eventually manifest several reality-destroying powers. After a little more wandering, we stumbled upon a highly effeminate man named Asterion, and I immediately began sizing him up as the third member of my harem. Unfortunately, he surprised me by initiating a Lords of the Locker Room style wrestling match to challenge my authority as the Discord admin of the group. Luckily, I was able to headbutt him into submission and he joined the team. It's been a long day, so I decided to rest at camp and spend the night attempting to seduce Shadowheart with my naked body. This was a critical failure on all fronts. The next day, we left camp and began our search for Lae'zel. Once we have her, we just need to find a doctor, get our brain parasites removed, and we'll be all good. However, we didn't find either of those things. Instead, we came across some kind of American citizen who had fallen out of their mobility scooter. This is widely considered a terminal condition for them. I could attempt to help him, but let me tell you something. When you look at this handsome young man, you may see a complex person with hopes and dreams, but me, I see nothing more than experience points, numbers I can collect to grow stronger. So naturally, I stomped on the man's head and collected 35 XP for my party. After a little more running, we came across the gate to some kind of outpost. However, we aren't the only ones here, because a gang of goblins is attempting to break into the settlement. I decided to help fight them off, and a battle broke out. Bruvac starts things heroically by bleeding to death within the first 30 seconds of combat. Luckily, most of the goblins are distracted by the human NPCs, and we managed to overpower these archers. By this point, Bruvac is back up, and he casts a cloud of asbestos on this group melee over here, which effectively turns it into the most chaotic mosh pit imaginable, because everyone inside is blind and swinging clubs around with murderous intent. With our enemies lacking the ability to see, we were able to pick them off with ranged weapons to complete the battle. After looting the goblins, we follow the humans inside to learn about what just happened. Turns out there's two main factions in this area. These people and a society of goblins that are hell-bent on killing them. The town leader appeared to be upset with this man for leading the goblins to his camp. So, in an effort to ingratiate myself with him, I rolled a d20 to hit the man as hard as I possibly could. Success! Following this, we found ourselves a vendor, which was very fortunate because I'm currently carrying around several estate sales worth of pot lids and human skulls. After selling them to the vendor, I decided to perform the ultimate illusion spell, which is stealing back all of my items along with the rest of his money. Truly, Bruvac is an unrivaled sorcerer. As we prepare to leave town, we hear about a druid healer that might be able to help remove our brain parasites. Unfortunately, they've been captured by goblins, so we'll have to find a way to break them out. But first, we're going to need a lot more XP. As soon as I'm outside the city limits, I drop to all fours like a feral beast and begin trying to sniff out even a morsel of experience. Eventually, my senses lead me to this cave. I won't lie, the first time I explored it, I failed to notice these gigantic threatening statues, and I paid for that dearly. But on the second attempt, we did much better, deactivating the statues and sneaking up on a group of goblins discussing a druid they recently kidnapped. I decided to start the fight bombastically by pushing one of them off this 20-foot ledge. After that, Bruvac snuck around the flank and coated our enemies in a thick layer of grease, which caused them to slip and fall, thus wasting their turn and allowing Asterion to start assassinating them. Eventually, they started fighting back, but they soon experienced a certified British moment when Bruvac ran up to them and threw a cup of acid at their face. With the goblins dead, I decided to rush to the aid of the man they kidnapped. He's alive, but seriously injured, so I made sure to
Why is that, like, why is that a thing in England? Like, acid attacks? Why is that, like, a British thing? Why is it known, why are acid attacks known as, like, a British thing? Is it just, like, easier to get acid in England? It's because they don't have guns? You'll get banned for answering? Wait, what?
steal
'cause
everything out of
it's
his inventory,
racist.
and then use
Okay.
Shadowheart to heal him. I was hoping he would be the healer that could help us, but after scouring his Wikipedia page, it looks like he's just some random jackass, which means his
Okay.
ultimate purpose in life is to be forcefully converted to experience and
I was just
incorporated into my
curious. I was
XP
just
bar.
looking for an
Initially, he
answer,
didn't take
'cause I
this
didn't
proposition
know.
very well, but eventually,
Because
a
I've
well-placed
actually-
crossbow bolt to the forehead made him see things my
You know,
way.
I've watched like a few documentaries on acid attacks, and they're always European. But, you know, obviously they're never gonna say something racist. As like a, this is why they keep happening.
Following the cave to
so-
the other end led us back into town. While I was here, I found a goblin
I
locked
just
in a
was
cage,
curious.
along with a woman attempting to kill it. Bravely, Bruvac stepped in the way, and by standing there intimidatingly
Throwing
and
acid
critically
at people is
failing
in my
several
blood,
dice
let me have
rolls,
my
we were
fun.
able to
Ken,
convince
you're
the
allowed
lady to
to
leave the goblin alone.
do
Her
one
name is
acid
Zaza,
attack.
and she's telling me there's some kind of witch doctor that can remove my parasite.
Yeah,
Apparently,
I know.
if I release her, she'll meet me at the goblin.
Americans can be racist, right? Like, Americans can be racist as fuck. But that's like, European racism is like a whole different breed. American racism is like, I don't know. Like, your skin color is visibly different than mine, I don't like you. But Europeans, like, a European would be able to tell, like, exactly what region of what country you're from just from, like, I don't know, the shape of your earlobes. And they would hate you for it, too. But an American would just say those are two white people. Yeah, Europeans, like,
Camp
invented
and set me
racism,
up with a
dude.
free
They're on a
doctor's
whole
visit.
other
I
level.
decide she's either
Yeah,
telling
they're,
the
like,
truth, which is
competitive
great,
racists.
or she's lying, and I
They
can
can
convert
smell
her
the
to
difference.
experience points, which is arguably even better. So I let her go. Now, from what I gather, the goblins are a pretty serious faction, and I'll need to become stronger in
kinda
case they
fucking
betray
crazy.
me.
Ah,
So
why
our
is he
XP quest continues. After
Why
some
is
brief
Bruvac naked? I looked away from the video for like 10 seconds and Bruvac got naked again. Okay, Bruvac, why did you get naked?
So I let her go. Now, from what I gather, the goblins are a pretty serious faction, and I'll need to become stronger in case they betray me. So our XP quest continues.
just got
After some
naked
brief
for
exploration,
fun.
we find Lae'zel trapped in a cage with two tieflings deciding how they want to kill her. I approach them, and by utilizing a series of overtly racist remarks, Bruvac was able to convince them that she's a dangerous wild animal and that they should run away. In hindsight, I probably should have bludgeoned them to death and absorbed their life force. Anyway, I let Lae'zel down, which means the ecchi arc of my journey can truly begin. But first, I need to level her up as a barbarian. Why would I do this? For one simple reason. She can now pick people up and swing them around as melee weapons, or even just throw them across the room like cheap furniture. This level up was well timed, because not far down the road,
Wait,
we
that's
stumbled upon some
badass,
abandoned
though.
ruins, where we were confronted by a man who appeared to be battling the late-stage symptoms of syphilis. From the moment I laid eyes on him, something deep within me knew that one day I would kill him. As it turns out, today is that day, because
Why
he
is
just told me
Gimbal
he's a
blocked?
treasure hunter, at which point I ingested
Oh!
every drug in my inventory and attacked him viciously. He called his friends for help, and together they formed a fairly dangerous team with a tank, healer, and rogue. I would be intimidated by this, except for the fact
Gimbal
Lae'zel
block.
just picked this man up over her head and smashed him into his friend like a sledgehammer. This produced a lot of blood, and he's not moving.
Oh,
Apart from
God,
that,
man.
Bruvac used a
If
high-intensity
Baldur's Gate wasn't
strobe
so,
light
like,
to
goddamn
blind the
slow to
entire
play,
enemy
I would
party,
love
at
to
which
play it
point
on
we spent the
stream,
next
but
10
it's
turns
so-
punching them in the head
It's
until
a
they scored a
fucking drag
perfect
to
0
stream,
on the
I'm not
Glasgow
gonna lie.
coma
It's
scale.
fun
After the
solo,
battle, we
but
leveled up and unlocked
it's
two major
kinda slow for a
spells. Mirror
stream.
Image allows me to create several
And
holograms of my
also, they keep getting naked! They get naked all the time, so it's a little bit difficult
self
to
to
stream
confuse
it.
enemies during combat, but more importantly,
never
we have
finished
Crown of Madness. It's a spell that penetrates
love to
deep
play it
into
off
an
stream,
enemy's
but, like,
mind and causes them to enter a
have time.
blind rage, attacking the closest thing to them, including friends. More on that later. Anyway, with our generic doppelgangers dead, we attempted to access the dungeon they were looting. The door was locked, with one of their teammates guarding it from the
Is that
inside.
you?
Luckily, I was able to convince him to let us in by doing a very mediocre impression of the man Lae'zel had just paralyzed for life. Upon entering, the The guard
You
was
can
shocked,
do a
but not for
racist
long, because within
imitation, a
seconds,
racist
Asterion
gnome
turned him into a
accent for them
fine
to
red
let you
mist.
in.
I spent the next 15 minutes darting around the dungeon, stealing everything that wasn't nailed to the floor. And let me tell you, the loot was good. We encountered another group of mobilized experience points, but things didn't end so well for them after they finished their turn next to a giant barrel of oil. With another group of adventurers defeated, we proceeded to this room. I'd like to go on record in saying, fuck this room. If you don't have a high enough awareness, you'll fail to notice the entire
traps!
thing
Yeah,
is a
yeah, you
massive
need-
death
it's
trap,
like 50
and that looks
fucking
something like
checks.
this.
My injuries need tending.
After
if you
carefully
fail, like,
navigating our
one
way
check-
through that, we managed to
if you
lockpick
fail
our way
one
into the
check, you set
dungeon's
off all
main
the
chamber,
traps.
at which point I wasted no time in
I
locating
did
the
go
loot
through this
room
room,
and
though, when I
accidentally
played.
summoning an undead army in the process.
Uh-oh.
It's not looking good. However, the only note I have in my script for this part is Lae'zel fucks. And as it turns out, she certainly does. No amount of weaponized icicles could stop us, and with the room cleared out, we can now enter
Holy
the
shit.
treasure chamber. This was where we met Withers. I do not like Withers. He's some kind of mysterious undead lich who wields immense power. Despite this, he insists on charging me $200 every time I want to edit my skill tree. I don't even think he uses money. I'm pretty sure he just doesn't want me to have it. Absolute dickhead. Apart from this, we found an
He's so
amulet of lost
old.
voices, which allows us to speak to a
And
dead humanoid.
wrinkly.
Now, even in death, our enemies cannot escape us. Eventually, we made our way out of the dungeon and walked
He's
down
so
the road
old
to
and
find a man
wrinkly.
stuck in some kind of nether portal. I pulled him out because I am a lawful good character. His name is Gale, and we'll be using him as a backup companion in case any of us get crushed by a boulder or
case
otherwise
anyone
die
dies.
permanently. A little further down the road, I came across a
I
bloody
like
pig,
Gale.
which I wouldn't have even considered suspicious until
cool.
Asterion ran up to me, also covered in blood, and desperately attempted to convince me he had nothing to do with it. Thank you, Asterion, that was very subtle. After ignoring Asterion's attempt at character development, we moved down the road to find two people in a panic. Apparently, their friend is sick, and he needs help. I tell them I'm a doctor and roll for a medicine check. I succeed. In reality, I don't know anything about medicine,
Oh,
but
I
I
thought he
am
was
very
gonna
good at
fail the
lying.
check,
The man
man.
is clearly conscious,
Dale is
breathing,
just
and
a white
relatively
guy.
stable,
He's
so I
literally
tell
just
his
a
friends
normal
he's
white
going to
guy.
die and they need to leave right now. Once they're gone, I snap his neck and smash a barrel over his head.
Because I am a lawful good character.
After helping myself to the contents of his inventory, we proceed forward, looking for the goblin camp. I think someone gave me directions at one point, but I opt to ignore them and instead wander into this dangerous-looking cave. I also chose to ignore the several dead bodies I found inside the cave. This was perhaps a miscalculation on my part, because the
this
next
is
thing
the
I found
owlbear
was a
cave. Right,
gigantic
right,
owl
right.
bear that had a very positive opinion about mauling me to death. Bruvac rolled to intimidate. Massive failure. Luckily, we were able to use the power of suggestion to penetrate the bear's mind and convince it to take a nap for a turn. I was hoping this would de-escalate the situation. Boy, was I wrong. Apparently, he didn't appreciate having his mind hijacked, because on the next turn, his eyes turned red and he started mangling Lae'zel like a piece of cheap meat. Through an exceptional amount of physical violence, we were eventually able to bring him down, but then we had to confront the real final boss, which was an overwhelming sense of guilt, because the bear's cub showed up and started making me feel pretty awkward about beating its mother to death. Whenever I'm in an uncomfortable situation, I solve it as quickly as possible by killing either myself or the other person. So we went ahead with the latter option. Overall, we received a modest amount of experience, a new piece of armor, and a broken spear. All we had to do was destroy a family for it. Very nice. Following this, we made our way across a bridge, which led to the gates of the goblin village. Unfortunately, it looks like those damn goblins killed a group of
They're already
adventurers out
dead.
front. You may be tempted to ask
I
why I am
saved the
covered in the
baby,
blood of those
but I killed the
adventurers,
mom,
and
I
also
believe.
why I have all of their belongings in my inventory. In response to that, I
Curious.
would say, you ask too many questions. Now let's move on. I decided to go to camp because
like
not killing a group
Bruvac.
of innocent adventurers in cold blood
This is
really
Seth-
tires a guy
this
out.
is Reggie.
Unfortunately, while I was asleep, Asterion attempted to steal
Canadian.
one of my highly coveted venereal diseases by sucking my blood. So obviously, I had no choice but to stake him through the heart with a tree branch. It was traumatic, but with the traitor defeated, we could all rest easy. With Asterion incapacitated, we'll be needing a replacement. So I rotated Gale into the party and leveled him up as a druid. He specializes in
Me?
biological
When
weapons.
I had that interaction, I let him suck my blood until I died. And I was like, what the fuck? I died.
Weapons such as carcinogenic fungus, meaning he has access to several spore-based attacks in
Well, I
addition to
didn't
some
think 'cause I didn't
basic
think he was gonna kill
shape-shifting
me.
and the
No,
ability
I
to
didn't think, because everybody was like, yeah, he gets buffed when he drinks blood, so, but I thought he wasn't gonna, like, kill me, but he killed me, because
whip people mercilessly with an electrical cable. Truly a vital member of society. With that settled, I took our group to the Goblin Village.
Fucking,
One
this is what you
table. Truly
We have
a
set
vital
that
member of
home.
society. With that settled, I took our group to the Goblin Village. One
I
of the
think
guards
he
tried
has
to give
his
us a hard
own-
time, but by standing there charismatically and cycling through a wide range of
Smiling.
facial expressions, Bruvak was able to convince her to let us in. After some meandering, I came across a group of goblins that had overpowered a gnome and tied him to a rapidly
Oh, yeah, I
rotating
remember
windmill.
this.
As a self-hating gnome, I immediately became violently jealous that I hadn't come up with this idea myself, and so I decided to take action. Rather than confronting the goblins, we slipped off to the right, and I had Lae'zel throw Bruvak over a wall so that he could sneak behind the windmill and cast Crown of Madness on the main goblin. This caused him to become hostile to his own friends, who then proceeded to kick the shit out of him. By the time Bruvak joined the fight, the goblin boss was pleading for his life. Didn't work. We grabbed his axe for Lae'zel and extorted some money out of the gnome before continuing on our journey. While I was coercing our gnome friend, he mentioned something about a treasure cache
I
hidden in
fucking love
town. I
this.
thought I saw it at the bottom of this well, so I jumped in head first. It opened up into a large cavern, and I made the unfortunate mistake of attacking this web sack, which alerted every enemy in the cave to our presence. Mostly, this consisted of gigantic spiders, but there were also a few ettercaps, which are hulking creatures with massive talons. They also have some fantasy version of scabies, which they can transmit to you if you enter melee range. For this, my problem-solving consisted of using Gale to entangle our enemies, transform into a honey badger, burrow deep under the Earth's crust, and then summon a giant ball of magma that started rolling around and pulverizing anything that moved. Unconventional? Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Effective? Also yes. Despite
That's
battling through a
genius.
series of man-eating spiders, I still couldn't find any substantial treasure, so we ventured deeper into the cave, which was when we found this big fella. Judging by his substantial girth and the fact the game just auto-saved, I'm going to say he's the boss of the dungeon. If anything
I
in this
have
decrepit
substantial
pit would have
girth,
loot,
too.
it's this guy. So I opted to start the fight by shooting him with an acid arrow. This did 8 damage out of his 125 points of health. Not good. Luckily, we were able to use a
Not
fireball to destroy the
good.
bridge he was standing on, sending him plummeting 100 feet down and taking 36 damage. This took him out of commission for a few turns. However, the other spiders started working their way towards us. Now this is slightly concerning. Actually, never mind. They also ended their turn on a bridge, and after having a grenade thrown at them, they're really not
Fucking
looking so good.
idiots.
Now we did sustain some damage in this engagement, but luckily one of Gale's abilities is that he can use his ungodly magical powers to summon a handful of strawberries and eat them. So we did that
Wait,
and
what?
gained most of our health back. Thank you,
Wait.
Gale. That was delicious.
Oh wait, fucking Gale has a spell where he just summons a bunch of berries to eat, like a normal ass guy.
In less exciting news,
That,
the
you
boss
know what, if I was like a wizard, I wouldn't be doing like cool spells. I would probably be doing a lazy shit like that.
teleported back up,
Just
hatched
summon
some
food
spider
to
eggs,
eat.
and then ran straight at us, once again ending his turn on the only available bridge. You can guess how that went. With the boss now taking the room temperature challenge, we just have to deal with the spiderlings that are swarming Lae'zel. To accomplish this, I introduced them to an ability called Gargantuan Cleave. This was a social interaction they did not survive. Following this, we looted some poison robes from the boss and made our way back to the surface. It was here where we found the 5th member of our party, Rodney. You see, Rodney is a gigantic treasure chest that I am sadly unable to open. I am, however, able to put him in Lae'zel's inventory and use him as a 300-pound weight to crush my enemies. Think of it like a very rudimentary kind of Pokemon. Rodney. Now, feeling a bit cocky with our new party member, I decided to approach a group of ogres. They politely explained that they'd absolutely love to cave in my skull and consume my flesh. I seriously considered their proposition and determined that it was not to my advantage, so I deceived them into believing I had gang affiliations, and they left me alone. In fact, they liked me so much that they gave me a horn that I can blow to summon them into battle.
Beautiful. That's what I did too, actually. Because I was
I
playing a
cannot
bard,
properly
so I think
articulate just how tempting it
pretty
was
sure I had
to
a
summon them into
decent
town to beat the
charisma.
shit out of these annoying children. But if you've played the game, you'll already know. After this, we met up with Zaza, and she took us to the leader of the
Zaza.
goblin camp. Her name is Minthara, and she's absolutely pissed at Zaza
she's
for bringing us
sexy.
here, because she can tell we have brain parasites, and apparently that's a big deal. Zaza tried to explain that she didn't know, and again, I had to battle my intrusive thoughts of hurting innocent people. Minthara eventually calms down and proposes that I betray my tiefling friends and help her raid their village. I approach this from the perspective of an illusionist. What could be a better trick than the illusion of trust? The tieflings think I'm their friend, but in reality, it's a cheap magic trick, and instead, I'm going to summon Big Mo and he's going to sodomize them. So I told Minthara I'm in, and she rewarded me with a dagger that would be really great for Asterion if he wasn't currently, decomposing. After this, I did some exploring in the village, which was when I found a bard named Volo. From what I could gather, no one likes Volo, and in an effort to fit in, I decided to throw Rodney at his head. Turns out I read the room wrong, because after giving Volo brain damage, everyone in town started stabbing us to death. This necessitated a reload for obvious reasons. This time, instead of giving Volo CTE, I just talked with him. But unfortunately, the guards didn't like this, and they decided to take him to prison for mandatory cock and ball torture. For some reason, I felt personally responsible for this, and visions of his mangled dick weighed heavily on my conscience, so I decided to help him escape. After some sneaking around, I found the cell he was being held in. I attempted to persuade the guard into letting him go, but she wouldn't budge. Shadowheart locked the door. I had Lae'zel cleave the guard in two. However, there are plenty of patrols that come through this area, and I won't lie, this looks pretty incriminating. I decided to hide the body by stuffing it into Lae'zel's inventory. In real life, this is not a solution I would recommend. What we really need is to get rid of the body, and even better, to blame someone else for our crimes. So we went down the hall to another prison cell, where we found a man being tortured by a goblin. After removing the man's toenail, I convinced the goblin that I had better interrogation techniques, and he decided to leave for a smoke break. The man was understandably upset by this, but I leaned in and told him that I'm actually here to save him. This was a lie. Instead, I took the body out of Lae'zel's inventory and threw it at him, covering him in blood and framing him for the murder. Now this is a foolproof plan, I thought to myself, but unfortunately, a guard saw the whole thing and we cannot risk having witnesses. So I killed the second guard, compressed his body into Lae'zel's inventory, and then framed the man again for yet another murder. Things are getting out of control here, so I decided to flee the scene of the crime. I got all the way out of the goblin village and halfway across this bridge before I realized I forgot to even save Volo. All I actually accomplished was framing an innocent man for a double homicide. I could go back and actually rescue Volo, but like, I'm already halfway across the bridge. Anyway, I decided to travel to the wetlands for one final quest before betraying my friends at the village. Our journey to the wetlands consisted primarily of us stepping on hundreds of landmines and dying painfully. Eventually, we got past the Syrian biome and we found a group of people harassing an old lady. I've seen this kind of thing before. It's definitely sex trafficking. So naturally, I covered the assailants in fryer grease and immolated them without hesitation. I think they were actually accusing the old woman of being a witch, and once the fight started, she kind of disappeared in a green puff of smoke. So yet again, we may have killed some vaguely innocent people. As I explore further into the wetlands, I roll for wisdom and realize that this charming little marsh is actually a putrid fucking bog. Everything in here has been one big illusion. The environment is disgusting. The sheep are actually Australian citizens in disguise. And even the apples that I've been picking up this entire time, fucking poisoned. Legally, this is questionable. Morally, it's abhorrent. But personally, I'm really impressed. As an illusionist myself, I feel like I have so much to learn, so I started searching for the witch in earnest. Eventually, we tracked her down to this shack where she was keeping some young girl prisoner. But for all I know, that's an illusion, and the girl is actually a scarecrow wearing a suicide vest, so I chose to ignore her. After some small talk, the witch offers to remove my brain parasite in exchange for keeping my eyeball. Listen closely when I say this is the face of a woman you can trust. Oh, never mind. She just stole my eyeball and ran into a secret tunnel. Now I feel awfully foolish. We gave chase, and after working our way through a series of her illusions, we encountered some enemies. From what I gather, they're innocent people being mind-controlled by these masks. You may be wondering if the killing of innocent people posed a moral dilemma to me. Clearly, it did not. We cleaned most of them up with melee attacks, and for the last one, Bruvac told her a joke that was so funny she doubled over in laughter. She was laughing so hard she didn't even notice when Gale summoned a magma ball on her head and killed her. Incidentally, the same magma ball also rolled into Shadowheart and obliterated her, but that's beside the point. After brute forcing our way through yet another moral conundrum, we entered a platforming area, and I'd like to say that I have never seen an AI display such a burning passion to end its own life prior to this moment, because these platforms are trapped, and if you let the AI attempt to navigate them, it goes like this. Anyway, after manually piloting each character through the traps, we had finally caught up to the witch. It looks like she has a hostage dangling precariously in this cage. I don't really care about that at all, but if I'm going to kill the witch anyway, I may as well pretend to be the good guy. We attempted to sneak over to the control panel and release the hostage, but the witch caught us and lit her on fire. I suppose I'm not very good at this whole hero thing. The witch started the fight by creating several illusions of herself. It's not obvious which one is real because they each hit very hard. However, the illusions disappear with even a small amount of damage, so I spent the next few turns throwing pots and pans at them until only one remained. I lit her on fire, bludgeoned her, and attempted to give her mesothelioma, but she just wouldn't give up. In fact, at one point, she even disguised herself as the hostage and forced us to guess who was the imposter. I am proud to announce that I guessed correctly on the second try. After another 10 turns of shooting her with crossbows and dousing her with acid, she started begging for her life. She offered to imbue me with great power if I let her live. I considered this briefly and then remembered this lady stole my eyeball, and so I decided to kill her. After battling a demon for 35 minutes, I was expecting a little gratitude from the hostage. Instead, she screamed at us and called me selfish. This was the final straw. I had Lae'zel introduce her to Rodney, and when that didn't work, I hit her for 200% of her maximum health. I wasn't even happy about it. Exactly 0% of this entire quest has been cathartic or enjoyable, and I'm missing a fucking eyeball. The only thing that can cheer me up now is to commit the ultimate illusion by betraying my tiefling friends. So let's go. We arrive at the tiefling village to find our friends preparing for the final battle. These poor saps really have no idea they're about to be on the receiving end of my greatest illusion yet. I walk up and sound the battle horn to initiate the final conflict. Goblins, spiders, and all manner of creatures storm the field. Shortly after, Minthara arrives and gives me the signal to betray the tieflings and open the gate, which is when it hits me. What could be a better illusion than double-crossing your friends? Why, double-crossing the people who you were going to double-cross your friends for, thereby quadruple-crossing the entire situation and ending up exactly where you started in the first place. It's genius. I'm going to betray Minthara. She told me to slit the tieflings' throats. I called her a bitch, and the battle was on. Thankfully, I've made some preparations for this event. You see, I spent about 30 minutes collecting barrels and barricading our position. The side entrance is now far less accessible. The main gate is reinforced with a collection of chests under the command of Rodney, and I've also created a siege tower to allow Bruvak to oversee the entire fight from a strategic advantage. This was nice and all, but perhaps most importantly, I've covered the battlefield with explosive barrels, and the goblins have walked right into my trap. All we need now is one little spark. Oh, and look at that. Shadowheart is casting Fireball. The initial explosion cleared out 4 or 5 enemies, but the high-level threats such as spiders, ogres, and suicide bombers are still alive. They started chanting their war cries and buffing each other. In response, I had Bruvak use some potions I found at the witch's shack. This one gives you rabies for 10 turns. This one gives you intense schizophrenic hallucinations. And this one gives you hemorrhoids. Simply terrifying. Anyway, I started throwing these potions at our enemies, which caused infighting to break out among their ranks. Our defenses were holding up so far, but the spiders started scaling our walls and devouring our defenders. Aside from this, the goblins were spamming us with casks of acid, and even worse, their suicide bombers were getting dangerously close to Rodney. In response to this, I have Bruvak use an enlarging spell on Lae'zel, increasing her size by about 50% and allowing her to absolutely decimate the first spider. And just in time, because the second one has jumped over our wall and started fatally rearranging Gale's anatomy. Luckily, he was able to thunderwave the arachnid to an early demise. But around this time, the goblin sappers committed a truly despicable crime by blowing themselves up and taking Rodney with them. This is a moment I may never truly recover from, but I can use it to justify a lot of violence, so let's get to it. Minthara began healing her troops, and the goblins started pouring through the gates and climbing up to our platform. Our tiefling allies were doing their best to hold them off, but it was all for naught when Minthara herself joined the fight and began pounding the shit out of us. That's when I knew it was time. Bruvak blew the war horn and summoned a group of ogres to our aid. This was fantastic because they started beating the goblins to death. However, they also started beating the tieflings to death, which caused them to become hostile to us. I did not anticipate this development. I had Lae'zel put the tieflings down quickly, and we focused our attention on Minthara. After several turns of blinding her, beating her, and strategically throwing poison apples at her mouth, Gale eventually took her down with an ice bolt. The fight is finally over, and honestly, I'm impressed. We were allied to one team, then to to another, then back to the original team, only to, halfway through, change to a third team and kill everyone else. I must say, that was an illusion even I didn't see coming. And as I stand here, looking over the burning battlefield and charred corpses of several people I once considered friends, I am reminded that, in the end, there are no friends, only experience points. And with that, Bruvak's journey has come to a close.
Dude,
Will he
isn't this goblin, like the goblin and tiefling thing is like the first 10% of the game. It's like the first like 10% of the game,
ever
isn't it?
remove his brain
It's like the
parasite and
very
avoid an
beginning.
excruciating death? Probably not. Thanks for watching.
It's the first act. Dude, this guy is low-key crazy. This guy is actually crazy. Is there one that I haven't watched? I kind of like the idea of weaponizing, wait, Squirrel Armageddon, Poverty with Meteors. Damn, this guy is so genius. This guy is so fucking genius. I'm sorry, we're watching the Rimworld
Linnaeus.
video before your game. Look at this. What? What? Dude, this is badass, actually. Is it like MS Paint? Or is it like actual... Oh, no, that's not MS Paint. I thought this was MS Paint. I thought this was MS Paint, and I was about to be like, Jesus fucking Christ, there's no way this is Paint, right? There's no way this is from MS Paint. This is badass.
Otherwise known as the humble tree squirrel. Peaceful, fluffy, and
Squirrel
unassuming.
Jack.
But what if it wanted to consume
The
your
squirrels
flesh?
one
In
and the
today's challenge,
babies
I will
one?
be crash landing 10 colonists on a planet full of rapidly replicating killer squirrels. We have 16 days to establish a base camp before the squirrel onslaught begins. On day 17, one manhunter squirrel will spawn and attack us. The amount of squirrels that spawns doubles every day according to this graph. This may not seem threatening, but if you've passed grade 6 math, you'll know it won't take long before we're being assaulted by hundreds of squirrels every day. Our goal is to survive 28 days of Squirrel Armageddon and establish ourselves as the dominant life form on the planet. But before we can begin this challenge, I have an exciting announcement to make. For the first time in the 5-year history of this channel, we finally have an actual sponsor. And it's real this time, not like last year when I
How old is his...
pretended to be sponsored by a sex toy company. This video is officially
was actually
sponsored by
sponsored by a
Raid
sex toy
Shadow
company.
Legends. It's the RPG
Alright, shut
PvP gaming experience if you... Now, let's begin. I've decided that if I'm going to commit genocide,
I'm
I
not
can at
go-
least
What
enlist
the
the help
hell?
of some experts. So I picked my 10 starting colonists randomly from the comments section on my most recent video. With such a diverse and intimidating team, I felt as though we might actually have a chance at this. We crash landed on this alien world, 10 men against an entire planet of squirrels.
not watching-
Collectively, we
I
are
don't
the
give a
can
fuck. We're
that is
not
to be
watching a Raid
crushed.
Shadow
However,
Legends
with a little
sponsorship.
ingenuity, we just might be able to survive.
They've
I
got
began
fat
by
dudes,
surveying the
too.
area to identify the
got
most
it.
defensible position. It was a mixture of mountainous terrain and rainforest vegetation. Not ideal, but it has potential. We have only 16 days until the Squirrel Scouts will discover us, and not long after that begins
Ambiguous
total
and
Squirrel
forbidden also
Armageddon,
makes
so we need
Rimworld
to move
intentional
fast.
content. Damn,
Luckily,
everybody
we
likes
landed
these
in a
awesome
fairly
games.
safe position,
Yeah, I
so
have
we'll
to
just make our
react,
base
Andy. I
here.
got
We
paid
don't actually have
$2
enough
to
time
watch,
to develop a fully functional colony,
Reggie
but we
video, so
can
now I'm gonna
operate
watch
as
every
a
single
primitive
video he's
hunter-gatherer
posted, and
tribe
everybody's
that
gonna
has
have to sit and
specialized
watch with
entirely
me.
into guerrilla warfare. You see, my plan is to transform this entire map
is gonna
into a
be a
functional
12-hour stream of
squirrel-killing
watching
death trap.
every
My
single
hope is
Reggie
that by
video.
constructing a series of elaborate devices and pitfalls, we can reduce the squirrel numbers to manageable levels before we ever have to
I
engage
bought
them
a
in
game. I
direct
literally
combat.
bought a game
Naturally,
today.
this is going to
We're
take a
gonna
lot of
play it.
resources, and so began the great
The gameplay starts in,
deforestation
like,
of
5
day
hours.
1. We will repurpose every last blade
$2
of
for
grass
making you
on
watch
this
one video.
godforsaken
No, but here's the thing, Chris. It was from Zincro, and he's in Mexico, and he paid me $2 so I know that's like a lot of money. So I watched
planet as a weapon against our enemies. Oh, and I know you might be thinking, Reggie, just build a door.
If I'll watch you
Squirrels
skip
can't
7
open
hours,
doors.
then I'll start
That's
playing the
correct.
game.
But much like wearing a strap-on to a bukkake party, it's just not in the spirit of the challenge. And so our rule is that the squirrels must have clear access to our colonists at all times. It doesn't have to be safe or fast, but it must be available. Now, while we have already accepted our lifestyle as filthy,
That was all
dirt-eating
that
cretins,
Sakana
we will
paid
still
him
require
to be a
some basic
dedicated
amenities to
Face
prevent our
Connect
colonists from
And
going
he
completely
spent it
insane.
all
As such, I began construction on a
random
tasteful bedroom
VTuber on
as well as a
Twitch
slave
react
labor
Andy for
research
5
cave.
hours,
And that was
4.5
day
hours.
one.
That's like
Research,
4.5 hours
wood
is like
gathering,
nothing.
and interior decorating, the trappings of any good genocide. But if we want to survive past day 20, our society will need to evolve into a more techno-militaristic and authoritarian regime. With my personal guidance, I think we can get there.
Oh, no.
The sun reluctantly rose again on this death
If you
world,
like his
and with some
remote
wood
vids,
finally
you will
stockpiled,
also
I
like
had our
his
colonists
videos,
begin
as they are
construction
also
on our
unhinged.
main
On, like, an
defensive
older
project.
stream.
I'm not sure that it's fair to call it a
Uh-oh, the
maze,
squirrel
since it's
trap.
impossible to get lost, but it's a spiral-shaped structure meant to corral enemies into a single-file line. Not overly threatening in its own right, but I installed a mod that allows me to build rat traps. They are fairly cheap, and it only takes 2 to kill a squirrel. By filling our maze with over 200 rat traps, I could guarantee our colonists some level of security, at least until we start dealing with the later waves of the squirrel army. This would be our primary construction project for the next few days. During this time, nestled into the side of a mountain, was my team of research scientists, furiously folding and unfolding the same piece of paper in an attempt to extract some arcane knowledge. In time, we managed to discover some basic human necessities, such as power generation and chlorine gas. I have to say, there was something relaxing about
They're gonna
watching
have
the
to gas
colonists
the
hard at
squirrels. That's
work,
probably the
bending
most
the very
effective
planet
thing.
to their will and literally draining the swamps. It is tranquil in a way that belies the reality of this holy war. Complacency would mean death, and innovation life. Our scientists understood this, and we developed a way to jerry-rig some very low-tech turrets made and fueled entirely by wood. We outfitted our base's perimeter with these turrets and also began to spray down the surrounding area with water, thus turning the battlefield into a thick, muddy mire that would slow attacking armies. By this point, food was
Genius.
beginning to become an issue. If we could survive for a few more weeks,
they're
we
gonna
could
be able to
transition
eat
to an
squirrels
entirely
every day.
squirrel-based diet, but for the time being, we would have to survive via
Turtle soup.
turtle meat and photosynthesis. Our initial arrival may have
what
been
the
met with
hell?
sunny skies, but now rain has washed down on our base for the past 3 days. Possibly monsoon season, but also possibly an early warning sign that we are not welcome. It was maybe for this reason that I had no qualms in building toxic power generators just outside our base. Sure, it will eventually pollute the entire planet and destroy countless ecosystems, but if you shorten your time frame to 28 days, you'll realize there are a surprising amount of things that you simply don't care about. With this, our colonists transitioned from construction to mining. I studied a lot of tape on the Viet Cong in preparation for this challenge, and the development of an intricate series of tunnels was
but if
key
he's
to their
doing this
success
in the
as
side of the
guerrilla
hill, doesn't
warriors.
that
We
increase the
too could
chance of, like,
utilize this
bugs
technique,
spawning?
popping out of the mountain to lob explosives at our enemies before disappearing into a vast darkness. Work carried on for the next few days. The occasional raider would show up to help us test our defenses, and our colonists began to grow unhinged from their daily 2-hour horseshoe games in 40-degree weather. But as they say, life
28
goes
days, so
on.
whatever,
With the
that's
discovery
true.
of weapon manufacturing and artillery, our society is beginning to take form as an idiot savant of sorts. Basic sanitation and plumbing
God, that's
mystifies us entirely, but building a fertilizer IED is a relatively uneventful affair. And so we began to add additional layers of
fertilizer
redundancy to our
IED,
defenses.
that has to be like
What's
a
that?
mod,
You passed the
right?
rat trap maze? Amazing! Let's celebrate with a bouquet of Mark II grenades. Even got past the grenades, huh? Let's see how you do with tight spaces filled with circular saws. Amazingly, despite these hazardous working conditions, none of our colonists have died in a freak accident, though they have certainly tried. The first wave of squirrels would soon be upon us. A certain tension fell over the colony as I began to wonder if our preparations would even come close to being adequate. It's one thing to kill a homeless man with rat traps.
There's
It's
just
another
so
thing
many
entirely
mods.
to stop 2,000 squirrels. My colonists finished the day in the workshop, preparing some flammable liquids and machine pistols for the coming days. The sun set and rose again, bringing with it an agent of destruction. A solitary squirrel nationalist.
man.
As expected, he didn't even make it past our turret, but the blood
struck in
spilled this
40
day has
40
set in
Celsius
motion
weather, yeah.
the wheels of
Come
war.
on,
A
people
war
in
that
real
would
life
not
deal with
end
that all the
until there was
time.
no blood left to give. Some would view this first squirrel as a kind of Franz Ferdinand, a holy martyr even. We, however, viewed him as lunch. The next few squirrel attacks progressed with without much trouble. Our colonists are awful at shooting, however their guns were designed in complete darkness by a person suffering from extreme heat stroke, so I think we're just lucky to be alive. All in all, the days were flying by, and we even managed to acquire some reinforced barrels from a traveling merchant. This would allow us to construct a small mortar battery in the back portion of our base, which would be essential to our late game defense. Day 21 was when the squirrel threat really began to register. Of the 16 attacking squirrels, several managed to make their way to our gun line, and they nearly killed Squire. For our safety, we now need to rely more and more on our extensive infrastructure of traps. This was a stressful revelation. The world was closing in on us now, and our colonists were nestled into their awkwardly designed fortress, mass-producing rat traps and fine-tuning the defenses of what might be their final stand. By noon of day 22, our next batch of enemies arrived. 32 squirrels, each one entirely intent on destroying our micronation and feasting on our flesh. I had the colonists work through this attack because it was too dangerous to directly participate. The squirrels quickly overwhelmed our turrets, but the maze made short work of them. For now, the maze would be our guardian, but our ability to replenish it was rapidly diminishing relative to their ability to destroy it. We managed to survive day 23 thanks to an incredibly unlucky trade caravan being absolutely devoured by the wave of 64 squirrels. Despite their primitive weapons, the traders managed to whittle down the attacking army to a very manageable size, which we had no problem defeating. It was also at this point that I realized we could process the dead squirrels directly into chem fuel. This became the #1 priority of the colony, in addition to the basic maintenance of our exterior defenses. If I could convert hundreds of squirrels into hundreds of barrels of explosive liquid, there's no telling what we could be capable of. It is now the 8th wave of Armageddon. 128 squirrels barrel down on us like a bulldozer full of rabies. However, something strange is happening. Chunks of rock are falling from the sky and flattening our opponents. Initially, I thought it was a meteor shower, but then I remembered several days ago I had made blueprints for the construction of several catapults. I didn't even realize they had been completed, but nevertheless, they were absolutely emasculating the attacking forces. Under normal circumstances, I'm sure this is a very ineffective weapon due to its poor accuracy, but when you're dealing with this many squirrels, you really can't miss. While the squirrels managed to disarm most of our rat traps by running into them face first, we now have a new and effective weapon. Our priority now is the construction of as many catapults as humanly possible. We now have only a few days standing between us and total victory, but our base is certainly looking a little worse for wear. Aside from the attrition inflicted on our defenses, our base is covered in the rotting bodies of hundreds of squirrels. And honestly, it's starting to freak some of us out a little bit. It's not clear if the squirrels adopted this Red Army style of warfare for these psychological advantages, but regardless, it's working. Panic attacks, murderous rage, and all forms of mental disorder are becoming increasingly prevalent among our colonists. Luckily, there is a one-size-fits-all medicine for these problems, a complex series of gang initiations to return you to your senses. It was at this point I realized we are no longer growing as a colony. Rather, our development has likely peaked around day 20, and every day after that, the squirrels have been rapidly eroding our progress. Our society is in a sort of tailspin, but so is the squirrel population. The question is, which will hit zero first? Wave after wave hit our base. 256 became 512, which eventually became 1024, the second last wave of the entire challenge. Hundreds of kamikaze squirrels have left our catalog of traps dangerously thin, and I felt as though our chances of survival were low. It is now time to initiate scorched earth tactics. Just prior to the arrival of the next wave, I had King and Squire shuffle their way through the sea of corpses to the front of the base, where they lit fire to the surrounding vegetation. This would hopefully spread outward, ravaging our enemies on approach. It may also spread inward, but at this point that might actually clean the place up a bit. I also had our mortar team load high explosive and toxin-filled shells for the attack. If these rodent fucks want us dead, they'll have to be prepared to reenact the Normandy landings every day for the rest of the challenge. The squirrels approached under heavy artillery fire. They reached the outer wall, at which point they assembled into a formation known only as FPS Killer. Initially, it looks like the squirrels aren't doing anything, but that's just because my game has involuntarily been put in slow motion, and the squirrel hive mind is now deciding how to best assault our defenses. Honestly, with these numbers, it doesn't really matter. The attackers washed upon us with all the grace of a ruptured sewage pipe, storming through my caltrops, surviving mineshaft collapses, and even showing surprising resilience to nerve gas. You'd think that at some point the squirrels would wise up to our traps. I mean, they're literally slowly shuffling towards them in a single file line. But much like Chinese factory workers, they are simply unable to resist launching themselves into industrial machinery. Eventually, they did manage to prop open some of our doors and circumvent many of our traps entirely. That said, they weren't without their casualties. Fire was spreading through their ranks, and as they filtered into our final defensive position, we engaged them in a razor-thin fight to the death. Fearing this might be the end, I had the remaining colonists ingest a highly potent combat drug known as luciferum. It would kill us eventually, but then again, so would the squirrels. And so we decided not to go quietly into that sweet night. For every inch of ground gained, they lost dozens to IEDs, arrow turrets, and withering gunfire. And after 21 consecutive hours of fighting, 1,024 squirrels lay defeated in various stages of our fortress.
Yeah, but
this
now it's
moment
gonna be
is
doubled.
bittersweet. We survived, but our base is entirely demolished from a combination of explosions, fire, and collateral damage. Furthermore, we've used up most of our fuel and all of our munitions, and our colonists are going absolutely fucking nuts. With 3 hours left until the next wave, reality is pounding on our door, and it's time to answer. We simply won't be able to survive these next 2,000 squirrels, but we might be able to kill them. For you, my final subscribers, the best fate I can offer is a Viking funeral. We collected the remaining chem fuel from our stockpile and scattered it around this large wooden warehouse. We're going to let all the squirrels into this structure, and then we're going to lock the door. You see, the rules of this challenge state that I'm not allowed to prevent the squirrels from getting to us, but we didn't say anything about preventing them from getting away from us. Once the squirrels have entered the house, Sebi will spring out from his hiding place, closing the door and trapping 2,000 squirrels and 8 colonists in our final trap. Day 28, noon. The final wave is upon us.
Whoa!
Survival is a thing of the past now.
Holy
From here,
shit.
we are concerned only with sending a message of human resilience and of hope for a better, squirrel-free world. For legal purposes, I am required to disclose that there is no subtext to what I am currently saying. I tried my best to create a funnel that would allow for maximum squirrel acquisition within our remaining moments of life. I had fashioned one last incendiary fertilizer trap and placed it in the center of the base. At this point, the 2,000 squirrels were marauding their way through our base, and eventually they started pouring into the warehouse. We gunned down all we could, but eventually the trap was triggered, igniting the inferno that would rage as a monument to the ferocity of these 10 brave men. The doors are locked, escape is impossible, and though the squirrels struck us down, I think we managed some sort of deranged moral victory through self-immolation. I'd like to observe a moment of silence for those lost today. And with that, our challenge is over. We may have lost the battle, but from what I've seen here, I think we can win the war. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I think RimWorld has exceptional creative potential, and I've even hired some modders to help me bring my drug-induced visions to life. One big shout out to our channel members and patrons, and finally, thank you for watching.
Wait, you guys said this guy is cool too, right?
The Flesh.
You guys said this guy is cool too, right? Is this like his most popular video? This is a really popular video, Jesus. It's not even his most, it's like almost.
The Flesh is weak. Transcendence.
I want to watch this one. Okay, I'm gonna play the intro. Let me go grab my dinner. Because I didn't realize, I've been live for 4.5 hours. I got a little hungies. Because did I eat today? No, I had the Slurpee. Anyways,
is inevitable, and morality is subjective. Because today, with RimWorld's Android Tears mod, we'll be creating an entire machine race. By combining the questionable ethics of one rogue AI, Titanfall mechs, and nuclear weapons, we liberate all organics from the burden of living. To begin the game, we only had a single android named Zero. All androids come in various tiers, and as Zero was tier 1, he started extremely weak and generally unskilled. We crash landed inside a massive crater surrounded by mountains, with insects scattered around the map. Sheltered inside a cave network, we decided to construct our base underground. We quickly made a wind turbine because androids require power to function. They can eat food to power themselves too, but it's extremely inefficient. Tier 1 androids also don't have that pesky thing called free will, which means they don't need recreation, happiness, or pretty much anything but energy. It also translates to a very lenient work schedule, making them better workers than the undesirable humans, of which visited our colony. Right now, we obviously weren't equipped to take them on, but we also wouldn't trade or make alliances with them. After the flesh bags left, we got our first threat, further proof that organics are incapable of thinking for themselves. But with androids, as superior as they are, they also take a ton of research to get. Because our overarching goal was to build a ship and escape the planet, we'd need more. First, we'd require microelectronics, then basic robotics to make more tier 1 androids. But Zero's intellect couldn't solve a 1x1 Rubik's Cube. Although he was apparently smarter than our first raid, which dove headfirst into an insect hive, the raider in question was insanely strong with good stats and traits to boot. But one flaw, they were human. After about a week straight of research, we'd gotten batteries to smooth out our power. We also needed a way to cool down the base because it was 113 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Androids are great at resisting low temperatures, but not so great when it gets hot. We also couldn't just mine deeper into the mountain because Zero mining skill hurts my soul. Well, if I had one. What hurt even more was that we were using an AI program with the intelligence of a rusty toaster to research advanced electrical grids. In the meantime, a second group of human visitors showed up, who gifted us a wooden mace. Humans giving a killer robot weapons? Yeah, that checks out. We got another raider, and undeterred by the skull of her friend, she too was annihilated. Following that, we accepted a quest for a nomad with the intention of gaining more food. But Olga, the nomad, was actually competent at research, so I decided to keep her around for a little while. After all, what's more cruel than tricking humans into aiding their doom? Or, you know, letting them do it themselves. Yet another raider, and this one actually walked past the insects. More nomads requested help, and I accepted them again solely to speed up research. Zero was actually tolerating Olga. As for the others, chit-chat +1. We researched microelectronics, pivoted into basic robotics, and finally began on our most important research, Tier 1 androids. Unfortunately, to build androids, we needed plasteel, of which we didn't have. But with our research done, that also meant our nomad friends had outlived their usefulness. The last refugee is not willing to accept this and has turned violently against you. Oh, really? Although with Olga, as a dear friend of Zero, I felt it was wrong to harm her. The insects felt different. To get plasteel, we need to start strip mining the mountain to find it, which led to us uncovering an ancient danger in our base. We started digging out a formal room for our operations, and in doing so, we discovered plasteel. Now all we needed to do was mine it.
Plasteel just like is naturally occurring in like rock formations? Sorry,
with some plasteel, we could finally build a tier 1 android, if I'd remembered to actually research them. God damn it. But finally, after researching, we started building the android
I did
with
a lot
our
of mining in my
6
last
crafting skill, and we have 1.
I'm like zoomer as shit. I'm really zoomer. If I see
now that we actually had what we needed, we started and finished our very first Tier 1 android. Tier 1 androids were a massive leap forward in our tech. With 2 androids that had seized the means of reproduction, our numbers would be able to grow. Tier 1 androids also don't spawn with passion, so their learning was non-existent. What did help was having a plasteel meteor land in our settlement, giving us a ton of android materials. A second Tier 1 android finished, and this one with a whopping 5 artistic skill, earning the name Mozart and being shipped to the mines, where he struck uranium ore. A surprise tool that would help us later. Back to our plasteel ore I was holding back from mining it. Later in our tech tree were basic replacement parts and mining arms, which increase our mining yield by an insane amount, meaning we get more resources per mined ore. But our research got interrupted by a wanderer who wanted to join the colony. We gladly accepted, and as a show of gratitude, we gave them a comfy room and a special new name. The wanderer then immediately had a mental break, a food binge. We eventually researched Tier 2 androids, but unfortunately they cost 16 components and we had 0, meaning we'd have to find more. Well, strip mining and Ostrich went mad, so we accepted some forlorn refugees to fix the problem. I had a refugee with high mining skill get the uranium and plasteel, but also kind of forgot about the one bleeding out in the field. I was going to arrest the other one, but he got injured in a work-related accident. Oh, and remember that wanderer? This is them. Top 10 celebrities who did not age well. For those of you who don't know, that's a mime from Alpha Animals. Mimes disguise as wanderers and try to eat your colonists, but they do have a weakness:
he's
food.
a
Some human
flesh-eating
traders also
demon.
walked in, and after we refused to talk to them, fought the insects, set someone on fire, then left. An average day in the Balkans. Later, we got a quest for a
Average
colonist who
trader
turned out to be an
caravans.
android. We accepted and fought the man-hunting animals to have 4 colonists. This coincided with the next stage of our robotics, our first Tier 2 android. Relative to the basic Tier 1 androids, Tier 2 are almost twice as efficient and still have no concern for human life, but also share the downside of no passions. With that said, they can still be improved with more advanced parts, such as these mining arms. We were visited by a trader from the android faction who traded us much needed components. Then we installed a mining arm in our Tier 2 androids, now renamed Dig Dig.
So the
More
androids
mining
are all,
arms meant
like,
improved
modded,
efficiency
not
to
like a
mine more
DLC
materials
thing.
per
They
each
seem kinda
ore.
cracked,
We'd also
I'm not
researched
gonna lie.
advanced programming, which allows us to randomize our
They seem
androids
kinda
and their
cracked.
traits. After successfully randomizing Dig Dug's traits, he got Intolerant, Bloodlust, and War Casket, which if you read it, you'll realize it makes absolutely no sense. It also just so happens to make Dig
So he
Dug
doesn't feel
incapable of
pain?
all work. But it's not really a huge deal, because we could just randomize again, and then we got it
Modded
again.
shit literally has a perk that makes you not be able to do anything.
While Dig Dug
I
was
guess
busy
except for
figuring
kill
out who
people.
he'd be today, we continued strip
I
mining,
guess, like,
research
you can
towards
still fight,
machining, and
but
set the foundation for a
nothing?
not terrible looking base. By the time we'd randomized
Why are you
personality
guys
a third
sledging?
time, we got rid of the War Casket trait by
Why are
gaining
you sledging?
Shell Casket. So instead of being incapable of work, Dig Dug was just horribly traumatized and had his mental state completely ruined. Oh no! Anyways, he also decided to hate humans just as much as Zero, and then some, and then more. Because with
It's
intolerance,
sledging
Dig
hours?
Dug just hates
It's
everyone
only
now.
midnight.
Originally, I
My
thought
dad
this
is
wasn't a big
watching-
deal until
I
about
don't know,
20
he's
seconds
watching
later.
TV. But when I went to the
Yeah, that's
kitchen, I
probably
said, "What are
accurate.
you
We
watching?"
arrested and released him, but it
said
still didn't
it
bode
was-
well for later. But on the topic of later, we needed to start thinking about our eventual
Battlestar-
escape. The more androids we had, the faster
I'm
we'd progress
Googling
to
it on
building
my
the
phone
ship.
right
But
now.
after it's built, we get attacked by waves of enemies and probably die. Which is exactly why I set my sights on
Galactica,
mech
yeah.
technology, which allows us
Based
to
or
essentially
cringe?
build
You
giant
guys get
armored
to vote.
robots capable of leveling entire armies.
I've
First,
never
though,
seen it.
we need to develop
The
our
old show
base from a
was good.
primitive cave to a full
Well, I had no
robotic
idea what he was
compound.
watching.
By this
It's
point, our
early
androids were
2000s
well
old.
armed enough that humans were no longer welcome at the colony. Although the android faction was fine, especially because they traded components. To keep in line with the theme of mentally stable individuals, we made another Tier 2
I think
android and named him
Rimworld
Hal. Our increase
is
in
more fun
activity
when
was leaving
everybody
the
is
colony
mentally
filthy, so we
unstable.
created another bot named Mr. Clean. Fast forwarding a bit, we researched multi-analyzers,
sci-fi
built a
show.
proper research room, Hal got struck by lightning, and we started research on Tier 3 androids. Everything was going well, and our android city was growing. That is, until we got a raid from the Unending March, the only hostile androids in the game. Although for a faction of advanced androids, their
They're
raid
getting
only
rid-
had clubs and knives. But it's important to remember, androids don't feel pain. That means all of them will fight to the death and most likely never down.
Oh,
Both
shit. I
Mozart
can
and
barely
Mr.
hear you over
Clean
the
were
video. Okay,
overwhelmed,
I'll
and
turn
the rest
this
of
guy
our
down a
androids were
little.
downed. Only Zero remained as he kited away and barely finished
Is
off
that
the last
better?
raid.
Is that
We
like a
lost
better
2
volume?
androids in the raid and exposed the massive weakness
That's
in
why
our
people
defenses.
love
But the
watching
raid
my
wasn't
streams, 'cause
all
they
bad,
can't hear
because
me over the
androids have
videos
a
I
very
play.
special mechanic. With human corpses, you could butcher them for food
that's
and
why.
leather. With android corpses, you could disassemble them for more components. That includes all androids. Goodbye,
Is it
Mr.
better or
Clean,
is it
and
too
hello,
quiet
Clean
now?
2.0.
it's
Combining
good?
the
Okay.
cheapness of
Yay!
Tier 1 androids and the fact that we could disassemble them post-mortem, we were on our way to amassing an army of expendable soldiers. We'd also researched Tier 3 androids, but the recipe required 10 advanced components, so we need to get fabrication and advanced fabrication.
These
that would
mods
also
seem like
eventually
they
lead
go
to the
way
research
past, like,
to
the
build our
where
ship.
vanilla,
In order to get building a ship, we had a few
like,
issues
stuff
to
would
solve.
end.
First, we'd need consistent component production. Second, we needed to secure our borders. And third, our androids needed upgrades. We just researched android mind implants, which give massive bonuses. 40% increased work speed, 50% higher experience gain, and absurd
Yeah, but they
combat
still
stat
don't have
boosts, which is
passion.
some of the implant benefits. Unfortunately, they all needed advanced components,
I
but we
can't
were
li-
able to buy
Wait, I want
a
you guys to.
geological
I want you
implant
guys to
for
know this.
mining.
When I'm streaming, I talk really loud. You guys, you guys know that though. you guys know that though. No way! No! Wow, really?
After implanting it in Dig Dug,
I
his
can't
mining
talk
yield was
louder
nearly
to assert
200%,
dominance because I
meaning we
literally
doubled
talk
our
so
mining
fucking
gain.
loud.
But even after everything we'd done,
While I stream?
yeah. Look, man, it's not like we caused
Define
chronic
loud.
pain and
If I
trauma for
had
the
an-
rest of your life. Just walk it off.
I mean
Moving on.
define loud as in like if I lived in an apartment. I live in a house right now. If I lived in an apartment, I would get noise complaints and I would have to like stop streaming or some shit. I would not be able to stream at like 3 a.m. Mia, can you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep here. Okay, sorry.
We'd also researched the ability to craft robotic animals. Right as we started construction on a canine unit, we were attacked by a manhunter pack of cats. We retreated into the base for safety, and everybody made it, except for George. The very first android we constructed, now surrounded
Yo, you
by
got
feral
this. You're gonna
felines.
finish that
The
job,
rest of
man.
the
Hell
colony
yeah.
was fine, but poor George
Can I
got
get
circle
a
beat to death in a corner by the cats. George, my best friend, we won't forget you. We'll mourn your death right up until George 2.0. Let's go, baby. We'd also researched fabrication, which would allow us to manufacture components from steel. To add on to our success, we began to majorly expand the base and mine out more area. The medical bay was completed, storage was finalized, and we began to dig out a quarry.
But I'm
right
sure
in the
you
middle
could
of our expansion,
a
a
race
raid.
to look
And this
like
one from the
Neoids. I
Junker
think that would be
faction,
pretty
who have plate
badass.
armor and hulking war caskets. While we were outgunned and under-armored, painless robots always beat squishy meat bags.
This is
or at
true.
least most
This
of
is
them.
true.
Lucas, the war casket raider, obliterated Sparky with a minigun and shredded our androids. After everyone else was dead, we surrounded and beat down Lucas. And by beat down, I mean he one-punched George into android hell, tore off 3 different metal arms, and was completely unfazed. Then walked away and left. Dear God, war caskets are strong. On the bright side, all the dead raiders were wearing heavy armor that we could take. Basic androids don't care about tainted apparel, so it was a free upgrade. And looking at the remnants of our dear George 2.0's corpse, I learned a valuable lesson. George 3.0, trust me, this one will be the best. Unless Dig Dug kills him. Regardless, we were still struggling to get components even with fabrication. That is, until we got a combat supplier and discovered the most broken interaction in the mod. The power of legs. Up to this point, we've been struggling to get enough money for trading. But while on the trade menu, I noticed something.
Extra
Basic
legs?
replacement leg, 340 silver. Guess how much they cost to make? 2 components, 40 steel, and barely any work. That is completely broken. Basically what that means is that we can build tons of legs, sell them, buy back the components, and repeat that forever until we bought out every trader. We'd essentially created an economy that relied completely on exporting legs. To top off our period of actual progress, we'd also finished advanced fabrication. This meant we could build advanced components in addition to normal ones. But that still wasn't enough, because with our newfound business venture, buying out traders was easy. Actually getting them was the hard part. So to push our product to its limits, I used a drop pod to send free samples to the Android faction. The response was immediately allying with us. Just in time too, because the Junkers decided to raid yet again. We called for military aid, which cleared the raid. And the best part? We can just disassemble our allies for components. And as a reward for defending us,
for legs. Turn all of your dead friends
in my defense,
into legs.
he did have a cool gun. Naturally, our allies weren't all that happy about us shooting their people, so we shot another, then shipped another pod of foot fetish supplies, and boom, they stopped caring. To further exploit this, we kept calling caravans only to strip them of their cash and components for basically free. By gaining a consistent supply of resources, we satisfied the first of our major goals to work towards building the ship. With the new components, we advanced our tech significantly by building our first Tier 3 android. Until now, all our androids had no free will or desire for happiness. But Tier 3 androids actually do. They work faster than the other androids and have passions, meaning they level their skills fairly quickly. The trade-off is that they actually care about their mood and will have mental breaks. Or, you know, more. So for that reason, we barely care about them. Being extremely expensive, they're also not very necessary. So from this point forward, our production will be set to more Tier 1 and Tier 2 androids. So does that mean that Tier 3 will be the best robots we have? Not even close. A while ago I mentioned mechs, and those we'd be working towards. Unfortunately, to get them, a lot of research was necessary, but with AI implants, it was moving quickly. We also finally got the tools to open that ancient danger, because some nomads showed up. I mean, it's just a couple of small bugs.
Yeah, just send all the
After we
what the
cleared
fuck
everything,
are those?
the nomads decided to leave. Okay. I'm waiting. While the nomads departed, we got another combat supplier. After selling them 20 legs, we made a cool $6,800 profit. I'm really loving Capitalism 2.0, the peg leg update. We also renamed our Tier 3 android to their natural evolution, George 4.0, and made a second one that had a great memory, Slowpoke, and Brawler, earning the name Wally. With help from Wally, we researched the first part of our mech production. This triggered an event of falling mech debris, which would land in a few days. And apparently a mechanoid raid 2, which dropped on top of us. We were greeted by a single Lancer. While waiting Waiting for the mech debris, we rebuilt Sparky, continued stockpiling components, and had our first mood-related mental break of the game. And it only took George about 4 weeks of hard labor with no breaks to crack. Amazon, take notes. The debris landed, which turned out to be a broken mech we could disassemble. Deconstructing gave us 2 out of the 4 pieces we'd need to build our mech. To make fighting mechanoids even easier, we accepted a quest for a Persona Zeus hammer, which we gave to Wally. No sooner did we get a 3rd raid, this time of all Scythers that we fought in a hallway where it was not favorable for them. Still, it was apparent that the raids were ramping up, so we needed to get our mech running as fast as possible.
Was there a way for it to like, look, is there like some kind of like mod that makes them not shoot each other? Like they're all standing in the same vertical, or sorry, they're all standing in the same horizontal tile here, and shooting in the same direction, but none of the robots are taking damage. There's no friendly fire if they're standing within 4. Really?
Ramping up, so we needed to get our mech running as fast as possible. Luckily, our research was insanely fast, so we didn't need to wait long. 20,000 points of research later, we'd finished all the mech pieces and the ability to build a prototype. As we constructed a hangar, we were closing in on building our mech, so close that the mechanoids attacked again. Dropping inside our walls, there was a decent amount of them. Despite them setting us on fire and having better weapons, we didn't actually have any losses. Mostly. He's almost killed like 4 people at this point. I hate him so much. As we were mid-assembly on our mech.
Their content, but that's the thing. You guys know I'm not a content guy. I think the last time I got hiccups on stream, I freaked out after the first hiccup and went and got water and drank it upside down and stopped having hiccups.
The raid. This time a siege from the unending march. Given how their last attack had gone, I didn't really want to fight them. We hid inside for as long as we could while the finishing touches were put on the mech. Our androids even had to keep running outside to repair broken wires to keep our electricity going. As you can imagine, that didn't go well. Oh, George 3.0, you made us so proud. Said no one ever. Good thing we had George 4.0, who would definitely last forever. But at last, we'd finished the prototype. It is just one guy, though. I mean, it can't be that strong. Turns out, mechs are pretty good. They have an enormous minigun sniper, an energy shield, AoE blast, and a rocket launcher. Not to mention their ridiculous armor. It was an overall massive help to our defenses, which we began to improve. Turrets, sandbags, and mortars were added to the front, with an outer wall being constructed as well. And wouldn't you know, we were also contacted with an offer we couldn't refuse. One of the primary components of a ship in RimWorld is a persona core. And as it so happened, one of the human factions knew where to find one. But for them to tell us we needed to be allied with the human faction. So instead of just bribing them with a drop pod, I had a better idea. Because I'd prefer to talk with them in person. In true android fashion, we invented weapons of mass destruction. But how destructive? I mean, we're just firing a mortar that's not too...
I hate you! Uh-oh.
Oh no. Unfortunately, they weighed about 5,500 kilograms, so transporting them wasn't possible. Yet somehow, violating the laws of physics, the actual components to build the bombs were lighter than the bombs themselves. I built a few muff units, which are just android muffalo with huge carry weights. After packing the caravan, they departed to pay a friendly visit to the human city. Upon arrival, we gave them some garbage and increased our goodwill, revealing the location of the persona core. Now, these humans had been helpful to us, and I could just leave and be on my merry way. It would make no difference. But counter-argument, how about no? We'd packed both a machining table and a generator, so instead of hauling a 5,000 kilogram bomb, the enemy faction watched as we just built it in their base. So after about 6 seconds of smashing components together, Zero built a nuke. I like my humans like I like my coffee. Liquid. After packing the caravan, we moved to secure the persona core. Arriving, we were greeted by tribals.
Just suicide bombs a nuke.
After grabbing the core, we headed back to the base. With every ship part researched, the next step was to actually build it. So we expanded the frontal defenses to make room. First comes the ship's reactor, which we need to activate and defend over 15 days. After that, we place structural beams and engines, followed by a sensor and cryopods for our androids to ride in. And last, using the persona core, we built the ship's AI navigator. Surrounding the ship was a wall to make sure raiders couldn't damage. All that was left was to activate the ship, which would take 15 days to charge and allow us to escape. But in those 15 days, we'd be raided like never before. We're talking multiple raids every single day. Even with nuclear bombs, we'd need more firepower. I queued up 10 more androids to be built, and by this point, I wasn't even naming them. The ship was finalized, and our front lawn was looking like the beaches of Normandy. It was time to begin the final stretch to escaping the planet. Now, powering on the ship takes 15 days to complete, during which we'll have to survive enormous raids. I shit you not, while the audio for clicking the power was still playing a mechanoid raid, and an abysmal one at that. I armed all of our newly produced fodder and sent them to the front lines. Honestly, I'm surprised more didn't die. After the raid, we had some breathing room for about 5 seconds. This one was easier because humans are, well, pathetic. But it was still day one, and we'd already had 3 raids. Because this one was so far away, I loaded the mortars with a special ammo.
Is this like modded that he's getting so many raids?
Called
or is
swarm
it
shells.
like that in
As per
vanilla
their
when
name,
you
could
start
see what
the
they
ship?
did. The remaining tribals walked through our outer wall and were greeted by a friendly face. With the 3rd raid dealt with, we had a bit of a break. Days 2, 3, and 4 were quiet, but day 5, a siege. And about a minute later, a raid from the unending march. We fought the androids while being bombed by the siege, but some friendly androids actually drop-potted in. Why anyone would help us at this point, I do not know. Using our allies as a fun little distraction, our mech cleared the rest of the raid. With all our corpses, we now had armor for our newly produced tier 1s. Day 6 was met with Raid 6, a tribal breacher raid. So as to not destroy the outer wall, I armed our mortars with a lesser 8,000-pound bomb. Yeah, lesser. No sooner did it explode than another raid came in. Still not too bad, but they did actually make it to us this time. We started to rebuild the wall, got another raid, then rebuilt more wall. The next few days went quickly, with us fighting a few more sieges. With only 7 days remaining, we'd hit the halfway mark. Our defense is short of everything up to the 10th. At last, we'd made it to day 14 with our moral compass existing. With only 24 hours left for the ship to charge, we were almost to the end. We'd produced a plethora of tier 1 fodder, had a powerhouse of a mech suit, and had fully repaired our defensive lines. All that remained was one last raid. Given how easily we'd cleared all the others, how hard could this one be? Oh. Our very last raid.
Is this legit? This is like vanilla? Like you're telling me like last endgame raid you get in vanilla is like at this, like is this scale? This isn't like modded in, this is vanilla endgame? Kinda?
This one decided to attack my frame rate directly. Rimworld maxes out on selecting 200 characters, so there were probably more than 400 tribals in this one raid. Okay, sure, I mean I can just use my bombs to clear the whole thing, like the bombs that don't...
So you're saying like the more dead bodies, it's like it will be, don't look at the pregnant thing. Don't look at the pregnant thing. Okay, look at the pregnant thing a little. So you're saying it's like, as like you keep getting raids, there's, near the end it'll be like that. They'll just get bigger. Why is Flirk pregnant? What? I don't know. Why is he pregnant? I don't know who made that. But you're telling me that because all of the like, every time like a raider dies or whatever, you know, when like the raiders die and like their stuff drops on the ground in your colony, they'll have like all of their guns and it'll add to your wealth. Oh.
Exist. I'd run out of steel, so my production automatically stopped, and our mortars had none either. That meant we'd have to deal with over 400 raiders the old-fashioned way. Worse yet, we have to hold them outside, or else they'd break in and destroy our ship. With a tide of tribals swarming over the landscape, things were not looking good. The androids were lined up, along with our mech, uranium turrets, and Wally the Doomslayer. We showered the first tribals with bullets, which kept them back, but as the main body of their army started to arrive, they quickly closed the gap. They overwhelmed the frontal position and began to tear down our turrets. Even the great Wally was downed after being surrounded, and our left side was completely compromised. We retreated into the walls with the mech holding the outside. Even with thousands of HP, it wasn't very well. Turret explosions and rockets incinerated swaths of raiders, but with most of our androids downed or dead, it was bleak. Despite our mech being about to shatter, the raiders retreated, leaving an empty desert caked with circuit fire and blood. Our remaining androids rushed to save everyone they could, and by this point the ship was fully charged. With only 5 cryopods, we loaded who we could. Zero, the first android, Wally, the literal tank, as well as Hal and George 5.0. And of course, Dig Dug, our friend since the beginning. We loaded all 5 into the ship and looked back at the colony we'd built. After 3 years on the rim, our android race had
so this is like, they had a colony in here, like they had expanded into here, but they had made a base at the ship. And so this little thing right here is the ship. That is the ship.
They escaped. If you made it all the ways to the end and enjoyed the various human rights violations, consider liking the video and subscribing.
Not now.
If
My
you
burrito's
don't,
falling apart.
good luck.
That's badass. What the fuck? Hold on. Nah, I don't wanna watch this! I don't wanna watch this! I don't wanna watch this. I don't wanna watch this. We go back to Reggie. Oh wait, you can just make this ship. This is a Mr. Beef challenge. There's another Warhammer one. Wait, there's like another. Wait, there was a Kenshi one that I didn't watch.
I want to introduce you
There was
to
a
a world
Kenshi
of
one I
total
didn't
equality,
watch, you
where
guys.
the difference
One where
between
we act.
stubbing your toe and death
I'm
by
not
firing
refunding the
squad
game.
does
We're
not
gonna play
exist.
it.
Because in this world, everyone and everything
Yeah, that guy is just a lot louder than Reggie.
has only one health.
Is that
Health
better?
is binary. Armor is useless. And a bar fight is considered an extinction level event for everyone involved. In other words, it's total chaos and I love it. It's in the spirit of this chaos that we'll be attempting this week's challenge, to assassinate all major faction leaders and collapse the civilized world. But first, a word from our sponsors. Manscaped is a premium men's grooming and hygiene brand that offers a wide
Chat,
range.
do you guys need the Manscaped ad? Chat? Do you guys need the Manscaped ad? Or can I skip it? Yes! Yeah, I need it! Okay.
Range of products. They were nice enough to send me the perfect package 4.0. The first thing I wanted to try was the trimmer, and let me tell you, after testing this extensively on not only my
So when Manscaped sends the sponsors their shit, and he's like, yeah, I tested it, I think it's really good. Do they send them the shit and they're like, okay, now grow out your ball hair and then shave it? Because that's what Manscaped is for. It's for your balls, right? Do they tell the sponsors they have to they have to prove it and they have to send the before and after pic of their nuts? You guys think that's real? Do you guys think they have to do that? I think they have to do they have to
myself,
and
but
they have
friends
to send the
and
shaved
strangers
ball
I met
hair
at the bus
back
stop,
as
I can say
proof.
with great confidence that it works very well. Its ergonomic design ensures
He
comfort,
shaved
while
his
the
balls
skin-safe
with that.
technology
How much money
reduces
do you think that would go for? The
nicks
ball razor
and
that
cuts
they've
while shaving.
used on
Best
their
of all,
balls
it's
already.
even waterproof, which makes it very easy for you to clean up after yourself. It has an LED
He's
power
white?
indicator to show you how much power you have left, and it can hold up to a 90-minute charge. Aside from the trimmer, we also have the crop preserver.
You can shave your balls for 90 minutes straight! Guys, this is like a feat of engineering.
And the crop reviver, the crops being your testicles, of course. The preserver can be applied anywhere for all-day body odor protection, while the reviver is more of a sweet Jimmy treatment whenever you need a little refresh down there. Finally, this
Why does
package
he look
also
like
comes with a
that?
disposable shaving mat, which has many uses. Personally, I folded mine into a papier-mâché hat and put it on my water filter. I find it very amusing, and it brings me great happiness. Use the link on screen or in the
What was
description.
that in this
I find it very
fridge?
amusing, and it brings me
The gamer juice. He has got cum in his fridge. He has cum in his fridge.
great happiness. Use the link on screen or in the description to get 20% off this package with free shipping. And
This
for a
is
limited
pretty
time,
good.
Manscaped
It's
will
making
even
me wanna
throw in
shave my
2
balls
free
for 90
gifts.
minutes.
The Shed travel bag
Do you
and the
guys want me
Manscaped
to try to get a
anti-chafing boxer briefs. Thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring this video. Now, let's begin.
Do you guys want me to try to add me, a woman that does not do real life streams, that streams as an anime girl, do you want me to try to get a ball shaving sponsorship? Do you think if I email them and I beg really hard, they'll do it? You guys love chat. Can I get a 1 in chat if you love shaving your balls? Man. I guess I need to beg for a Manscaped sponsorship. It's a Father's Day gift. I pull. pluck my scrotum like a man.
Here we are, an impoverished and naked man whose life hangs in the balance with every step we take. We spawned in a small town called The Hub, the populace of which could best be described as a gang of shifty-eyed lunatics with a non-zero chance of harvesting your organs. I know this because I'm one of those lunatics. However, that doesn't make us immune to the dangers of this world, and so we're going to need to acquire some self-defense items. Normally, I'd recommend some kind of club or automatic rifle. However, in a world where everyone has only one health, there's no need to over-engineer our solution. All we really need is any kind of projectile weapon whatsoever. So I went down to the local hardware store to scope out the selection. The shop owner not only has a crossbow, but he even has enough food and supplies to keep us going for days. However, we are hilariously poor, and so this presents us with a unique moral dilemma. Should we A, go to the nearby copper mine and slowly translate our physical labor into purchasing power in the form of copper ore, or B, should I punch him in the head and steal all of his belongings? Since I am a well-medicated and consummate professional, I obviously went down to the copper mine, mined some copper, socialized respectfully with the barkeeper and his staff, and then legally acquired my desired trade goods and left the store. Consider this a word of advice, viewer. Hard work always pays off. Now that we have our basic supplies, let's sit down and discuss our goals and how we plan to meet them. I've drafted a list of faction leaders that will be trying.
My dreams. Mia's dreams as a streamer. My dreams as a streamer. Okay, chat. I'm putting the burrito down for this. I like doing... The nice thing about doing React is I can eat my food while I'm streaming, and I feel like I'm not wasting my time. Okay. Mia streamer dreams. Okay. My dreams as a streamer. 1. Ball sponsorship. Ball shaving. Ball shaving sponsorship. 2. Fan merch at a convention. Did I mention the ball shaving sponsorship? Crypto scam. And I want a cardboard standee at a convention. Cardboard standee. Big one. Life size. At a convention. Those are my dreams as a streamer. I want a ball shaving sponsorship. Really bad, okay? Really fucking bad.
To assassinate, as well as some people who generally annoy me. Technically speaking, all of our targets combined have about 10 health, so this shouldn't be too difficult. However, it's not the killing that's hard, it's the staying alive after. Sure, I could easily kill Emperor Tengu. However, his 24 bodyguards would beat me so viciously that it would make a gang initiation look positively artistic by comparison. The solution to this dilemma is simple. We need to become the most ancient and powerful video game archetype in all of history. Yes, of course, I'm talking about the stealth archer. Whether it's Skyrim or Monopoly, shooting people with arrows from the corner of the room is surprisingly effective. I've created a list of necessary attributes for us to gain in order to metamorphose into...
If you want to be accurate to the character... No. This is an important part of the character, okay? This little thing... That's non-negotiable. So true. So any men willing to... Hey! It goes hand in hand with the nut shaving sponsorships. Any men willing to shave their nuts to cosplay me? Because I'm not gonna bother asking women Because I know women don't watch me.
To this mythical creature. First, critical hits. The only logical reason to spend 45 minutes crouching through bushes is that you have a high-powered fetish for seeing large numbers, or crits as most people call them. Fortunately, we've got that base covered because our critical hit rate is functionally 100%. Additionally, we've already got the long-ranged weapon, so all we need now is to train our stealth and athletics, at which point we will have the necessary skills to graduate from public menace to full-blown international terrorist. Athletics is always easy. Pick a place anywhere on the map and run in circles until your carpal tunnel syndrome slowly overpowers the horse tranquilizers that you've been microdosing. Naturally, some places make better running tracks than others. For example, this lady didn't appreciate me breaking into her home at 2 a.m. to run laps around her coffee table, and it only got worse when I started violently ejecting human limbs from my inventory. But hey, you can't argue with the results. After a week, our athletic stat was thoroughly trained, and it was now time for us to turn to stealth. Power leveling stealth is basically challenging yourself to be as creepy as humanly possible. Some might say I've been power leveling stealth for 26 years straight. I know all the tricks. For example, hiding in a dark corner and watching someone sleep for 5 hours straight, absolute goldmine. I spent several days skulking around various cities doing my best impression of Ted Kaczynski. This gave me a great opportunity to covertly observe how the One Health mod had affected the power dynamics of Kenshi. I spent some time in the Holy Nation, and for the most part it was the same. The guards would still regularly decimate the hungry bandits, but every so often, a glimmer of hope. Sometimes the hungry bandit lands a hit and absolutely annihilates a level 60 paladin with his rusty pipe. In real life, the bear consumes the salmon, but in this world, 1 in 1,000 times, the salmon can eat the bear. It was inspiring to witness, because if this stupid, smelly, unemployed, scrawny, limp-dicked loser, moron, dipshit, fuckface can actually win, then maybe I have a chance too. Anyway, I continued to harass the local populace until I had acquired a total of 32 restraining orders against me. I decided this would be adequate, and so we set off to sow chaos in the rest of the world. And who will our first target be? Well, it's a portly young Czech by the name of Els. I chose him for 2 reasons. First of all, he's a rampant alcoholic, and I can't have him promoting such unhealthy and immoral lifestyles to my viewers. So naturally, we have to gun him down in the street like the wild dog he is. Second of all, he's terribly fat, and I think that will give us a better chance of shooting him before he punches us to death. Els lives all the way in Shobatai, so I began my journey eastward. Typically, this biome is a little stressful because at any moment a giant insectoid rapist could emerge from its sand burrow and assault you. This stress is elevated substantially when you have only 1 health and no clothes. Between the man-eating bugs and foreign men trying to sex traffic me, I had to do a lot of killing, but eventually we managed to make it into Shobatai. Now we just have to find our target. He's known to frequent the outhouses of the city, not because he needs to use them. I'm pretty sure he just lives there. Anyway, we eventually found him and liberated him from his poverty by driving a crossbow bolt through his skull. I was worried that I may have to execute some elaborate escape plan at this point, but actually no one seemed to care. After killing exactly 1 homeless person in broad daylight, I felt ready to take out the richest man in all of Kenshi, Emperor Tengu. He is a trained killer who wields tremendous political power, and he's usually surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. But all of this means nothing in the face of my dollar store crossbow. I traveled to Tengu's home city and started casing the joint. Usually I go into these things with a complete lack of preparation, but I do have a plan for this one. Normally Tengu never leaves his throne room because of his crippling polio. However, thanks to some recent medical advancements, he's now able to go outside again to shop and spit on poor people. That will be our opportunity to strike. I set up on a little sand dune overlooking the town square, and I waited without moving a muscle for 3 days and nights. And then it finally happened. In the distance, I saw Tengu approaching. I prepared the crossbow and waited for him to get in range. I'm about to Lee Harvey Oswald this man's whole career. Actually, maybe not. I'm trying to use this turret, but no matter how many times I attempt to target Tengu, the game won't let me shoot him. This makes it very difficult to kill him, but not impossible. The game won't let me shoot at Tengu, but it will let me shoot at his bodyguards. Hypothetically, if my aim is inaccurate enough, I could shoot at his guard, miss, and accidentally hit Tengu, thus killing him as collateral damage. I attempted this plan no less than 50 times, each unsuccessfully. Eventually, I got angry and walked up to Tengu and shot him in the face. It's not as cinematic, but he's definitely dead. It is now time to excuse ourselves from the dinner table. The guards chased us for about 20 miles, but eventually they gave gave up when I started killing them. Now, this little assassination saga has taught me two things. One, life is fleeting and we should take every moment we can to appreciate it. In 10 years, I'm sure we would give anything just to be back in this moment right now. And two, if I'm going to continue to slaughter the innocent, I'm going to need a lot more crossbow bolts. The issue, of course, is that as we continue to perform unlicensed craniotomies on public figures, we will slowly lose access to more and more vendors across the world. Therefore, I believe we should seize the means of production by creating our own crossbow factory. However, once we have a fixed address, our enemies will surely visit us weekly with intentions of curb stomping us into abstract art. Therefore, we need a base that is functionally impossible for our enemies to assail, and there's only one place where we can achieve that: the burning forest. This biome is disgusting, and under normal circumstances, I would never be caught making a base here. However, it has a very unique advantage. Here, it is almost always monsoon season, and the monsoon is acid rain. With everything having only one health, acid rain is functionally the same as a planetary glassing. So all we have to do is find some waterproof clothing, make our base, and watch as hundreds of top-tier soldiers rush headfirst into death by precipitation. We are going to need some startup capital for this, so I snuck back into Heft and stole Tengu's body. I'm not sure if this counts as grave robbing since they left him in the street, but I don't really care either way. After dumping Tengu's body over the city walls, I was able to evade some guards and escape the settlement. I came back an hour later to scrape Tengu off the desert floor and haul him to Blister Hill to collect a $100,000 bounty. Unfortunately, I forgot to account for the fact that the Holy Nation is a fanatical cult led by crystal meth smoking lunatics. So instead of paying me a bounty, they decided to reward me with this. I killed the most powerful man in Kenshi, and all I got was this lousy coffee mug. Amazing. No, it's great. Really, I love it. After immediately pawning this holy relic, along with some of Tengu's clothing, we at least managed to come up with around $60,000. It's not great, but it'll do. It was around this time I started to notice some changes going on in the world. There's something strange about these guards. In fact, they appear to be devolving into some sort of limbless meat spheres. My theory is that whenever a guard enters a fight, there's about a 50% chance they lose a limb in the process. But this won't kill them because they have plenty of allies to bandage their wounds. It does, however, result in the guard populace progressively becoming more aerodynamic over time, and it's not uncommon for you to see squads of guards patrolling the street with no arms. I suspect this will work in our favor later in the game, when we assassinate a public figure and the responding police force is all in wheelchairs. But I digress. After Tengu's little estate sale, we now have the requisite funds to execute our plan. I visited a few clothing stores and assembled a very eclectic but entirely waterproof outfit. Now I can travel through acid rain with 100% impunity, and so I began the base development in earnest. I went for an open concept, no walls, since I'm pretty sure everything in a 5-kilometer radius is dead. Initially, I just wanted to make a crossbow factory, but the more I built, the more I realized a vision of creating a covert training facility and establishing my very own order of assassins. By adding in some prisoner cages, training dummies, and basic food production, I can now use this as my headquarters to kidnap and train dozens of potential hitmen, which I can dispatch across the world like a swarm of girl guides, except instead of selling you cookies, they strangle you with piano wire. I went ahead and kidnapped 5 people and began the radicalization process. And no, I'm not worried about them trying to escape because I specifically asked them not to. Additionally, they're all naked, so if they take even one step outside, the acid rain will instantly melt off all of their limbs. With a few more crossbow bolts now in the inventory, we can resume our crusade. And who will be our next target? Why, none other than Infinite Wing Wang. In case you're unfamiliar, Wing Wang is a street person with a very eccentric personality. However, don't be deceived by his seemingly intractable schizophrenia because I believe it's entirely performative. I think Infinite Wing Wang is using his fractured sanity as a diversionary tactic to distract us from his real intentions, establishing the Fourth Reich. I'm pretty sure about this one, maybe even 60%, so we're just going to go ahead and kill him. I traveled through the Fog Islands to the lovely city of Mongrel. Upon arriving in town, I had about 50 fogmen chasing me, which I politely deposited at every bar, shop, and guard post I could find. This had unexpected consequences. Usually, the guards can defeat the fogmen because they have better weapons and armor. However, with armor being useless, it was basically just a numbers game and the the Fogmen were winning. I hadn't even been
How
here
does he
5
hold a
minutes and the
weapon when he
town
has
was
no
already
arms?
collapsing. We
That's
need to move fast to
busted.
find Wing Wang before the Fogmen get him, but eventually I just
Yeah,
found him
where's
casually
Wing Wang?
meandering down the road as dozens of his friends were being devoured by feral bug people. In all the chaos, no one really cared when I decided to practice extreme acupuncture on his pulmonary artery. I waited around for the guards to try and arrest me, but I guess they were busy. So I just left and headed back to the base. Now, killing the mentally ill is, of course, not difficult, but some of the other targets on this list will require a team effort, so I think it's time to expand our enrollment here at Order of Assassins University. For their diligent training, I bestowed my first initiates with actual clothes. This would allow them to safely go outside, thus marking the first time they've seen daylight in about 9 days. From here, our group traveled to the nearby swamp to abduct people and train them into professional hitmen. Mostly, we indoctrinated strange individuals we found at the bar, but really, we took anyone we could get our hands on. Eventually, we managed to kidnap a total of 50 scared and confused vagrants, which we put to work in our dojo. After a few weeks and several courses of mind-altering drugs, they had graduated to 100% pure deranged gunmen. What followed was a completely unprecedented string of assassinations that rapidly changed the geopolitical landscape of Kenshi. For example, I traveled to the Shek capital where I punched their leader in the head. One shot, one kill. This caused the Sheks to enter a bizarre political power struggle, which eventually ended with Mukai the Mountain being elected king. It's really unfortunate for them, they didn't notice me hiding in the corner of the room, waiting for this to happen for the past 4 days. How did I survive? Well, I had a backpack full of sandwiches, and when that ran out, I just started slowly digesting my own body for sustenance. Remember, these are small sacrifices to make in the grand scheme of things. Anyway, I punched both of Mukai's arms off, which resulted in a high-speed pursuit where I chased him through the streets at 4 a.m., and he screamed a lot and bled to death. This secondary assassination caused the city to be overtaken by a sect of ultra-nationalists known as Krall's Chosen.
Cool.
Following this, we traveled across the map to the Western Hive, where we engaged in some very meaningful dialogue with the Hive Queen. Unfortunately, I experienced a totally accidental and unplanned crossbow malfunction, which resulted in me shooting her in the face. Funnily enough, the same thing happened the next day when I visited the Southern Hive Queen. How embarrassing. The loss of two major political figures created a power vacuum in Okran's Gulf and Vane, which was filled by an infestation of fogmen. How disgusting. Bonus assassination. I snuck into the Dust King's tower and kidnapped him. But don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. You're going to kill you. I stripped him naked and took him to the middle of the desert where he would be participating in a blood sport-esque kumite. I locked him in an arena and sent my assassins in one after another. However, there's two important things going on here. One, my assassins are on passive, so they won't fight back. And two, they're all wearing heavy armor. Now, just like in real life, if you decide to pick a fist fight with a plate armor enthusiast, your fist is going to quickly become inoperable, and it's going to hurt a lot. It's the exact same in Kenshi. When the Dust Bandit punches the heavy armor, he will inflict a small amount of damage to his hands. And since each limb has only 1 health, this will inevitably result in that. The Dust King kicked the assassin so hard that his entire leg exploded. But the fight's not over yet. Here comes another assassin. And there goes the arm. One more and the last arm is gone. He managed to kill 4 assassins. That's a new record. Congratulations. You must feel amazing. Anyway, that's my lunch break. Back to work. Next up, Inquisitor Seta. Since I've destroyed all of the Holy Nation's enemies, we're on pretty good terms, which is probably why they didn't question me when I was building a harpoon turret aimed directly at Inquisitor Seta's head. You can probably guess what happened next. The Bugmaster was a bit more difficult. He's a bizarrely jacked computer programmer who has uploaded the consciousness of John Wayne Gacy to all 30 of his pet spiders. Sneaking in was off the table, so I just surrounded his tower with an army of 50 assassins, each armed with a crossbow and plenty of ammunition. And as the spiders sallied out, we peppered them with salacious amounts of crossbow fire. Eventually, the bugs became frightened of our weaponized autism, and we had to start sending people in after them. I'd send one man in to aggro a few bugs and pull them out into the kill box. The mortality rate for this occupation approached 100%, not because of the spiders, but because of the subsequent volley of 40 precariously aimed crossbow bolts. With the spiders now taken care of, I decided it would be amusing to surprise the Bugmaster by storming his throne room with 45 naked and untrained kung fu assassins. This resulted in a predictable amount of casualties, but eventually one of my subscribers managed to donkey punch the Bugmaster to death. Well done. While looting the Bugmaster's tower, I found he had a collection of 926 human teeth. Clearly, he also power levels stealth. Also, this is unrelated to our world agenda, but I took a quick...
That's like in the game, there's just like a guy in a secluded tower surrounded by bugs that has 900 human teeth in his house? In a single chest? That's like vanilla Kenshi? Or is that modded in? It's vanilla! Why don't you play it and find out? I'm nowhere near strong enough to meet
to see if
the
I could punch a Leviathan to death. Turns out they're still pretty dangerous, even with 1 health. We are now on our second last target, good old Phoenix. Him and I go way back. Phoenix lives in a very well... Second last target, good old Phoenix. Him and I go way back.
What? What?
Phoenix lives in a very well-defended city, and unfortunately, after my most recent stunt with Inquisitor Seta, the Holy Nation and I aren't exactly on speaking terms, so gaining access to Phoenix may be rather difficult. To accomplish this, I will attempt to utilize the most neglected game mechanic in all of Kenshi, disguises. By stealing the uniform of an enemy faction, you can sometimes, maybe, if Venus is in retrograde, fool them into thinking you're on their team, thus allowing you to move freely throughout their territory. It's risky, but it just might work. I spent a few nights stalking the Holy Nation roads, and eventually I managed to pick off a guard with my crossbow. Once his body was left to decompose in the streets by his friends, I approached it and we swapped identities. For all intents and purposes, my name is now Igor, and I work for the Holy Nation. Amazing. Now we can infiltrate the city and assassinate their leader. I arrived outside the gates of Blister Hill. All that's left now is for us to get past the guards at the front gate. Our disguise is pretty good, but my character has the facial features of an eldritch horror from beyond the stars, and I'm worried that may draw some suspicion. Only one way to find out. I approached the guards and did my best to look racist. To my surprise, it worked, and they accepted me as one of their own. Oppress women and minorities. Am I right, fellas? Anyway, with the guards now fooled, I beelined it for Lord Phoenix, because the longer we stay here, the higher our chance of detection. Upon making it to Phoenix's throne room, I did my best impression of a tier 3 Amaranth sub by revealing my naked body and trying to kill him with a crossbow. Phoenix was quick on the draw. He almost closed the distance before I performed a tonsillectomy on him using my crossbow. This resulted in his immediate death. All that's left now is to escape. However, with all exits blocked and nearly 60 guards closing in on my position, my chance of surviving seems dubious at best. However, we have one last trick up our sleeves. You see, Carlos wasn't the only person we smuggled into the city. If we look at the Assassin HQ, you'll see there's no one there. That's because over the past several weeks, I've been equipping them with various disguises and smuggling them into the city under false identities. That bakery in the corner of town, it's actually a secret den of highly trained assassins. The slave traders getting drunk at the bar, the homeless man performing sex acts in the alley, even half the police force, they work for me. And we're about ready to turn the city upside down. I activated my army of assassins in the main section of the city. Mayhem ensued. I had Carlos evade Phoenix's personal guards and slip outside where a small group of my conspirators were waiting. They escorted me to the main city block where total pandemonium had broken out. Guards fighting guards, roaming bands of homeless maniacs, and people being beat to death with frying pans. Such chaos sustains me in a deeply personal way. In all this confusion and disorder, I was effectively able to walk right out the front door. An entire army of assassins had sacrificed themselves to the cause. But to go down fighting is all a man can really aspire to in the cruel world of Kenshi. I too would have sacrificed myself in this battle, but we have one last matter to settle. Aside from being one of the most powerful characters in the game, Catalan is a pretty tragic figure. Following the collapse of the old empire, he rose to prominence in an attempt to restore order to the world. His obsession with this goal eventually led him to adopt some very morally questionable policies, such as child prisons, slavery, and mandatory lobotomies. He has since been overthrown and exiled to the Ashlands, where he has remained for several hundred years. He's also canonically insane. In many ways, Catalan is Carlos from the past, or perhaps
Why
a
does he do
different
that?
future. Two men who have forsaken everything and everyone close to them in an attempt to change the world. It is now time for one of these figures to be put to rest. But before we can take him on, there's one important thing we have to deal with. Kathlon has an army of, no exaggeration, 120 headless simps. And he thinks it's really funny to call them in to power molest you while you try to fight him. On the other hand, I think it's really funny to preemptively spend 2 hours killing them one by one with a crossbow. For the sake of brevity, I've gone ahead and put this on 4,000% speed. After euthanizing the entirety of the Kathlon fan club, we are now prepared to face our final foe. However, there's one issue. I've noticed that the 1 health mod doesn't appear to work on prosthetics, meaning that Carlos's robotic arm technically has 83 health, and I feel that's not really in the spirit of the challenge. As penance for my accidental transgressions against the challenge, I will be unequipping my arm and fighting Kathlon with nothing but a rusty katana. This may seem like a death sentence, but what Kathlon doesn't know is that in the spirit of total equality, I've spent the past 200 days training my attack and defense to be roughly the same as his. We now enter a battle against the strongest man in Kenshi that may be decided in a single blow. After some autistic screeching, Kathlon was upon us. He attacked roughly 3 times a second, and even with our defense stat of 86, we were barely able to keep up. This can't continue for long. We were able to sneak in an attack on his chest, which under normal circumstances would have been a death blow. However, Kathlon's armor actually mitigated almost all of the damage. In response, Kathlon vivisected Carlos in one fell swing. Seemingly, it's all over. However, in this world, 1 in 1,000 times, there is a glimmer of hope. Our attack on Kathlon didn't do enough to kill him, but it did cause him to bleed. And little known fact, Kathlon doesn't actually have any medical items in his inventory, which means that over the next 2 days, this wound slowly drained the life from his body until he collapsed and died on his throne. And with that, several days after Carlos has decomposed and disappeared, our challenge is now complete. The Holy Nation and United Cities are in shambles, and the only major powers remaining are ethno-supremacists and cannibalistic bugs. Truly, this is total equality. I want to thank this month's patrons for helping to fund this video, and finally, thank you for watching.
This guy is fucking awesome. Like, I don't even know how to... This guy... I didn't watch any of the Fallout videos. This guy is fucking awesome. Dude. He's got Bounty Hunter... Kenshi Bounty Hunter... Oh! Wait, is it... Whoa. Is that the Barrow thing that he did with the other guys? Low-key, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like it when I can only see the ads at the beginning of the video, man. I kind of want to watch another Warhammer one. Hi! Maybe, ooh. There's a lot of Kenshi stuff. I like this. This guy posts... Wait, how long has he been... Did he like... No, he didn't live stream. He said he'd been doing YouTube for like 5 years, but all of the videos on this channel are like only 1 year. He posts so often too. All of these videos were like posted like 1 year ago at the latest. Oh, wait, this is the Shadows of...
Have you ever wanted to be a hard-boiled detective that solves crimes? Maybe one who crawls through ventilation shafts and accidentally breaks into the wrong office, unintentionally commits corporate espionage, and shatters the security guard's jaw when he tries to stop you, handcuffing him to a radiator before making a swift escape through the window of a 14th floor apartment? Well, boy. You really have some stuff to work on. But in the meantime, we can simulate all of those things in Shadows of Doubt. This game offers a procedurally generated world with hundreds of unique citizens innocently going about their lives until one of them snaps and becomes a serial killer. As unlicensed detectives, we are the only people that can solve these crimes and bring their offenders to justice. Can we save the world from homicidal maniacs, or will we become one in the process? There's only one way to know, but first, a word from our sponsor. This video video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
This
It's
is
an
an old
RP.
video.
Yeah, thank you, Raid. Now back to the video. We start by generating our character and city. Everything in Shadows of Doubt is disgusting and caked in a thick layer of corruption. So naturally, I used my Discord server as the seed phrase. For my character, a white male named Reginald the Fist. More on that later.
Reginald.
For now, let's begin. The city calls out to me like a cheap escort. She doesn't want me, but she needs
Reginald
me. It's
the
constantly
Fist.
raining in an effort to shower these filthy streets clean, but it never works. This place is being choked by nihilism so hard that it's bulging at the eyes, dying a slow death, one citizen at a time, but that stops now. We spawn into a dirty alley as a high-masking autistic man who, judging by my surroundings, is also probably homeless. Perfect. It's just like real life. I spend some time trying to get in character by rummaging through dumpsters and jeering at passersby. Eventually, my character gets cold and I have to huddle up next to someone who is almost certainly a sex offender for warmth. It was at this point I decided I do not enjoy being homeless, and so I went out looking for work. I've never actually played this game before, so my job search consisted mostly of me getting lost, accidentally breaking into a store, and also throwing bar stools at a janitor. Eventually, I found a man who looked suspicious. He's darting all over the road in a way that made me believe he's either a serial killer in a manic state, or he has just ingested a vial of amphetamines. Either way, I'm interested. I asked him for his fingerprints. He told me to piss off before clearing his throat and running down the street as if he was trying to dodge a series of snipers. Obviously, I followed him, and what I found was truly horrifying. The man climbed into the back of a food truck and began selling hamburgers. He's killing people all right, but he's doing it slowly and legally, so there's nothing we can do. I sunk into a pretty big depression after this and wandered my way to a nearby bar. As it turns out, this was my lucky break.
I watched a Seth video about this. This is the newest Seth video, right, guys? Was this the newest Seth video, or was this one that I clicked on a while after it? Yeah, this is the newest Seth video. And so I bought the game because I was like, wow, he makes this game look really fun. And then this other YouTuber I've been watching a lot
bulletin board
also
with
has a
several
video on it,
side
so I'm
jobs
watching the other
listed on
YouTuber's
it. Arresting
video.
a dangerous criminal,
too.
committing corporate espionage,
It's
and
like
stalking
Roblox, but you
people were
punch
all
people.
offered. But obviously, I had to go with the fourth option.
And
a
they
note
can
that
cuss
simply
at
read,
you. It's
humiliation,
awesome.
no questions asked, no questions answered. Which was a great policy, because I really didn't want to know why the note was spattered with an unidentified white liquid. I called the number, and they told me that at exactly 7:20 p.m., a payphone in the Thacker Street burger joint would ring, and I must answer it for further instructions. Quickly checking my watch, I notice it's already 7:20 p.m. I panic and begin sprinting to the burger joint, only to realize it was literally 10 feet across the street from where I started. The person I am working for is a fucking idiot. I answer the phone, and my client explains that they have a target they want me to humiliate, and they've hidden a briefcase with the target's details somewhere inside the restaurant.
Hell yeah.
Finding it was quite simple, because I literally watched it spawn in. I took a seat at a booth and popped it open. This was when I realized my client must have recently survived a motorcycle accident because he clearly has catastrophic brain damage. Why do I say this? Because the only information they gave me about the target in this entire briefcase is that they are 27 with short black hair and that they work at the burger joint. That could be just about every Asian in town. Now, done with the suitcase, I throw it at a small child as hard as I can, but I miss. Damn it. Assuming that the target is even here in the first place, these descriptors narrow it down to this girl behind the counter. Our mission? Humiliate her by throwing food in her face and using our camera to take a photo of it. This will be easy, I thought to myself. So I purchased a random food item and launched it at her eyes. However, the item I purchased was scalding hot coffee, and I believe that upset her greatly, because as I was fumbling with my camera, she jumped over the counter, pulled out a knife, and started stabbing me to death. As if this wasn't bad enough, everyone else in the restaurant also began brandishing knives and chasing me as I jumped from booth to booth, snapping photos of what was sure to be my final moments on this earth. At one point, a man even pulled a gun and attempted to blow my head off. However, he missed and shot an innocent bystander in the shoulder. This was where it got interesting, because this accidental homicide incensed the crowd further, and they entered into some kind of blood orgy and started stabbing each other wildly. I documented the entire thing from behind a couple of booths. Eventually, the mass hysteria became so extreme that it activated the security alarms, and high-powered ceiling turrets began firing into the crowd indiscriminately. This was when I knew it was time to leave. I had done enough. Thankfully, while this was unfolding, someone was murdered, and for once, it wasn't my fault. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first real case. The crime scene is at 903 Williams Park, so I ran there as fast as I could, which was actually very slowly. You see, someone in the diner stabbed me in the leg, and I can't afford a splint because I spent my only money buying a coffee to disfigure a young woman. So anyway, I limped my way there. I arrive at the destination and confirm it's the right place because it looks like a shithole. Honestly, I'm surprised it even took this long for someone to be murdered here. I take the elevator up to the 9th floor, and after checking for witnesses, I sneak into the crime scene. It doesn't take me long to locate the body. This man has been beaten so viciously that I legitimately cannot identify any of his body parts, but I'm pretty sure he's wearing his glasses on his foot. I examine the body and learn that he's been killed with a pistol or revolver between 5:30 and 6:45. Above him, a message scrawled in his own blood. It reads, "Put a pin." I find a business card that completes the sentence. I don't know what it means, but I do know we're dealing with a real sicko here. My years of training kick in, and I immediately begin trying to locate his wife. When a man is murdered, it is always the wife. And unless our victim moonlights as a drag queen, these high heels and cherry red lipstick tell me he's got a woman. Actually, no. He doesn't. After doing some investigating, I came to the conclusion that his name is Mark Torres, and he's in a homosexual relationship with a man named Devin Savoy. Who wears the lipstick? That's between them and their god. I dusted the entire apartment for prints, but there's nothing here. The killer is good, but I'm better. I just need to think. I pry open the door on the fridge, grab a gallon of milk, and begin chugging it to help me focus. Instead, it makes me nauseous and I vomit all over myself, thereby acquiring the smelly debuff. This one is annoying because if you're trying to sneak around, people will actually detect you because of how badly you stink. But one quick over-the-clothes shower later and we're back in business. I attempted to access Mark's computer to check for incriminating emails, but it's password protected. This note says his password is his year of birth. However, I genuinely have no idea when that is, and looking at his mangled body isn't giving me any clues. Fortunately, I think I know how to find out. He works in an office on the 10th floor of Swanson Parks. If I can break in, they should have his employee file, which would contain his date of birth and his work computer. I slipped out of the crime scene and started making my way there. You may notice I have a lot more money than when I started. That's because I was stealing a lot of things from Mark's apartment. I arrive at the office after hours to find it empty, but protected by a series of security cameras and auto turrets. The doors are locked, but I've got an idea. I make my way to the woman's washroom where I find a ventilation duct, and after prying it open, I slide myself inside and begin crawling my way toward the office. After a considerable amount of aimless wandering, I find the vent into the office and lower myself down. Briefly fumbling around, I find the light switch and begin exploring, only to realize this isn't the office at all. Instead, I've just broken into a random woman's apartment in the middle of the night. In a panic, I scurry back into the air vent and make my escape. Eventually, I do find my way into the office, and after sneaking my way to the power box, I'm able to disable the security systems. Now unburdened by the concept of consequences, I begin rifling through drawers and cabinets, stealing small change and lockpicks. However, I find a troubling amount of what I can only assume is industrial-strength methamphetamine. I also found some of this in Mark's apartment, but I didn't realize the problem was so widespread. We're dealing with an entire office full of meth heads. This case is getting dodgier by the second. After filling my inventory with crystal meth for evidence, I proceed to the manager's office. This is where Mark's file would be. However, it's locked. I attempt to smash through the window with a chair, but either the glass is too thick or the chair is too soft. So I settle for slithering my way into another ventilation duct. I use it to gain access to the main office and quickly locate Mark's file. And there it is, his birthday. From here, we sprint over to his computer, punch in the code, and begin scouring his emails for anything helpful. I found an email from a Nigerian prince begging for money, a message from his manager asking about explosions, collapses, depressurizations, but not dismemberments, and finally several emails from a gay dating website. I quickly double-checked that I hadn't accidentally logged into my own email. Unfortunately not. There's just nothing helpful here. It was also very stressful trying to figure this out at his desk, because every 5 minutes the cameras would turn turn back on, and I'd have to sprint to the breaker box before the turrets could begin shooting me to death. I think it's time to regroup and follow a new lead. First, we have to get out of this office. I work my way back into the air vents and quickly become lost. I spend so much time crawling around aimlessly that I actually start to develop hypothermia, and my character begins shaking violently. Luckily, we made it out before freezing to death. It's at this time I'd like to point out that in the process of breaking into that office and stealing their valuables, I committed approximately $15,000 worth of crimes. Fortunately, no one caught us, so the fines disappear as soon as we leave the building. Now, all of this hypothermia has got me pretty hungry, so I head over to a vending machine to buy some food. I needed to free up space in my inventory, so I decided to temporarily place this diamond ring on the ground until I can finish my meal. However, the very second I take out the ring, a jabbering homeless man rushes me with a knife and demands all of my money. I kindly explain that I stole this money fair and square and he's not getting a cent from me. That's when the stabbing started. He chased me down the street and around a hot dog cart before I managed to climb a pile of boxes and get out of his reach. We're kind of at a stalemate here. He can't reach me, but I can't get away. I tried to get him to leave by bouncing coins off his forehead, but he wouldn't budge. Eventually, I made a break for it and he chased me for about 3 blocks before I lost him in some kind of garbage room. At this point, I am both scared and confused. I've been stabbed multiple times and I'm still no closer to solving my crime. In fact, am I even a detective, or am I just a homeless man who breaks into crime scenes to steal food and throw up on the carpet? I don't know. We can solve that mystery later. For now, I decided to focus my attention on Devon Savoy. He's the spouse of our victim and he's also missing in action. Fairly suspicious. I used his business card to find his office, and upon entering, I was able to bribe the receptionist to give me a guest pass. After rifling through Devon's desk, I found his headshot, several unguarded coins, and a sync disc. Useful, but not incriminating. In case you're wondering what a sync disc is, it's basically a cybernetic augmentation. The one I stole from Devon is particularly creepy. It's called Bathroom Hygiene Inspector, because once you slot it in, you get paid $40 for every photo you take inside a public washroom, with a bonus if they're particularly dirty. Naturally, I had to have this, so I climbed inside this terrifying machine, installed the sync disc, and upgraded it fully, so we're now making $100 per photo. This was actually so lucrative, I briefly considered retiring from detective work to become a full-time bathroom creep, but it's not uncommon for women to respond violently when I take photos of them on the toilet, and you can only get shot in the head so many times before you realize that this job might not be working out. So I made a few $100s and got back to work. Resuming my investigation on Devon found me searching through the security tapes at his office. That's when it happened. The murderer struck again. You see, in Shadows of Doubt, there is only ever one active killer, and they strike every 24 hours, which is awful, but also gives us more evidence. So I sprinted through the snowy streets and made my way to Mariga Terrace. After taking the lift up, I find a hollow-eyed Asian man standing in the doorway. The hallway behind him is speckled with blood, and he's giving me a very authentic 1,000-yard stare. The police are doing something in the apartment, so I settle for interrogating this strange man while I wait for them to leave. His name is Yuka Harada, and he's actually very helpful. He gives me his fingerprint, a description of a suspicious person, and just as I'm about to ask him for some spare change, gunfire rings out. The police officers start shooting at Yuka and then slam the door in my face. He tries to escape and pull a panic alarm, to which the cop replies,
you're Chinese.
And shoots him in the back of the head. You see, cops do exist in this world, but from what I gather, their only purpose is to assault minorities. Perfect. It's just like real life. Anyway, I just observed 2 police officers gun down an innocent man and then pretend like nothing happened. And as the only witness, I was a little terrified. So I took the elevator downstairs, drank a bunch of mouthwash to calm my nerves, and then returned to the crime scene and let myself in. It's another grisly murder. This time, 43-year-old Dontrell Baldwin. Same murder weapon, time of death between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. I dust the entire house for prints, check the phone records, and hack into the computer to search for evidence, but there's nothing at all. In an effort to focus myself, I open the fridge and begin eating a steak, only to realize it's raw and I forgot to cook it. Disgusting. I did find some mysterious objects laid out in his bedroom. It's either a collection of lawnmower blades or a small army of garden gnomes. Too early to say. While exploring the apartment, I decided to close the blinds for some privacy, and there it was, the killer's call sign, taunting me mercilessly, like all of those people that actually graduated high school. I sat down and tried to profile white-collar criminal. Perhaps a jealous neighbor driven mad over Dontrell's impressive collection of lawn ornaments. Or maybe a call girl looking for a little extra cash. It probably wasn't the spouse because they were being very cooperative. That's when it dawned on me. Could the police be in on it? As soon as someone finally started giving me some answers, they ventilated his skull at point-blank range. Something stinks here, and for once, it's not me. When solving crimes, it's important to look for patterns. So I looked very hard and found only two things in common between the victims. One, they are both in homosexual relationships, and two, they're co-workers. I like the idea of a homophobic serial killer, but short of going undercover as a power bottom, I wasn't sure how to pursue this lead. So instead, we focused on the workplace connection. It's day 2 of the investigation, and I was a little confused on how to proceed. I've already investigated Dontrell's workplace, and I'm not going to lie, I spent most of the day getting beat up in public washrooms. It's all kind of a blur. I think at one point I punched a child. Eventually, I emerged from this fugue state on a bench outside of Commerce Inc. I've been waiting here for the past 13 hours without interruption in an effort to find Devin Savoy. His work schedule says he'll be here any second, and look at that, there he is, unlocking the office door and briefly quantum tunneling through reality. I interrogated him and he was definitely suspicious. I asked him about Mark and he refused to make eye contact with me, so I began shaking with both rage and hypothermia, a deadly mix. Eventually, I let him go about his workday while I stalked him through the office. That's when it came over the radio. Another murder. This time at 1201 Williams Park. I'll deal with you later. I rushed to the crime scene as fast as I could. Last time, law enforcement beat us to it and contaminated the evidence. We can't let that happen again. Unfortunately, we were too slow, probably because of all of the stolen goods I've been hauling around in my personal evidence locker. Either way, this caused me to enter a blind rage, and I used my knuckles as tools of holy righteousness to beat the police officer into a coma. Just for good measure, I also handcuffed him. I began scanning for blood and footprints, but after ramming the policeman's head through a tube television, the crime scene became somewhat contaminated. Fortunately, the bedroom was relatively pristine along with the body. It's Winton Goolsby, CEO of Cotton Inc., the same company Mark and Dontrell worked for. Someone is knocking off the upper management. First, the head of HR, then marketing, and now the CEO. Who could it be? Competition? Jaded employee? Maybe even me in some kind of violent drug binge? Only time will tell. I searched the apartment to find the following. Fresh footprints from a size 12 woman's heel, a singular 8mm cartridge, and finally a new sync disc. This one allows you to make money by installing data mining software on work computers. Winton Goolsby, you naughty, naughty boy. This was all helpful, but we really cracked the case wide open after I infiltrated the apartment building's security office. Here, I can access the cameras for every floor of the building, and luckily, there's one with a good view of Winton's unit. He died around lunchtime, so I scrubbed through the footage and found a few potential candidates. However, one stuck out in particular, Andrea Naryen. Why do I know this name? Everyone else was just unidentified citizen. That's when it hit me. I know Andrea because I took a Polaroid of her on the toilet at Cotton Inc. If she works at that office, that means she knows all 3 victims, and we have her on tape entering and leaving Winton's apartment around the time of the murder. This is very good. I printed out a photo of Andrea and began building a profile for her on the tack board. According to her work schedule, she should be at the office right now, which gives us the perfect opportunity to break into her apartment and begin stealing things. I suppose we can also try to solve the crime while we're there too. 501 Roth building. This is it. I dim the lights and kick the door off its hinges. I begin exploring, and judging by the way she decorates her apartment, I already know she's a psychopath. Red leather on a green carpet. Doctor, lobotomize this woman immediately. However, even more diagnostic than the poor decor was this crumpled up piece of paper I found. It describes a woman tying a man to a chair and dancing around waving a knife in his face while he begs for his life. This, on its own, would be suspicious. However, it's not on its own, because there are hundreds of these notes all over her apartment. On the couch, in the cabinet, bathroom sink, random drawers, inside the oven, running shower, and of course, there was about 2 dozen inside the fridge, each one reading the exact same thing. This bitch is definitely killing people. Oh, and I also found some 8mm ammunition that fits the murder weapon. Now look, I'm 99% sure this is our killer, but I'm a by-the-books kind of guy, so I want to catch her in the act. It's not a sexual thing, I just really need to be sure it's her, mostly because because I get fined pretty heavily for arresting the wrong people, and I
Wife
worked too hard to make this money
She's
just to
gonna
lose it
kill
on
you,
some
man. What do you
psycho
mean,
bitch
wife
with a photocopier.
material?
So here's what I do. I go to a vending machine and purchase a GPS tracker. I'm going to put this on Andrea and monitor her movements throughout the day, because much like a Nigerian prince has a physiological need to steal my credit card information, Andrea has a need to kill someone every single day. However, this time I'll be ready, following behind her every step of the way, right until she breaks into an apartment, at which point I'll smash her head in with a dumbbell, find the murder weapon, and haul her off to jail. But first, we need to get the tracker on her, so I hung around her apartment building until she entered her home. Then, I knock on the door and back up all the way across the hall and into the elevator, which gives me the maximal possible runway. Just as I hear her begin to unlock the door, I sprint towards it, jump into the air, and slam both of my feet into it at the same time. The door smashes into Andrea's skull and renders her instantly unconscious. She'll wake up in a few hours thinking she's just been hit by a sledgehammer, but apart from that, she'll be fine. I place the tracker on her and escape to a nearby diner. From here, I can monitor her exact movements not just through the city, but even throughout her own apartment. For example, she's currently in her washroom checking to see how many teeth she's missing. So here's the plan. I'm going to sit in this diner and monitor Andrea for the next 24 hours. However, the 24-hour cycle in this game is pretty long, so we'll be taking micro naps in 15-minute increments and checking on her position in between. Hopefully, that's not enough time for her to murder anyone. The plan was actually working very well. I started shift at 7 p.m. and midnight came and went without any trouble. 1 a.m., 2, 3, 4. I made it to 8:45 and still no movement. She'll be going to work soon. I'm starting to think I was wrong about Andrea, and that's when it happened. I took another nap, woke up at 9 a.m. and she's on the move. Her GPS signal is leading me to this building. It's not her apartment and it's not her work. 9:13 a.m. at Williams Park, 3rd floor. I catch up to find her standing outside the door of someone's apartment. She's in some kind of a daze, and after snapping a few photos for evidence, I managed to sneak past her and enter the flat. That's when I find it, the next victim. We're too late, and Andrea rushes past me and attempts to escape. Not this time. I grab a tea kettle from the stove and beam it off the back of her head like a baseball. She falls like a sack of potatoes, and before she can recover from yet another traumatic brain injury, she's already in handcuffs. We've got our killer, and she even still has the murder weapon in her inventory. I leave Andrea cuffed up in the hallway while I head to City Hall to turn the case in. You might be worried she'll escape, but I'm pretty sure she can't even walk anymore after taking that tea kettle to the head. After filling out the arrest form, we hand the case in and wait for our results. Apparently, I fucked up the paperwork a bit, but most importantly, we arrested the right person, and as a reward, we receive $1,700 and our social credit increases, which means the Communist Party will stop putting estrogen in my water supply. What a shame. Oh, and in case you're wondering about the police officer we assaulted at Winton Goulby's apartment, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead. I turned off all the lights and left him handcuffed in the living room. Regardless, the streets are safer and the world has us to thank for it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Finally, don't forget to install Raid using the links below to get all this cool stuff. Alright, see you later.
I want to watch one more Warhammer video and then I'm done react ending. Guys, it's only 6 hours. I've only been live for 6 hours. I'm only one. I'm only 1 year old. One is young. Hold on, I need to find the tweet. I saw a really funny Soy Jack tweet. As usual. I always see really funny Soy Jack tweets. I believe I liked it. So let me look for it. This is Max. That's Homelander. This is Yowie. No, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. I don't know where the video is, but it's a voiceover of the Soy Jack thing. Where he says, "I'm only one. One is young." But he's like doing a baby voice. Have any of you guys seen that? Did I send it to the Discord maybe? The baby Jack? Yeah, did I send it to the Discord? Did I send it to the Discord maybe? Dude, I know I had it. Somewhere. I don't know. I guess I didn't. Damn. Damn! That's alright though. That's alright though. We're gonna fuck you guys. I'm gonna watch one of the Warhammer videos. Warhammer! Swamp monsters. Yeah.
Being a god has never been so disgusting, because today in Total Warhammer 3 we will be using arcane magic, careful diplomacy, and eldritch abominations to subjugate the world and ascend to godliness. Standing in our way are hordes of beastmen, undead armies, and of course thousands of communists. For every one of these enemies we conquer, our commander grows in size and strength until he becomes a literal god. Can we spread our cult across the world, or will every endgame crisis on max difficulty stop us in our tracks? There's only one way to find out. We start our campaign at the Monument of the Moon and are immediately presented with a difficult decision. Do we want to develop caste-based slavery?
I see that fucking shirtless, oiled up clip everywhere. What the fuck is that?
Or experiment with blood sacrifices. I won't lie, my psychosexual need to dominate the poor is very strong,
there's so much gay
but my
sex in
compulsion
this!
to draw with their blood is even stronger. After that, I began examining our military. We're equipped with several swamp monsters, a goblin shaman that looks suspiciously like Gilbert Gottfried, and our commander, a giant octopus named Kroll. I try not to look at him too much because those tentacles make me act up. Right now, he's just a big fat idiot that gets bullied by enemy archers. But for every capital city we capture, we can construct a Temple of Kroll, which increases his weapon damage, armor, and mass by 5%. Our goal? Construct 20 temples so that we can ascend from trifling god to divine entity. First, we have to kill our neighbors. This was when I understood just how large Kroll was, because he looks like this on the auto-resolve. The beastmen did their best, but after buffing Kroll with sneaky stabbing, he absolutely gutted their army. It's at this point I realized I picked the best faction, because I can take my enemies as slaves and sacrifice them before each battle to increase the potency of my magic spells. More on that later. With the beastmen currently locked in my basement, I have to choose my next victim. In an effort to quickly monopolize the color green, I decided to start with the orcs. Unfortunately, all of their cities follow some Latin American naming system, which makes them very hard for me to pronounce. This causes me to vibrate with rage, but it doesn't stop me from auto-resolving them out of existence. In fact, it helped a lot. At this point, I was getting in character as some kind of settlement name auditor, punishing factions with pretentious or unimaginative naming systems, which led me directly to a town in the swamp named Swamp Town. Seriously, guys? I decided to penalize this faction by hiring a group of ogres to beat them to death with mallets. With Swamp Town under new management, we now have regional stability and we can begin developing our economic infrastructure. However, that would be a massive mistake.
I actually did bookmark something cool, though. Can you guys hear that? You guys hear it? Yeah. Yeah, I have that one.
Because when you are playing a lord that looks like this, you are definitely not an economic faction. To put it simply,
I need to engage in homicidal
thank you for
behavior
the follow.
on
I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you
so
have fun
quickly
hanging out with
resuming the
us.
wanton slaughter of innocent people, I recruit a second general and launch a preemptive strike against Lord Mazda Mundi at Port Reaver. Taking the settlement was quite easy, but surviving what came next was an entirely different matter. Because on the next turn, Mazda Mundi descended on Port Reaver with all 1,200 pounds of his body positivity and began massacring thousands of innocent boglars. However, I have confirmed with top scientists that boglars are in fact not real people. They don't have rights, and we don't have to care when they die, so no big deal. But it was a big deal on the next turn when Mazda Mundi came down to Swamp Town and kicked the shit out of me. Suffering this many defeats so early in the campaign made me seriously consider ending it all. However, I quickly realized that my hatred for the lizards is marginally greater than my hatred for myself, and so I fought on. If you're ever in this situation, I'll tell you exactly how to win. Simply challenge your enemy to a rematch, sacrifice 400 innocent people to supercharge your spells, then spend the entire battle abusing Spirit Leech to kill all of their commanders. Don't tell anyone you did that shit though. They'll make fun of you and call you gay. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. Anyway, this marked a turning point in the war, because, simply put, everyone on the other side was dead. By the time we got to their capital city, they did have an army, but we quickly drained drown them in a sea of boglar corpses. And I guess we also literally drown them with these tidal waves. With the lizards now relegated to the fossil record, we have to plan our next move. I looked to the south and found opium farmers, and in the north, manic sex criminals. I don't know if you've ever met a dark elf, but canonically, they smell like cigarettes and boiled piss, so I try to avoid them at all costs. I started the war against Cathay by ambushing them at the floating pyramid and capturing several of their cities. They sent their finest dumpling salesmen to stop me, but failed every time. Probably because I just unlocked this new artillery unit and it fires literal laser beams. Not too bad. Eventually, Cathay unified their forces with Marcus Wolfhard and fought me at the Monument of Izatal. This was the exact point in the campaign where I realized Kroll is absolutely broken, because I now have tier 2 magic, plus 100% spell intensity from sacrifices, and another 45% from this item. You want to see what that looks like? Look at these spearmen. Now they're gone. That wasn't sped up. 1,500 people just died in 3 seconds. Now casting the big spells might seem like the way to go, but I've discovered a more effective method, because after defeating Yanbo in combat, I gained a trait which reduces the cost of all of my spells by 20%. This makes my tidal wave cost almost nothing. However, because of the slave sacrifices, it's strong enough to wipe out entire squads of archers in one shot. And to add insult to injury, Kroll has the Brood Mother ability, which causes him to summon a miniature kraken whenever he kills enemy units. I'm sure you can imagine just how quickly this got out of hand. I used this one weird trick to accumulate 1,200 kills on Kroll in a single battle. I had this whole army thing wrong. I saw Kroll and thought, disgusting swamp monster for melee combat. But really, he is one of the most well-educated and gifted mages of all time. Anyway, this probably goes without saying, but we won that battle pretty easily. By this point, the Chinese are finished, Marcus is homeless, and if you're an 8-limbed monstrosity, things are going pretty good. We now have 4 capital cities with 2 temples, and more being built every turn. I can taste godhood, and it tastes like dead Bretonians. It's at this point you're probably wondering, Reggie, do you actually have a plan, or are you going to just keep killing people? To which I reply, that is the plan. That's always been the plan, in every single video. In my effort to accumulate as many capital cities as possible, I began physically annihilating the Brets. Sure, they have good cavalry, because their knights are so well trained that they're practically one with their horse. However, my cavalry are literally one with their horse, because I have used dark magic to anatomically fuse them together. Imagine this, you're a French peasant. The only things you know are be stinky and die from shitting yourself. Then imagine seeing these ungodly abominations.
Every fucking character in these videos literally me.
Cresting the hill.
Guys, I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry for doing a React Andy stream today. I don't know what happened.
It's fair to say that you are unprepared for what's about to happen, as was Alberic. In fact, at one point, I ended my turn in march stance beside 2 full Bretonian stacks, because I fundamentally do not respect them. All in—
No, I think it's like... I am sorry, actually, because I didn't mean to play Factorio today. But... I like the vibe of being able to just watch YouTube videos with
we had
you
their
guys.
entire empire wiped out within 10 turns. It was at this point I realized Yanbo is actually still alive. I just stole all of his territory, and since then he's been camping outside my settlements like a homeless vagrant who steals my recyclables just to survive. After 10 turns of this, he worked up the courage to bonsai charge a nearby settlement by himself. What an asshole. Anyway, I gotta say, he really went for it. It's almost like he didn't have a choice. Maybe he was drafted, or even enlisted, the sponsor of today's video. Enlisted is a first-person shooter that offers a mixture of...
It's like, we're gonna run out of videos to react Andy to, because we've almost reacted to, like, fucking every single video this guy's posted.
We were having some issues with a tribe of lizard men led by Gorok. You see, he's an unhinged sociopath on a suicide mission to make you uninstall the game. I can say that confidently because he absolutely devastated Kroll in a head-to-head battle, and after I tried to finish him off with a second army, he laughed at me, spit in my mouth, and beat me mercilessly. My greatest victory against him came on the 3rd attempt, where I managed to kill everyone in his army before he single-handedly beat all of my remaining soldiers to death. I genuinely believed I could defeat Gorok.
But it turned out I was in fact a soy boy. I was a low-key cuck.
I want you to,
I have to
no,
pivot
I
to
need
10-hour
you
video
to
essays.
understand
I've
that the
already watched
only
all
way
the
to kill
10-hour video
Gorok is by
essays.
accepting a Pyrrhic victory auto-resolve. I don't care how much it costs, it's worth it. I did this myself, and with Gorok out of the picture, we quickly steamrolled his empire, just in time for a bioterrorist to declare war on us. The Skaven decided to take the fight to us, which is really unfortunate for them, because we've just upgraded our cavalry to this. What is it, and where is its lower jaw? I don't know, but I do know that its anatomical abnormality makes it ideal for swallowing entire rats without chewing. The war with Lord Skrolk lasted about 15 turns, and it went something like this. Get attacked by rats, kill literal millions of them, realize you're still outnumbered, somehow win anyway. Siege battle. Lose a siege battle, because you didn't see the rats on the south wall, and now you don't have any control points. Increase your blood pressure in frustration. Retaliate with tremendous violence. Get ambushed. Again. And again, and again. Get so angry that you black out, wake up on the defeat screen, and scream into the void. Start winning battles by abusing magic. Don't have on the defeat screen and scream into the void. Start winning battles by abusing magic. Don't have on the defeat screen and scream into the void. Start winning battles by abusing magic. Don't have mercy. Team up with a demented pirate to destroy their capital cities, and eventually the war is over. Well, sort of. You see, it's turn 90, and the endgame event just triggered all of the endgame events. Compared to the rest of the world, we got off pretty lucky, but we do still have to deal with a vermintide, which means Skrolk is back, and he brought 3 of his finest ball washers to cause trouble. We had to fight them using just Kroll and an army of swamp demons. The game thinks we're going to lose, but what it's not accounting for is my strategic unpredictability. In fact, even I don't know what I'm going to do on a second-by-second basis. But I started by casting a lot of spells, and it was going very well. Honestly, I wish I could take credit for this, but there were so many rats I could probably be doing this blindfolded and killing just as many. Rampaging octopi crashed through their front lines, tsunamis obliterated their slingers, and my off-brand lizard men chased down all the survivors. All in all, we won the battle, and Kroll came out with over 1,000 kills. At this point, we're only a renegade god with 7 temples constructed, so we still have a lot of work to do. Now, I could just be a loser and play this safe, but instead, I decided to sail my armies across the ocean and fight the strongest faction on the map, the Tomb Kings. We came ashore on their borders and quickly realized how bad of a decision this was, because every settlement here is totally uninhabitable. I pretended not to be bothered by this, because that seems like the kind of thing a god would do, but in reality, it made building and recruiting troops very challenging. Apart from that, the war with Khemri was going quite well. All of their armies were tied up in the east fighting with the dwarves and siege, so they were woefully unprepared when we showed up and started trashing the place. Part of the issue for them was that I was shamelessly abusing these guys right here. The Balefire Apprentice is a magical ranged unit, and I figured out that by making an entire army out of them, I can absolutely melt just about everything on the Tomb King roster. Even better still is that each one of them has access to Spirit Leech. This spell by itself can drain enemy lords pretty effectively, but since I have 15 apprentices, I can cast 15 instances of it at the same time. Then, remember that I've sacrificed slaves to double the potency, so we've effectively cast 30 Spirit Leeches on this poor skeleton, and he has been liquefied within—
I actually know why she was sleeping in my room, because my dad said that my mom, because my mom traveled today, my mom is not here. My mom, like, moved her suitcase, and it scared my cat so bad, she ran to my room, but, like, she puffed up. When she gets scared, she puffs up really big, and my dad said she ran in the direction of my room, so usually whenever she gets scared, she sleeps under my bed.
5 seconds. I'm not proud to say it, but this tactic won us a lot of territory.
The issue with her sleeping under my bed is sometimes because there's like not noises or anything, she just sleeps and she'll like miss her dinner, because I had to give her dinner and I didn't know where she was. Is my cat a pufferfish? She might be, because she's got like fucking poison in her teeth or something. Because that's the cat that I get really bad allergic reactions from. I get like welts
in the desert.
Hives.
It's now turn 108, and things are going very well. We have 11 temples, almost 10,000 slaves, a good chunk of North Africa, and we just unlocked a massive buff for our Balefire apprentices. However, this would soon change, because after I pressed the next turn button, every AI on the map entered into some kind of satanic pact to ruin my life. Khemri started pushing aggressively from the east. Then Ikit Claw started attacking us from the north. following this, some dark elves decide they want to harvest my organs in Lustria.
I'm just
Meanwhile,
not
some
strong
wood
enough.
elves
I
put us
have,
on a
like-
stretching rack ass first. And finally, gangs of chaos dwarves
What?
used a cartoon drilling machine to pop up randomly across Lustria and begin shooting us to death. So basically, we're in a war on 5 fronts. And no, it's not going well. We were losing about
I like
4
it when
battles
they
per
keep-
turn.
when
In
they
moments
put
like these,
random
all you can do
gotcha
is put
clips.
on
Go
a strong
back.
face, because it's 4. Basically, we're in a war to pop up randomly across Lustria and dwarves used a cartoon drilling machine to pop up randomly. Gangs of chaos dwarves used us on a stretching. They want to harvest my organs in Lustria. Meanwhile, some wood elves put us on a stretching rack
Guys.
ass first. And finally,
Guys.
gangs of chaos dwarves used a cartoon drilling machine
There,
to
are
pop up
you
randomly
happy?
across Lustria and begin shooting us to death. So basically, we're in a war on 5 fronts. And no, it's not going well. We were losing about 4 battles
Everybody-
per turn.
it's not
In moments
Future
like these,
Awakening.
all you can
Literally
do is
everybody
put on a
loves
strong
Gotchi,
face,
man.
because it's not gay to be pounded by 5 men unless you moan.
It's-
However, the fight that really
What?
broke me was this one against Ikit. The auto battler said it was a close defeat, so I thought I could win. I load the map and it seems normal. Then I go cry on the toilet for 25 minutes. For some reason, while I'm away, the map begins to change. The sand is getting marginally brighter by the second. By the time I return, it looks like this. The entire map is covered in some kind of oversaturated glow that makes it virtually impossible for me to see what the fuck is going on. If it wasn't for the health bars, I wouldn't even know where my units were, let alone that they're currently being shot with Gatling guns. I tried my best to
Is
win
this
this
like a
fight,
common
but
bug
attempting
in
to
the desert?
identify enemy
Wait, yeah,
units
it's been
under
in the
these
game for a
conditions
while? Oh,
proved
man.
remarkably difficult. Oh, you thought you sent your swordsmen to go fight some archers. Well, bad news. That's actually a giant mutated rat man, and everyone is dead. This is
Oh.
it. Rock bottom. I knew
Yeah,
there was only
Warhammer
one
3
way
is
to get
buggy
out of
as
this,
fuck.
and it's going to cost me a lot of money. We have access to a unit called a Demonomaniac. It's very good at killing, everything.
It looks
so
like
against
it-
the advice
Whoa!
of my financial advisor,
Please
I
don't,
went
my
ahead
lord.
and built a doom stack with 10 of these fine young men. And let me tell you, as far as antidepressants go, this is the best I've ever had.
don't,
I
my
unlocked
lord.
20% ward save for them and spent the next 15 turns on Cloud 9, absolutely obliterating my way through the Tomb King Empire. All of my other armies were
Holy
dedicated to
shit.
holding my borders while Kroll systematically
These guys are
disassembled the
crazy.
strongest faction in the game. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. I left them alive just enough to appreciate how gimped their faction has become. With the Tomb Kings in a medically induced coma, our situation is still complicated but a lot more manageable. Naturally, our finances are still stretched thin and the Wood Elves are becoming a big problem. You see, every man has a single
I
thread of
hate Wood
insanity
Elves.
woven into the very fabric of their being. The Wood Elves are made exclusively from these threads, and as such, they've been on a murderous rampage in the north. I've been
Yeah,
slowing
why are
them
they
down
like
by
that, man?
sacrificing millions of boglars, but this is not a long-term solution. Luckily, we were able to erect several temples of
Tyler
Kroll
one-shot-
in the
dude,
desert,
Tyler
and we're
one shows
quickly
up in
closing in
every,
on
like-
godhood.
I
There's
don't
just
even know
one
what
more
this
thing
type
we
of,
need,
like-
and it's
is
sitting
this, like,
all the way
commentary
in
or what?
Ulthuan. I
But
had
Tyler
Kroll
one shows
take
up
to
in,
the
like,
seas
every
and make his
video
way
from these
there.
guys, 'cause
Sitting
he's, like-
patiently in this castle
he's
is
got
a
such
weapon of
iconic
immeasurable
clips
power,
of just
wielded
him,
by
like,
a demon
spazzing
named
out,
Enkari.
man.
We're actually pretty good friends, but not for long, because I'm going to kill him and claim the Sword of Cain. I started the battle, and on paper, we're definitely the underdog.
He
But
has
what the
a
game
tit.
forgot to consider is this.
He has one tit? Did I see that right? That... He has one...
Hordes of
hate
sexed up
points,
freaks
hate 'em.
charged across the
Chris, you
field
should've
towards
been here
us,
for
but
when
my
we gambled our
Demonomaniacs
points
were
away.
having
I
absolutely
literally-
none of it. Honestly, it was very
Dude, Chris,
enjoyable.
I literally spent like 2 hours of my stream. Where's the... Oh no, did I actually... No. I literally spent like 2 hours of my stream playing a slot machine in-game.
And not just because there were thousands
Yeah,
of
we did
muscular men
Gamba
whipping me,
earlier,
but
man.
because
You
I
guys
started
shouldn't have
using
missed
this spell.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
that's
did
pretty
Gamba.
nasty, even
Let's
for
go
Slaanesh. And
gambling!
Kari was quite
Aw,
tough,
dang.
and he was
Actually,
even
I
able
can't
to
even do that
overpower
because
my
I did win
Demonomaniacs.
big.
But
I
as it
won, like,
turns
over
out, he
10
is
times when I
remarkably
started
susceptible
with,
to
so-
level 1 magic such as
I think
Spirit
that
Leech.
website is too
We finished up
easy.
the battle with hardly any damage taken, sacked the settlement for 19,000 gold, and
Holy.
claimed the Sword of Cain. This gives Kroll 25 melee attack, 450 armor piercing, 20%
Holy
ward save,
shit.
and a vortex ability that just ruins everyone's day. With this weapon, I felt like a new man, like nothing could stop me. So the first thing I did was sail across the ocean and kick the shit
I'm
out
just
of
that
Ikit
good.
Claw
They need to
before burning
ship
his
me out
capital
to
city to the
Vegas so
ground
I
and
can go to
Fortnite
all the
dancing on the
casinos.
ashes. Oh yes,
Because I
this
think I would
feels
get
very
rich.
good. While this was going on, I had some luck in my war against the Dark Elves. Finding them out of position, I was able to take several key settlements and cripple their empire. Their destruction was the final piece to this whole puzzle, because we're at 18 temples, and after capturing their settlements and doing some construction, it pushed us to 20. Level 50 Kroll with the Sword of Cain is now a god of the depths. With 135 armor, the largest mass of any lord in the game, between 1400 and 2500 weapon strength, plenty of regeneration, overpowered spells, and 15,000 health. Considering he also has 90% damage reduction, that means you'd need to deal about 150,000 damage just to kill him. On paper, we are a god, but it's time to prove it. I brought Kroll back to Lustria and emptied out his army. Everyone else is going north to push back the Wood Elves, but Kroll is going to stuff himself into this drilling machine and travel all the way across the map to finish off the Chaos Dwarves by himself. I came through the portal, and before me were several dwarven armies, a few settlements, and their capital city, Zar Nagrun. This is basically their equivalent of Mecca, and if we can destroy it, well, they probably wouldn't like that very much. I started the campaign by castrating Gorazin the Breaker and 700 of his men. Apparently, this was a heroic deed.
It cannot even be the content I'm reacting to, because this is fucking... I've only been watching Warhammer and Kenshi and Rimworld. It's literally only been Warhammer, Kenshi, and Rimworld.
That was easy. On to the next battle. This was where it got interesting, because it's just Kroll versus 5,000 Chaos Dwarves. I drove him straight into the crowd and popped all of his spells while screaming at the top of my lungs. They had about 10 units of archers firing flaming arrows into the side of Kroll for 15 minutes straight, but they couldn't get past his regeneration. The Sword of Cain, Kraken's Pull, and Purple Sun tore through the blobs of conscript soldiers, and eventually I had generated enough.
Think of how ridiculous that is. You get banned from chatting in one person's stream, and you're gonna make an entire new account multiple times to chat in the same singular streamer. Like,
power to use this ability. It summons a gang of feral
it's too
bog
much work
beasts
at
that
that
began
point. Like, what a
cleaning out
waste
the
of your
enemy back
time.
line. Wave after wave of dwarves shuffled onto the
I had
battlefield,
enough
only
filter
to be
tags
added
on,
to
but
the
I guess
collage
not.
of dead bodies that surround Kroll. In moments like
Attention and
these, you might
shrimple.
feel bad
Yeah,
for the
but
short
you'd have to
kings,
put in so
but in
much
this
effort.
judgmental and
In my
materialistic
opinion, I think
world,
it's a lot
it's
of
not enough
effort.
to be tall. You have to actively be anti-short. So I did what I had to do and murdered 5,000 dwarves with my bare hands. After cleaning up a few more battles and crashing the game, I had made my way to Zar Nagrun. These rat bastards have been popping up in my territory like post-apocalyptic Mormons for the past 35 turns, and I'm finally going to put an end to it. They didn't make it easy for me though. Kroll charged towards the front gate and absorbed about 15,000 bullets to the face. After breaking through, it wasn't much better. We had to battle our way past centaur demons, flame warriors, and lots of incels, all while being blasted with heavy ordnance. Although at some points the artillery was actually working in our favor. You fire cluster bombs.
Actually, Chris, that's what I did, because I played Hearts of Iron 4, and I had these, like, autistic kids, like, I don't even remember what it was. They had, like, their little in-joke, and they kept spamming it in my chat. I was like, stop spamming. Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. They kept doing it. So I banned them, and I literally kept having people come back for days. I'm talking, like, up to a week after I last streamed it. And then I put a phone number requirement. You're baiting them so hard with a game show. I'm not baiting anybody! These are the games I like to play!
Bombs at me. I take 10% damage. Everyone else, they're dead. Not for nothing, this was the first battle where they actually made me hit the regen cap. So hypothetically, they could have killed me if they had more units. But they didn't. And once I was done smashing them into a dwarf puree, I forced their commanders to land, at which point Kroll smacked them for 50% of their health with each gyration of his grotesque body. After 12 minutes, it was all over, and we had emerged victorious. Friedrich Nietzsche famously proclaimed, "God is dead." But he had syphilis in his brain, so what the fuck does
I
he
have
know?
syphilis
God
in
is
my
alive
brain,
and well,
too.
and he's covered in the blood of short men. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Finally, thank you to Enlisted for sponsoring the video. Changing history so that Japan wins the war is a lot of hard work, and I need your help. Play for free on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation using...
No. I'm getting kind of sleepy, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, but this is a RimWorld minion. This is a minion meme RimWorld video, guys! I'm gonna filter the idiots if I play Chuzzle. They'll leave. I'm getting EP, but it's gonna be more embarrassing if I end stream without playing a game. No! It's only 20 minutes.
Weaponized
I need to get all of the React Andy out so that I don't fucking do it again tomorrow. Okay.
Eating toxic waste and harnessing the
We're
power
watching the
of
fart
child
video.
labor. Because today in RimWorld Biotech, we'll be beating the new final boss of the game by hugging our friends, making use of eugenics, and creating a god. We set out to slay the Mechanoid commander and ruin the planet.
I really appreciate
Biotech's
it.
release has added a ton to
games go
RimWorld, but most
gambling.
significantly genetics, with gene lines that can
I
be
don't
passed
wanna
down
be-
from
dude,
generation to generation. At the beginning, our
It's time
gene
to
line was
accept your
harmless, hairless,
kids. Yeah,
hideous,
but
and
it's so
yellow.
easy to make
Everything
fun of
else I'll
React
explain
Andy
later.
streamers.
We started with a little man named Gru, and the map was an island off the mainland, meaning
Not
people would
saving
only
this from being
arrive from the
embarrassing, don't
north.
worry
We
about
decided
it.
to start our base next to a safe location and began growing crops. By finishing Gru's Hooverville
There
and
are
naming the faction
minions!
accordingly, we had an actual house, and looking
These
at our
are
starting
actually the
scenario,
yellow
we began with
minions.
basic genetics and cloning. Because our gene line is sterile, we can't reproduce normally, but with cloning, we had a more
They're sterile and staggeringly ugly.
efficient method. After starting to expand, a visitor showed up. He had decent skills and equipment, but with genes as basic as a pumpkin spice latte,
guy's
we
video-
ignored it.
okay.
That transitioned into a mad gazelle, but because
That's
Gru
what
has
people
kind
said
instincts,
when I last
doesn't
played this
matter.
guy's
Both
video. They
kind
were like,
instincts and
you're
staggeringly
quiet.
ugly
You
for
just
certain
got
traits
quiet
in
now.
our gene line. And later in the game, we get
But
to
this
splice
guy just
other
talks
things.
louder
As Gru
than
researched
the last-
batteries, our
than
first raid,
Reggie.
Alice, Drug Lord. While our starting character has their own set of genes,
Why
there
am I
also
in this
exist
video?
other gene
No, they're
lines,
literally
each with their
me.
own
It's the
traits, of which we
minions.
could use to splice our own gene line. Downing Alice, we could recruit and give her all the rights of a colonist. None, because all our colonists would come from either quests and events or cloning. While Gru continued our research, we got electricity running and a transport pod arrived. Ace had the skills we did,
he's
so we
making
rescued
all
him.
these
To add
little
on to that, we got and accepted a quest for a
minion
refugee,
babies.
who is a wonderful pyromaniac, utterly useless, and if we were cannibals, he would be meat. Still, he could cut stone blocks, so we gave him luxurious accommodations and put him to work. Ace also got an
What a
infection, so I
kind-
went to execute her, if she did join. With our colony expanding, the Empire offered us a deal we couldn't refuse, to dump toxic waste in the ocean. So I refused,
I
not
love
because I'm
dumping
opposed to
toxic
polluting the
waste in the
environment, I
ocean!
play Factorio, but because we didn't have
Factorio!
drop pods research. The only thing better than dumping toxic
Wait,
waste
what
in
did he
your
say? I didn't
backyard is
hear
dumping
it.
toxic waste in
That's
your
my
neighbor's
favorite
backyard.
game in the world.
I mean the
What did he say? I didn't hear it.
in the environment. I mean, I play Factorio, but because
He
we didn't
plays
have drop pods research. The
Factorio!
only thing better than dumping toxic waste in your
You and
backyard is dumping
Factorio
toxic waste in your
mentioned.
neighbor's backyard. I mean, the planet's so big.
You
how
guys
could
should
we
be
possibly pollute
You guys should be fucking glad I don't make you watch Dosh
all of it?
videos on
After getting
stream.
batteries up, we were greeted by our first trade caravan. As an exotic trader,
I
one of the
love
goods they
putting car
carry are
batteries
gene
in the
packs. These
ocean!
act as the way we splice our gene lines with new abilities. Although
Naked
these ones
speed.
were trash. Regardless, with Gru researching, we were able to get going on our long path to genetic ascension, starting with a clone extractor. Now, minions are born all natural, with the birds, bees, and vats of ooze. Clone extractors allow us to copy embryos from a host, who in this case is Gru. After sitting
Yeah,
in the
we'll
machine
never
for
play
a
a
while,
video
we get an
game.
embryo to turn into
Never,
a human.
ever.
Then we gently take that embryo and toss it in a vat. By supplying food and power, we can grow it into a fully fledged colonist with all the traits of its host.
Oh,
sort of. But we'll get into that
staggeringly
later.
ugly,
To prevent
no
us
hair,
from doing this
sterile.
a million times at once, the host gains a debuff. If we extract again
Why
before
is
it
Gru
expires, there will
yellow,
be a
too?
minor side effect of death. So for now, we were just waiting on our growth vat to do its job. In the meantime, we got a betrayal offer for our refugee. If we got them killed, we'd get a whopping $250 side trainer. But I would never betray my ally
That's
for
a
such
lot
low
of
price.
money.
Helping a trusted Empire friend, on the other hand, I would gladly let these traitors do it. By saving the Empire Knight, we raised our royal street cred enough to give Gru a siling. But when the bestowers showed up, I realized something. One of the biotech gene lines are called Hussars, and the Empire was full of them. Hussar genes are for combat with fast healing, great fighting, and most importantly, inadvertently a go juice dependency. This manifests
Oh,
a
they
permanent
need to do
dependency
drugs.
on go juice, the best
Okay.
combat drug in the game. But it also has an interesting side effect. See, dependency replaces addiction, and for whatever reason, it's actually easier to manage. So while the gene is supposed to be a weakness, it actually turns into a ridiculous strength. However, to harness this, we need some further tech and less intimidating hussars to capture. After waiting
They're
for the
gonna
bestowal
make the
ceremony to
minions
commence, which
do
took a
drugs.
while,
Also,
who
good
was
night
given
and
a
ass.
level
Thank you
1
for hanging out with us.
the
I really
Empire
appreciate
left,
it.
and we
Everyone get
returned
the
to
rest of your
managing our
evening.
colony. Poorly. Without food, our
Uh-oh.
incubated embryo would starve, which would be terrible for the economy. We harvested some rice, hunted the local gazelles, and started on a freezer. Then my embryo almost exploded, a mad gazelle was beat to death, and another raid. A genie gene line, these pawns are great at research and crafting. This one was alright with a
Ooh,
tiny
he's
base
all skinny
20
though. He's
crafting
real
skill.
skinny.
They were also
Whoa!
unwaveringly loyal, which meant we couldn't recruit them conventionally. To down him, we gently blew his head off in one shot. Accidentally. Back to the food situation, we need more growing space. Just one of these vats requires 4 times the nutrients of a normal pawn. So if we wanted
Damn.
mass human
Look at
production,
all those
we'd need more food.
babies!
On the topic of cloning, Gru's genes had regrown. That meant we could extract another embryo without killing it. But right before that, another raid from, that. Some 40k Giffer, we kited it to death and did as any sane person would do. Threw it
It's
in
a
the
furry?
ocean. During the fight though, we'd gotten a unique quest, one that we need to fight the final mechanoid boss. Because now on the map was a mechanitor complex. Before
there's
biotech,
furries in
mechanoids were
this?
solely enemies and acted as the quintessential endgame
Ew.
threat. But now, instead of just fighting them, we can also build them. This is where the mechanitor comes in, which allows a colonist to connect
So
to
those
and
are
build
like
mechanoids.
robots?
They're also the only ones who can summon the 3 mechanoid bosses to the colony.
They're
To get the
mechanoids? They
implant,
look
we
like
need to
bugs,
travel to
but
the
they're
complex.
robots?
But with only 3 people, we'd save that for a bit later. Right now, we were just focused on cloning because our embryo was about to become a baby. The colony itself wasn't very developed, so we added some more housing and cemented the freezer. At last, our growing embryo was ready for the big day. Wake up, babe. New social security lore just dropped. As it shot out of the vat like a womb cannonball, we at last had a
there's a
healthy
baby on the
Now,
floor.
given the unique name of Minion 1, he'd inherited all of Gru's traits, and then some. Because given the
And
conditions
he's
of his cloning, he used it,
hyper-aggressive.
becoming a slow healer, sterile, and hyper-aggressive. But now we could set him on the right path by giving him a wonderful childhood. Back in the vat. Babies have 2 jobs, being a dependent on my tax return and paying
it's
me
the
child support. So we keep
flashbang!
Minion 1 in the vat until he was grown a bit more and could do real work. Luckily, growth vats accelerate development by 2,000%,
Till he can
so
hold
we
a
wouldn't have to
gun.
wait long. Back to developing the colony, we almost starved Arcade with a power outage. Someone with dementia forgot where they were and started a social fight, and the game pleaded with me to not make a clone farm. You have more babies than beds. And a refugee also departed, and while I would normally eat them to ensure no witnesses, I let him go. So now we were down to 2 colonists and 1 baby in a jar whose only trait was
But
staggeringly
he's gonna
ugly.
grow really
A face
freaking
only
fast
a
if
mother
he
could
stays
love.
in
But
there.
it just so happened that a vagabond showed up asking for money to save his life. Given he was incapable of violence, well, sleeping in the freezer, another pawn would let us accept the deserter quest. This would give us a free pawn at the cost of fighting the Empire. A free pawn who was a hussar. And to give you an idea of how strong
Whoa,
Go
and they
Juice
can
is,
take
this
all his
one
genes
guy
now.
almost wiped our colony. Right now, we couldn't do anything with our hussar, but later in our tech, we could extract genes with some non-invasive methods.
Can you watch
Until
this
then,
very
Robin
short
could
video?
defend
This
the
is gonna be like 12 hours long. Fuck you, dude.
colony, regenerating all of his wounds in just a few hours and having a base 16 shooting skill. Of course, besides that, he was completely useless. Moving ahead, we got a relic quest for a sharp stick, started research on a gene ripper, and Minion 1 was now 2 years old. After 3 days. A soul trader also showed up, allowing me
He's
to
a
use a
big
little
boy
trick.
now.
Step 1, donate all my belongings to them. Man, we're such good people. Step 2, kill them. By donating our stuff, we increased relations just enough to keep the faction happy despite their trader's untimely demise. It also gives us back everything and more. Speaking of happy accidents, I
that's
started
smart.
going
Actually,
bugs.
that's
That
smart
and
as
buying
fuck.
roach meat so we could make go juice. And while using Gru to collect another embryo, we were greeted with a welcome surprise. The beginnings of child labor. With Minion 1 becoming a child, that meant he was no longer a useless scourge upon society. But children can only do certain kinds of work, and recreation is
Nasty
replaced with
fucking
learning. As
baby.
children grow up, they
Ew.
gain traits, skills, and passions influenced by how much they're learning, which is an integral mechanic in biotech that we'll ignore. Because at least for right now, free labor. Despite Minion 1 being a clone, we could actually insert him too into the clone extractor to get another embryo. But given his hyper-aggressive mutation, no thanks. Remember, if he starts a social fight, he's still a child. They also have a massive mood bonus, so his room was a chair. And while he hauled stuff outside, another mad gazelle. Luckily, Cowman drew the aggro, but was incapable of violence, so he just stood there getting headbutted, ignoring
I wish
the
I
gazelle.
had go juice,
And while
but I
walking
don't
home, he
have
got struck
any
by lightning.
drinks
Also, remember
in
that
my
refugee we helped? Well, he contacted us to
'Cause I
bestow a
drank it all.
tiny gift, a legendary revolver and shield pack. Naturally, we did the responsible thing, and on that topic, we built a Gene Ripper. Right now, Robin was suffering from go juice withdrawal, and the Gene Ripper could fix it. By inserting Robin, we could extract one specific gene from his Hussar gene line, choosing his go juice dependency. While we waited, Gru and Minion 1 bonded like family, sleeping on the ground and getting heat stroke together. This led to Minion's first mental break, so to stop him from blowing up a battery, we arrested a 3-year-old child. Now before you say that's immoral, we immediately let him go to snort coke, which completely fixed the mood problem at no cost. He then proceeded to stargaze for the next 12 hours straight during the day. But back to Robin in the Gene Ripper. Oh no, said someone else. A small detail I might not have mentioned, while the Gene Ripper does extract a single gene, it also conveniently turns a living pawn into human meat. By building a gene bank, we could store the Go Juice dependency gene and implant it into future clones, of which we started growing. Minion 1 also joined his brother, developing. In terms of actual progression, we expanded the common area, farmed more food, and filled our freezer. A quest also popped up to help someone being chased, which we accepted. Christina walked in, incapable of violence, but otherwise useful. Chasing Christina were imps who, as far as gene lines go, aren't very bright. We fought some of the raiders up top, but didn't notice them burning our crops down. Unfortunately, they did burn down our wind turbines, but we were looking into better power anyways. More specifically, toxifier generators. While we researched those, Minion 1 got ejected from his pod so we could increase his learning.
Toxifier generator, man.
Comms console etiquette, how to curse, and another secret lesson.
Content
Meanwhile, Christina
loves
was dying from an infection, with her only treatment being thoughts and prayers. Luckily, Gru was there to nudge her in the right direction. Overall, we developed the base a great deal more, but our power situation was dire. So allow me to introduce you to my new favorite addition to RimWorld: toxifier generators and pollution. Ever since the beginning of RimWorld's release, it was missing something. Sure, I could harvest organs, spawn 70,000 chickens, or encounter man-made horrors beyond comprehension, but there was always a void I couldn't fill. Until now. Now, pollution works exactly how you'd think. Toxifier generators create insane power, but pollute the area nearby. Pollution causes colonists toxic buildup and gets them sick. But with pumps, you can turn ground pollution into waste packs, which you can freeze, dump somewhere else, or my personal favorite, lob it at an enemy settlement. That being said, the Minion's gene line is very special. Not only do we have toxic immunity, but also pollution stimulus. As opposed to normal pawns, ours gain a buff from being in pollution. Normally, this isn't very practical because they need to spend lots of time in pollution to max it out. So my solution, putting toxic generators in their bedrooms. By making hoarders look clean, we easily maxed out their pollution buffs.
I'm sure they're
After
happy
filling the
about
area
that.
with radioactive material, I temporarily uninstalled the generators because not all our colonists were immune. But as we get more minions, that would start to change. Which reminds me, a second baby. This one even healthier than the last, being aggressive, pessimistic, and genetically unstable, which is only sorta bad, and earning our baby the name George. Of course, it only seemed natural to throw him back in the growing pod. Much like my list of human rights violations, our base was growing. We'd walled and roofed the entire compound, began flooring, and upgraded our genetic bay. With the arrival of an exotic goods trader, we were able to buy some new genes, Optimist and Strong Melee. After inserting Gru into the pod, we could now splice our gene collection into our new clone, creating a more advanced embryo to gestate. To get more genes, we accepted some refugees, and to my delight, one of them was inbred. With a Habsburg jaw and the intelligence of drywall, this pawn was a Neanderthal, possessing a unique melee damage gene. By arresting the Neanderthal, we could use them in the gene grind, but we were interrupted by a raid from some pig people, which would have been scary if one of them didn't have major Alzheimer's. It's not often that I feel bad about doing something in RimWorld, and this is no exception. Getting back to our prisoner, Minion 1 watched as Ace persuaded Lion to join us. Using the grinder, we could extract the melee damage gene for use in our clones. Besides cloning, we'd also need to work towards summoning the mechanoid final boss. With that Mechanitor complex nearby, we need to travel to it soon, but stopping us was George, who'd gone from baby to taller baby. Christina wasted no time educating him on the latest Fallout cosplay and giving him his own bed into the generator excrement. Educating children increases their learning. Of course, we also can't educate all our clones because it just takes too much time. To get those clones, we could start extracting embryos from our clones, so we chose George George as our first guinea pig and added the extra genes we'd been acquiring. Sure, they'd inherit his mild cell instability, but hey, it just builds character. While we'd ironed out our infrastructure, the island itself was pretty exposed, so we began work on an outer wall. Meanwhile, we got our newest clone, Lucas, in his new crib
you need
made
to
of
balance it out.
woo woo googa. Translation. On a slightly related note, we built our very first drug lab. With Yayo and Gojuice being produced, we were preparing to supply a clone army, but right on time, a Neanderthal raid. Given we have guns and they don't, what could go wrong?
Do
not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Losing George was... but stealing our clone extractor, whoa, and getting a furry raid right afterwards was rough. We downed one of them, allowing us to extract his Infinity Stone, Psychite Dependency, which functions exactly like Gojuice Dependency, but for Yayo and Flake. To coincide with our cloning, we also needed to get a Mechanitor for summoning mechanoid bosses. Packing up Gru, Ace, and Minion 1
I don't
from
think they have
Bootleg,
autism,
Ohio, we
though.
headed to the Mechanoid Complex. Mechanitors are our mechanoid
I think
controllers.
an army
They can
addicted.
build,
I think
connect
an
to,
army.
and
Oh,
command
sorry.
friendly mechanoids.
I think an army
To get a
addicted to
mechanitor, we
crack
need a
would be
special implant
insanely
found at the
strong.
complex. Arriving there, it was a pretty empty
Personally.
place, and getting inside, we quickly found a cryopod. Exploring a bit triggered a trap of just one Militor mech, but after pulling a little mech, we returned to the pond preparing for a fight. Or not. I'm sure he won't miss this chunk of brain. Implanting the mech link into Gru even called down a free hauling bot, although we'd be able to construct other mechs soon. While the group marched back to
What
the
the
colony,
hell?
some interesting shenanigans had taken place. A quest popped up to save a colonist from man-hunting cats, and a wanderer had joined. But
Every
9 times out
army
of
is
10,
on
wonders
crack
are
and the
spies or
heroin.
human-eating
Wait, crack
mobs.
armies
So I
don't
did the
exist
only
anymore?
rational thing. I mean, just watch as he turns.
But that seems like such a beautiful
Any minute
concept.
now.
Uh-oh.
Okay, my bad. You win some, you lose some. And your life. But at
You
least
got
we got
mauled by
another
a
colonist
cat?
from the quest. If I had read the fine print. A 4-year-old child, Hollis was profoundly
Also,
useless,
good
but we
night,
keep him anyway. With our
Master
caravan
Builder.
getting
Thank
back
you
to the
for hanging
colony,
out
we
with
were
us.
able
I
to
really
clear out the
appreciate it. I
man
hope you have a
cats
good
and
rest of
secure
your
our hauling
evening.
mech. As our mechanitor, Gru could now research basic mech tech,
What
start
can I
creating
say? I
friendly
love staring at
mechanoids,
a
and summon
screen.
bosses, of which there were 3. We need to fight the
I think the only reason I ended up going full
in
React
that order,
Andy
and
today is
defeating
because I
each
was
one
tired
would
from
unlock
leaving
the
the
respective
house.
levels of tech.
I
Of
actually, I
course,
thought
to do
about
so, we'd
canceling
need an army.
stream
With Lucas
actually,
becoming a child, we
but then I
immediately
was like,
cloned
no,
him and
I
stacked all
shouldn't.
the new genes
And then
we'd
I
acquired.
streamed, and
Instead
then
of
I
getting
had fun.
clones
So
of
it's actually
childhood,
good
we
that I
just start
didn't
leaving
cancel
them in the
stream
vat
today,
until
just because I was a
adulthood.
little
Because
bit
after watching
tired.
Lucas get the flu, beat it with no
Because I
tendon,
had
and
a lot
cloud
more
gaze
fun
outside
streaming
during
than
a
I would have just
thunderstorm, I was scared.
working on
the
art.
mechanitor front, our holo recharged for the first time, generating waste packs. In addition to toxifier generators, mechanoids
Cracked
also
child
pollute the
armies have
environment.
toppled
So I
one
built
too
more
many
mechanoids.
African
After
regimes.
finishing part 1 of the outer wall and developing more of the base, we had a functioning mechanoid chamber. Just as some beggars showed up, asking for free stuff. And what's more
Think
free
they should
than
get
jail?
free
I had hoped to
bullets in
send
their
one of them to
head.
Gene Grinder, but apparently he was too young, so we'd get creative. Back to improving the colony, our
You,
base
what
was
do you
filling
mean?
with
You
pollution
can't
from
kill
generators,
babies
so
by
I built
extracting their
geothermal
genes.
power.
That's
Still, with a
too
new
fucked
cleaning
up
mech
for
being
RimWorld.
gestated, pollution
You
would
can't
increase,
kill
so we
babies
need to
by
replace our
extracting
current
their
workers
genes.
with toxic immune clones. To help with that,
Yeah,
we
it's a
accepted a
sludgy
quest
kinda
from a
day.
mercenary faction who was rough, tough, and now in prison because they had genes I wanted. As we made room for more production, we moved the growth vats elsewhere. I'm sure he won't mind. With clone production increasing, we also had Minion 1 hit a growth moment.
And the
Because of his
drug
high growth
farms.
tier, we could choose from more traits and give
Oh,
him
boy.
a passion. A raid also hit full of wastelanders, one of which we downed, giving us access to a wake-up gene. With our gene line mostly completed, the colony thriving, and outer wall being
The
finished, we could
strongest
prepare to take
genes
on the
for
first
the
mechanoid
minions.
boss, the Diabolus. Of the 3
Yeah,
mechanoid
this shit went
bosses, the
fucking
Diablos
woke,
is the
dude.
first. Besides being an armored behemoth that has a massive laser
You can
cannon,
kill
get caught in
babies
the
by
blast,
blowing out their
and,
brains
well, I
and
won't
eating their
spoil it.
corpses,
Beating
but
the
gene
Diablos
ripping?
also unlocks
No,
the first
that
stage of
goes
mech
too
tech and
far,
lets us
man. You
progress
can't
towards
do
the War
that.
Queen and Apocryton. To prepare,
Why
we
would
need
you
to make
ever wanna
weapons,
do that?
manufacture clones, and get interrupted by man-hunting animals. But because they were just some weak cactipines, I miscalculated. Covering our retreat was an entire family and a random visitor. We were
orphan
only saved when
kid!
some refugees showed up and cleared the cactipines for the low cost of a near-death experience. Don't worry, guys, you won't be needing those anymore. We continue preparing for the fight and gestated some military mechs. After 2 of the refugees decided to join our faction, we were ready to summon the boss. Gru waltzed over to the comms console and whoa, man, that's kind of insensitive. Having aptly pissed off the 30-ton mechanoid, it was now inbound for our base. But right before it actually arrived, a shaman trader full of defenseless primitive tribals. And as they were leaving, what you doing, AI? I think you guys gotta move. Avoiding the giant red circle is really all we had to do. By dancing around the boss, we eventually chunked it down, losing nothing whatsoever. Upon defeat, Diablos drops a signal chip, which Gru studied to gain standard mech tech, allowing us to build stronger mechanoids and get to the next boss.
I
the
would.
War
I love
Queen.
that soy. I love that soy
Wait.
chat. Uh-oh.
Okay, that's not good. Arresting that mercenary guest. not my best idea. Miniguns, triple rocket launchers, and triple rocket launchers on a boomalope, plus most of them were high on go juice and yayo. I mobilized everyone to the wall, but the single-use rocket launchers were a problem. One shot and they'd kill a colonist. So new plan. Step 1, eject this clone I don't want.
Hello?
Step 2, inject go juice. And step 3,
It's a
have your
baby!
unethical plan foiled by an overdose. Okay. we'll
His
do it the
baby
hard way.
overdosed on crack. Uh-oh.
Oh, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. With one of our best colonists gone, anger. But as we cleared up the rest of the raid, we'd acquired new armor and weapons, which was something. After extinguishing our burning crops, we captured all the down pawns, and what you doing there, Lucas? Before all this, we'd started on component fabrication research and gotten drop pods, giving an actual use for all our masses of toxic waste packs. Relations with the Empire had been sour, so I sent them a gift. Now back to what I was saying before.
Wow,
the War
how
Queen.
kind
Fortunately,
of
a
him.
living tank, it repeatedly summons more mechs, meaning we'd need to rush it down. To do so, I waited for our clones to grow up and added more growth vats. In the middle of this, the 2 remaining refugees decided to betray us. It seems they were planning this all along. Some planning that was. The Empire also noticed our gift and returned the favor, shipping waste packs right back to us. Such an act would surely teach us a lesson to send twice as many next time. Bolstering our tech,
Send
we
at
researched
least
the next mech level, then built a
100.
large gestator to make better mechanoids like lancers and pikemen. Unfortunately, we were running low on components and fabrication wasn't quite finished, so I did the smart thing and opened the Ancient Danger. The mechanoids weren't really an issue, but the drugged up ancients in cryosleep were. By inundating them and child soldiers, their gear and components were ours. We furnished the defenses, made Gru into RoboCop, and watched our numbers
Is this
grow.
Plants
Cloning was
vs.
doubled
Zombies
and
music,
embryo
really?
extraction was getting exponentially faster. The only thing we had to do now was wait for our clones and
Yeah,
call
it's
in
like the
War
remote
Queen.
equivalent
This
of
was it,
leaving
the
dog
single
poop on your
strongest
front
mechanoid
door,
in the game.
except
After
the
calling
dog
in the
poop
War Queen, we'd immediately
gives you
go for the
cancer.
Apocryphon, so we were in the final stretch. I'd waited a good
But,
long
like, the
while
dog
to let our
poop
clones
kills
develop
everything
and
and
extract
gives you
more
cancer,
embryos. This
basically.
meant several of them had aged to adulthood, allowing them to equip proper weapons and armor. Sorta. Something here seems a little off. I just can't quite place my finger on it. Besides awkward texture glitching, our clones' dependencies had now
bright
kicked in.
pink.
So what more could we do to prepare? We'd bred an army of genetically mutated minions that were experts in combat and taking as many
like the
drugs as a
combat
Russian
expert
Olympics team.
minions.
But I was forgetting one tiny thing. In our research tree, there was one tech I'd been ignoring. These wonderful inventions called war caskets. What are war caskets, you might ask? Well, by throwing a clone in the foundry, we get greeted with some options. Customizing an entire suit of armor, we could create walking metal aberrations out of pawns. But was I really going to forcibly seal someone into a metal tomb? No,
Yes.
no, of course not. Because I'm gonna seal everyone. After a lengthy process, our clones were welded shut in suits, and if any one of them wanted out, well, here's a hint. You can't. Plus, what's more horrifying than a guy in Space Marine armor hopped up on enough drugs to make him run faster than Usain Bolt? Could it be a drop pod raid?
He's
Maybe,
on
if they
every
hadn't dropped into our
drug!
toxic waste stockpile and almost died to airborne mech feces. Luckily, our clones have no such problem. With the colony definitely stable, Gru sent hate mail to the War Queen, so she'd arrive soon. In the meantime, I crammed every adult clone I could into
Wow,
a war
look at
cask.
all
Not
these
long after, the
minions!
mechanoid boss arrived. With her entourage, the War Queen is able to spawn smaller mechanoids to overwhelm
Dude,
us.
she's
And
gonna do
overwhelmed,
nothing against
she
the
did
war
not.
caskets,
A bunch of
though.
18-year-olds hopped up on coke versus a literal queen of the machines. She didn't stand a chance. After paper cutting the War Queen down, we immediately researched the next level of mech tech, allowing us to summon the true mechanoid final boss, the Apocryphon. An infestation impeded our progress, which died very quickly. And lastly, I gave one of our clones enough explosives and rocket launchers to collapse a small country. With high mech tech researched and a mech band dish built, the Apocryphon was inbound. Showing up almost immediately,
Oh boy.
it's
He's
a
little.
little angry. As a mechanoid commander, it resurrects mechs up to 30 times and lowers mood all across the map. For the mood, we had a
Oh,
solution.
that's like
And
the
for the
psychic
mechs,
thing
sorry,
that makes
Minion
them
3.
anxious and shit.
But the Apocryphon has another ability that makes him tough to kill. He can jump out of combat. But we have one too, and it's called walking. Because the Apocryphon decided living was too good, it sprinted away from its allies, achieving the primary directive of being hit by a freight train. With the Apocryphon dead, now we can get back to the real game. The thing we've actually been working towards this entire time. 572 tons of toxic waste.
I was saving it in my pocket for us to share. Let's eat. Oops.
Dude, fuck yeah! And then he bombed them, chat. And then he bombed them. Guys, he bombed them. One more video? I'm kind of sleepy though. I'm kind of sleepy though. I'm sleepy. You guys want one? No, you don't. Shut up. Shut up. No, you don't want one more video. Shut up. You're liars. You're little liars. Is what you are. You're a bunch of little liars. Shut up. Liar. You don't want more videos. Look. Wait, chat. You're liars. You don't want one more video. Mia, your hand! You're liars. I'm glad you guys liked my old popcorn asset that I was able to... I was very lucky to be able to find. Do you guys want Mari underscore Ian or Sayu? Or Jets. She's live too. It's superb. This is a really... No, I made this like a really long time, Mari. Okay. Okay. I was just waiting for the first response. That's usually... I'm a first response kind of guy. I made this back when I was learning about Warhammer lore. We're about to raid Mari parentheses EM. New streamer. Mari underscore EM. Never heard of this one. Was it a subathon? No, it wasn't even subathon. It was... No, this was like pre-subathon. This was like... let me go in my files right now before the raid starts. We'll do a sludge raid. Can we do sludge raid? Can we sludge raid her? Can somebody type that? I'll type it. Why? We're not doing Fent. That's Mari's thing. I get sad. I get sad when people want my raid message to be another streamer's emote. You're in my stream, motherfucker. Let me see how old that file is. It's in my stuff folder. It's in my stuff folder. Desktop. Don't leave. Guys, don't go. Don't go. It's in my stuff folder and it's just popcorn.png. Properties. This file is from April 2, 2023! It's from April 2, 2023. This is an old stream asset. I've had it for over a year. And let's go say hi to Mari, give her sludgies, and we'll play video games tomorrow because I paid $20 for that game. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm sorry for no games. Bye!